Okay. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? It's always every year the same. How are we doing? Now we're talking. I know I was going to say it's very early, but it's not early, okay? So you should have had a couple of coffees by now, should be engaged with your peers. Well, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to Valencia Digital Summit 2023. My name is Alex, and I'm going to be with you as your host for the whole 2 days, which I hope you enjoy very much. So I want to welcome to this international tech event that's organized by our dear friends from Startup Valencia, which I'm going to introduce in a second. And this is the 6th edition of this Valencia Digital Summit, growing every year, connecting people from over 91 countries that are attending, and a whole mix of entrepreneurs, startup, scale-ups, investors, corporates, all here to get and feel the pulse of the startup ecosystem in the region and at large. So I hope you enjoy these 2 wonderful days, and to give the official welcome, I want to welcome on stage the real protagonist of this. So please welcome Juan Luis Hortelano, President of Startup Valencia.
Thank you, Alex. Hello, everyone. First, I will give when you get older, you don't need the glasses anymore. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Valencia. Welcome to Valencia Digital Summit 2023. First of all, Valencia Digital Summit could not be possible without the help and support from all of our partners and sponsors, including government institutions, entities, tech companies, and leading startups. Their trust in us fills us with pride and serves as a clear example of the event's potential and the opportunities it offers for global networking. Special note of gratitude goes out to our diamond sponsor, Banco de Santander, for their support in making this gathering possible. We also want to extend our appreciation to all of our institutional partners, the Government of Spain, Spain Up Nation, EOE, Generalitat Valenciana, Diputación de Valencia, Valencia City Council, Valencia Activa, Las Naves, Par Scientific, and the UEF. Furthermore, we wish also to thank the support provided by HP, by DAM, EY, OpenTop, Avia, and DreamHack, along with the more than 100 supporters and collaborators of VDS and the 25+ partners of Startup Valencia. And of course, thanks to all the speakers coming from all over the world. As Alex said, we are having people from 91 countries. Around 25% of the people coming this year are coming from out of Spain, and more than 65% out of the Valencia region. So I want to thank everyone for making this effort. Also to all the Startup Valencia team and all the volunteers working these days here with us. We are also proud to announce that Mobility Innovation Valencia 2023, in collaboration with the automotive cluster Avia and the most significant port logistics and innovation forum in the sector, with Valencia Port, are being held this year alongside VDS, elevating the event to new heights and cementing its position as one of the leading tech events in Southern Europe. Throughout this week, VDS will transform the city into the global epicenter of tech innovation, placing the Valencian ecosystem on the international map. And all of this is only made possible thanks to every one of you coming here, all the people helping us making this possible. So Valencia, let's show the world how to build a better future. Enjoy the city, enjoy the event, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan Luis. Well, before you leave, I want you to know this, because it's hard for Juan Luis sometimes to speak English, and we've always been pushing him to speak English, and he's doing an excellent job. So please give him a very big applause for that, for the effort for doing it. Dude, thank you very much. And to finish this welcome, I want to welcome on stage one of our sponsors, main sponsors for the event. So please give a big round of applause to our good friend, Luis Rodriguez, Territorial Director for Valencia, Murcia for Banco Santander.
So good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. First of all, I would like to thank Valencia Digital Summit and Juan Luis Hortelano, President of Startup Valencia, for relying on Banco Santander to support and participate in an event that has become a global reference for technological innovation and entrepreneurship. It is an honor for us to be a part of an event that will open a variety of opportunities for companies, investors, and emerging businesses over the course of 2 days, as well as transform Valencia into the world capital of innovation with a volume of turnover expected to exceed last year's 10 million. At Banco Santander, it is clear to us that supporting innovation, entrepreneurship, and talent is a commitment to promote the progress of companies and society. For us, public-private partnership is essential for building trust and attractive investment. Initiatives and events like the one we are launching here today raise awareness of Valencia as a place of origin for modernity, creativity, and innovation, as well as a key region for the formation of business. A city that, by the way, held the largest university event of the year, the International Meeting of University Rectors in this same area. The City of Arts and Science in May took place. According to a recent survey, Spain is the 7th best place in the European Union for launching a technology firm, HelloSafe. The Valencia community is one of the 4 communities with the finest entrepreneurial environments. One of the bank's primary goals in 2023 is to assist Spanish companies in growing their enterprise while dealing with the current economic environment and building a more sustainable and inclusive economy. Almost 40% of Santander's credit in Spain is granted to companies, and with 25% market share, we are the standard bank of Spanish business. Therefore, providing the greatest customer services is our top concern. Companies, startups, and scale-ups are the engines that propel the economy and jobs in each region and throughout our society. As a result, we have gone a step further to support the new ideas, innovation, and talent that we have in Spain by establishing a 100 million euro fund in collaboration with Inverradio Assets Management, as well as a comprehensive set of solutions to support the development of startups and innovative companies with scalability and growth potential. It means we have money to lend, a lot of money to lend. Currently, this is the largest venture debt fund in Spain and is designed for technology-based companies with an efficient use of capital, which have been raised at least in 1 round, and can reach the thresholds of probability in the medium term. These operations range from approximately 500,000 to 5 million, allowing flexible financial from growth. Santander makes available all of its global capabilities, such as debt products tailored to the needs of its startup scale-up throughout their maturity stage, and the possibility of specialist advisory services such as M&A, IPOs, debt structuring, or the search for international strategic investors, to more advanced stage companies looking to scale their business or expand to other countries through wholesale investment banking. For startups in the early stage, Santander offers specific tranches to financial facilities to impulse their takeoff, with a specific risk of assessments channel more adapted to the singularities of this type of companies. In addition, we also have a non-financial offer for them, such as the possibility of using the 26 urban work cafes that that the bank has throughout the country to work, hold meetings or hold events with specialists in startups in each of them. On the global program, Santander X, which provides free help to entrepreneurs from the early stage of idea formulation and market launch to consolidation and international expansion. Santander X offers training, advice, and resources, as well as the opportunity to participate in global challenges and connection with an international community of mentors, investors, entrepreneurs, and experts. In short, companies, entrepreneurs firmly believe in what they do and in the project they decide to launch with a lot of effort. We are committed to assisting them in their development and advancement as part of our mission, effort, and daily work, because nothing motivates us more than seeing their commitment and passion to reach their objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you so much. And your English is excellent. He was doubting between doing it in Spanish or English, so please, big applause for the effort. Thank you very much, Luis. It was a pleasure having you, and a pleasure having Santander helping us kind of empower the ecosystem. So, how is everyone over there? So far, so good? Yeah, we're going to be opening the curtains now so we can keep on filling this, so we keep adding people to the room. Before that, some typical information that you're going to want. First of all, if you don't have the app of the conference, please go and download the app. You can go to the official VDS website, or you can scan your QR code from your badge and get it. Same thing for the Wi-Fi. Those of you looking for Wi-Fi, scan the QR code and you'll get the Wi-Fi details there. Which, by the way, kind of defeats the purpose, right? Because you're probably going to need internet to scan it in the first place, but that's a different story. Anyway, if you take any pictures, if you take any videos, if you find things really interesting, please make sure you use the hashtag VDS2023 so our team can actually track all the information that's being shared on social media. And just a reminder of what's going to happen here at the closing of today. We have the startup competition on this stage. It's going to be from 5 to 6. We're going to have the top 10 final pitches. 5 in seed category, 5 in growth category. And after that, we're going to have from 6 to 8 the happy hour at the VDS Village over there. So you can get completely wasted if you are very tired and just want to enjoy the rest of the beautiful day and beautiful weather that we have here in the city of Valencia. So, are we ready for rock and roll? Come on, we can do better. Are we ready for rock and roll? Are we ready to talk about our ecosystem? Yes, are we ready? Okay, so to kickstart the day, I want to introduce our next speaker that he's going to be talking about the Spanish tech ecosystem report. He works in a company that I'm actually very happy because I've seen it grown from zero to an incredible company nowadays, from the very early days where they had few data to right now one of the most valuable data companies in the whole European landscape. And the person who's going to be talking about it, he has quite a long trajectory coming all the way from the US, already being a manager for the startup and entrepreneurship initiatives in several organizations over there. And for the last 5 years, he's been working at Dealroom. Right now, he's a VP of Business Development at Dealroom.co. So please welcome with a big round of applause, Darren Stoffer.
Thanks very much. Awesome. Thanks for that intro. I wish I could pull out a hat like that. Cool. Thanks for everybody for coming, and thanks to Startup Valencia for having me. I really appreciate it. This is my first time in Valencia, and I spent the day yesterday basically eating my way through the city. And absolutely loved it. And between that and the weather, I decided that I potentially want to move here. I'm going to share some data and insights on the Spanish ecosystem today, which should be right here. That is me. So I work for Dealroom. We're a startup and venture capital database. We track startups throughout the world. We do tend to focus on the European markets. Several months ago, we published a report on the state of the Spanish ecosystem. This is a version of it. We also added some updates for 2023 data to see where we're at year to date. Cool. 3 things that we're going to hit on today. The first is talking about the rise of the Spanish ecosystem and look at its growth over the last several years and decade. We're going to look at what it's like today, looking at some 2023 data. We're also going to set the context of Spain as it compares to its peers and other countries within Europe. And then we're going to see what's ahead. So I wanted to start by posing a question to see if anybody wants to take a guess or a stab at this. Does anybody know the estimated ecosystem value of the Spanish tech ecosystem? You can just shout it out if you want. There's no wrong answers, I promise. Well, there is a wrong answer, but Anybody, take a guess. 8 billion? Not quite. It's actually 116 billion. And that includes data from Q3 this year as well. And so last year we hit 100 billion for the first time, which is quite a milestone. And now we're currently at 116. If you look at over the last 10 years, we went from actually 8 billion in 2023 to now 116 billion, 108 billion in 2013 to actually 116 billion a decade later. So it's pretty steady growth. Some years have been higher than others, but overall the upward trajectory is there. If you look at this data relative to some of its European peers, so Spain, say, versus UK, France, and Germany, obviously different levels of maturity in terms of where the ecosystem is at and how it's developing. But the larger point of this chart is to show that Spain's actually on a similar projection to UK, France, and Germany. So it's following a similar path of growth. It's just less mature in its stage. Now, taking a little bit of the data from the last slide and extrapolating it out and showing it on a country basis, the point of this slide isn't to show that Spain hasn't grown as much as the UK, France, and Germany, Sweden, etc. I think most people know that. I think the greater takeaway here is to look at the upward trend. It's very important. You don't see necessarily ebbs and flows year over year. You see pretty steady growth. So again, it's following a similar trajectory as that of the UK or Germany in terms of maturing in the ecosystem and having upward trajectory. Cool. So over the last 5 years, the amount of venture capital going into the Spanish ecosystem has over tripled. Velocity is important, and I want to note too that that's actually at a higher pace than France, Germany, Netherlands. And so it's something to be noted there. There's definitely growth happening, and it's happening at a faster pace as we're moving forward as well in Spain. That equates to 13 billion. So over the last 5 years, there's been 13 billion that's gone into Spain from an investment standpoint. And you can see the countries that's ahead of as well. Now, this is VC over the last 5 years in Spain, and then we added the Q3 and then also just 2023 data there at the end. I think most folks know that across the board investments in venture capital is down in 2023 and later last year, particularly coming off the explosive growth that we saw in 2021, 2022, coming off of COVID. Now things have tapered off, which isn't necessarily a bad sign. I think we wanted to take a deeper dive here. Two things to note: that yes, it is slowing down overall. However, looking at the first half of this year and then looking at Q3, it's actually not that bad. Now, going in deeper into that data, actually the early and mid-stage funding, so that's funding that we consider under 40 million or under, is actually on a similar pace as 21 and 22. So it's a very good sign that earlier stage companies are still being funded at a similar pace as the past 2 years. Will it reach the same levels of 2022? Maybe, maybe not. But it's if you extrapolate it out for the rest of the year, we're on pace to hit about 1.6 billion, which is close to 2021 and 2022. Now, mega rounds took a huge hit. I take this with a grain of salt. And this is no dissimilar to other countries within Europe as well. There's just less mega rounds, over 100 million, that are being distributed currently and in 2023. There are some of the logos that did receive in 2022. Again, it's something to be noted, but I take this with a bit of a grain of salt because it is across the board. Now, if we look at the top funded sectors so far this year in Spain, about a third of funding has gone to fintech, health tech, and transportation. That's not to say that it's super concentrated. It's actually pretty distributed throughout several sectors, including travel, e-commerce, food, ed tech, etc. This slide depicts, by the way, whenever we do a slide like this, people always say, oh, you forgot this VC or this logo. This is a subset. It's just to show sort of the breadth and the scope of the different type of investors within the markets. But the main takeaway from this slide is there's a bit of a gap in the later stage funding, so Series C and plus, C plus, what we call growth stage, from Spanish VCs. Now, that's okay because you still have private equity, corporate venture, and then also there's actually a lot of global investors that are participating in funding in the later stage for Spanish startups. So whether it's like SoftBank, General Atlantic, Tiger Global, they're still being able to fill that gap, but it's still a gap in the market. Last year at Dealroom, we did a study. We looked at 201 cities, not just in Europe, but actually throughout the world. And it was our own benchmarking, but the idea was to take multifaceted data sets. So we looked at early stage funding, late stage funding, realized unicorns, but we also looked at like patent data, we looked at university spin-off data, and we tried to create a relative benchmark of cities in terms of where they rank within this global ecosystem. Again, it's not just based on number of funding or number of unicorns, it's based on like multi-sets of data. And why I wanted to include this slide in here is because when we did this, actually, Barcelona and Madrid came out 10 and 12 respectively in a global ranking of about 201 cities. All right, this is my favorite slide, not because it shows a bunch of pretty logos, but because it tells a story. So I think most people, if you follow tech, you've probably heard of the PayPal mafia. And I don't want to say this is the Spanish mafia, but you're seeing something happen here in Spain that's really interesting. You have companies like Cabify and Globo, and other companies that have scaled and become unicorns and high-growth companies. And what's happening is people are leaving those companies, and they're starting other companies, and they're doing it in Spain. So you're having this sort of flywheel effect where I like to say entrepreneurship is spawning more entrepreneurship. And I think there's two things that are interesting about this, and I think very positive for the ecosystem as a whole. The first is it's happening. And the second thing is the entrepreneurs that are leaving these companies are founding other companies in Spain. So they're not moving to a different market for whatever reason, tax purposes, go-to-market purposes. They're actually doing it in Spain. And I think this is a really good story that's happening, and it'll be interesting to follow to see if this can continue over the next decade or so within Spain. Cool. I wanted to include a little bit of diversity data. It's obviously a very important topic. This isn't a report on diversity, but again, it is important. We did a study with EIT, shout out to EIT, where we looked at 7,500 startups and scale-ups that were between 50 and 500 employees. And we found that of the 7,500, 600 of them had at least one female founder, which obviously is not a great statistic. But I wanted to highlight what we found for Spain at least. So of those 600, about 40 or so were from Spain. And again, I don't know what the conclusion necessarily is to this, other than just showing you what the data tells. But Spain is in there, and I wanted to highlight it just to show. I think we all know there has to be a lot more done to support female entrepreneurship in venture. Cool. All right. The global distribution of funding in Spain is pretty concentrated in Catalonia and Madrid. I think most people know that, and that's no different than saying it's concentrated in Paris in France or Berlin and Cologne in Germany. If you look at the per capita as a whole, it's 54 in Spain. Now, if you actually look at it for just Madrid and Barcelona, it's actually about equal to Germany. It's like something around 128. So it's something to note. And I wanted to share this because it leads me to this slide, which I also think is pretty interesting to look at. But although it is concentrated, and although you do see the unicorns coming out of Madrid and Barcelona, if you look at the last chart, the one at the bottom that says Rising Stars, there's actually high growth companies being created and being born and being scaled throughout the country. So again, although there's a high concentration of sort of your more higher growth companies in Catalonia and Madrid, there's activity happening everywhere. And I think that's a really encouraging thing for the ecosystem as a whole, whether it's the Basque Country or here in Valencia or Andalusia. It's not just the major cities or the capital cities. It's actually, there's growth companies happening everywhere. And I think if we follow over the next 10 years, it'll be interesting to see if the distribution becomes more dispersed geographically. Cool. So these are what I think are the takeaways. The combined enterprise value of the Spanish tech ecosystem is about 116 billion if you include Q3 data. And the early and breakout stage, so under 40 million, is continuing to show growth and stability, particularly compared to the last couple of years. But obviously, the larger and particularly the mega rounds have taken a big dive. But again, that's not any dissimilar to other parts of Europe as well. The three leading sectors for funding so far this year in Spain are fintech, manufacturing, and transportation. Spain is 6th in Europe for VC investment and following a very positive growth trajectory, particularly over the last decade. The next one is Spanish startups act as a training ground and create a snowball effect. So this is what I talked about, sort of these larger scale-ups spawning out founders that are creating companies in Spain as well, which is a really good thing for the ecosystem. And the last thing is, although the geographic distribution of funding is concentrated, if you look at the companies that are up and coming and the ones that are growing, it's actually, they're not just in Madrid and Catalonia, they're here in Valencia, they're in Basque Country, they're throughout Spain. The last thing is, we will post this online. If you have any feedback, if you want us to, if you think you missed your logo and you wanted to add it, feel free to, either you can send me a message directly, or somehow get in contact with me, and we're happy to either share any data with you or provide any additional insights that you want. And then this report will be public as well. So thanks so much for listening. I hope you guys have a really good conference, and I hope you all continue to support the Spanish ecosystem, because it's as the data shows, it's continuing to grow, and I think the next decade will be really something to watch. So, all right.
Thank you very much, Darren. Okay, gosh, that was close. We're going slightly ahead of time. Okay, so now we're going to shift tracks and we're going to be talking about the concept. I was just talking there at the backstage about this notion of cybersecurity, and those that know me a little bit more, I used to do cybersecurity many years ago. And at the time, cybersecurity wasn't something that people really care about that much. It was a bunch of us like crazy loonies trying to tell people, careful, careful, your systems are vulnerable. This can happen. No, this cannot happen. And then you would show them. It's like, see? And then they would say, oh, hacker, you just hacked my system. It's like, no, I'm showing you that anyone can actually hack your system. However, this has actually changed dramatically in the past few years, and especially, we were just talking about the increase in size of the, what we call in cybersecurity, the attack surface, like with the connected devices, with IoT, industrial IoT, the amount of surfaces that we can now attack in any organization has been dramatically increased. Just to give you a little tiny tale of how impactful this is. There was a hacking of one of the casinos at Las Vegas some years ago. And you know how they hacked into the actual system? It wasn't through the usual places. It wasn't through the website. It wasn't through the apps. It was through a fish tank. Let me repeat that. They hacked the system through a fish tank. So the fish tank, which was in the office of one of the managers, had a connected device there to track, I'm guessing, the pH of the water, what the fish was doing, when you have to clean the water. And essentially, they went into the network through that device. Just to give you an idea how sophisticated these things can actually get. Well, precisely to talk about that, I want to welcome our next speakers, and we're going to have a series of keynote and panel to talk about these trends in cybersecurity, how things have changed, how things are about to change on the next years. And I'm very happy to also mention that this blog is sponsored by the automotive cluster of the region of Valencia, so ABIA. So please thank ABIA for this. These sponsors are what makes this conference happen. So to talk about precisely that and give an introduction about these trends, please welcome the first speaker of this blog. Big applause to the president of Grupo Segura and president of ABIA, Francisco Segura.
Okay. Hola, hola. Hello. Hi, thank you. Welcome to Valencia, and good morning, and thank you for joining us. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank this opportunity to thank to Startup Valencia. Thank you, Startup Valencia team, for the collaboration we have found to this develop our Mobility Innovation Valencia event. Especially, I would like to thank its president, Juan Luis Hortelano, and the entire team for making this collaboration between Startup Valencia and IBIA possible. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Now we are going to enjoy a talk with two international experts, really nice experts in cybersecurity in this space sponsored by IBIA, which is the Valencia Automotive Cluster, which represents a large pool of automotive components based in Comunidad Valenciana. The first one is Luis Ochoa. Please clap for Luis Ochoa. From Deutsche Telekom, is a global cybersecurity professional who will discuss the latest trends in the field. The other one is Maria Mira from Fortinet, is an expert in developing international cybersecurity projects, sharing insights on how security strategies can set you apart in the digital world. The talk will be driven by Javier Lizarte from T-Systems, a Deutsche Telekom company. Get ready to dive into a world of knowledge and discoveries that will undoubtedly transform the way we approach security in a digital communications. Okay, thank you for joining us, and come on. Maybe they have been hacked. They aren't. Okay? Video first? Okay, video first. Shall we go?
Here it is, the world, home of change. A place that never stops turning, never stops evolving, never stops inventing. It keeps on changing, and our lives with it. Technology changes. Fast changes. Work changes. Shipping changes. Family. Health. Wow changes. Being green. And mindfulness changes.
Don't listen to those voices. Take a long, deep breath.
Everything about life constantly changes, except one thing. Our need to be connected. As lovers. As a family. As friends. As business partners. As a community. As a society. As thousands. And as one. In a world that is ever-changing, one thing will never change. We'll always be there to connect you to what's important in your private and business life. As one global brand, with one promise. T. Connecting your world.
Okay, I guess that's it. Okay, so to keep talking about this notion of cybersecurity, we have a panel of experts, and we were just talking on the, as I said on the backstage, that years ago no one cared about this, and it seems that now finally people are caring about this. They are really seeing what the consequences of doing this wrong are. So please welcome our next panel. I'm going to start with our dear speaker. So give me a big applause for Maria Mira, sales manager at Fortinet. Big applause to Maria, please. Thank you, Maria, for joining. And to join Maria, we have Luis Ochoa, senior sales consultant at Deutsche Telekom. Wie geht's, meine Freund? Good to have you, Luis. And to run the show, I want to welcome Javier Lizarte, Auto and Industry Business Manager at T-Systems, Iberia. Big applause to Javier. Stage is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Firstly, thank you, Francisco, for your lovely words. And thank you, Avia and Jackie, for hosting and sponsoring this talk. As we can see in the previous video, we live in a connected world. Families, friends, companies, everything is related in an online. And for that, it's very important to define a proper cybersecurity strategy, to have a safe environment for living, for working. So this morning, here, now, we are talking about cybersecurity and new trend markets about it. Let me introduce Maria Mira, business manager in Fortinet.
Thank you very much.
As you know, Fortinet is a leading company in cybersecurity with many locations around the world. I saw yesterday included in the NASDAQ, in American NASDAQ. It's a very big company. Maria will tell us about cybersecurity strategy, how to define with her experience and knowledge. And Luis Ochoa. Luis is my partner in Deutsche Telekom.
It's a pleasure being here.
Thank you, Luis. Luis is my partner, my colleague in Deutsche Telekom, because I belong to T-Systems. T-Systems is the tech company in the Deutsche Telekom group. I hope you recognize this tea, the most famous tea in the world. In just one sentence, Deutsche Telekom is the most important telco company in Europe and one of the most players in the American market. Okay, Luis will talk about trends, cybersecurity trends, and he is an international expert in cybersecurity, leading complex projects around the world. Luis, please, let's with you.
Thank you, Javier.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Like I said, thank you for having us here. I'm going to cover cybersecurity trends, convergence of network and cybersecurity, security solutions as a service, and security SOC services. During the past several years, we've witnessed an evolution in the network. We're familiar with the classic WAN, characterized as a centralized network topology with castle and moat, perimeter security, expensive MPLS trunk lines, and remote dial-in VPN access that gave pretty much access to all of the company's resources. Well, this architecture is actually evolving. It's evolving and incorporating technologies and architectures such as SD-WAN SSE, which now provides security services to the network. Some of the services, for example, are, just as an example, zero trust network access. And then you also have the evolution of the underlay, which is the connectivity layer. We have new connectivity options, such as cloud routing, premium internet access, and 5G. Nowadays, ever since Gartner termed the phrase SASE, everybody's talking about the road to SASE. Some of the benefits to SASE, the key benefit is the improved user experience. But you also have other benefits such as global security and network management. As you can see, now security and the network are being managed as one. Another trend that is occurring in cybersecurity is, with all that's mentioned about the changes and the evolution of the network, it's no wonder companies are looking to manage security service providers to provide complete solutions. Deutsche Telekom, like other companies, have, as a consequence, created what we call competence centers, centers of specialization that provide a consultative, end-to-end based solution, security solutions. Solutions as managed services, but at the same time, flexible and modular. These competence centers are normally structured around a single vendor solution. In our case, it's Fortinet, our strategic partner Fortinet. Our competence center is located in Barcelona, and we provide these specialized security solutions for all of Deutsche Telekom Group. We offer a range of managed and professional services out of this office. The goal of the competence center is to provide solutions, secure connectivity between users and applications. We start with the underlay, which is the connectivity layer, where we as an operator obviously have many options, including MPLS, premium internet, as I mentioned, cloud routing. Then we offer SD-WAN management and the security functions, all in a managed service. Another cybersecurity trend that has been growing is managed SOC services. SOC is the Security Operations Center. This is a managed service. Some of the drivers for this service are basically we've seen an increase in cybersecurity attacks in the past couple of years. There's also a shortage of qualified security personnel that is stimulating the growth of these types of services. There's also a convergence between IT and OT security that demands these type of services. There's also an increase in compliance regulations, NIS2, for example, for Europe, and cost. Some of the smaller companies are unable to establish these SOC services, or they're not justifiable. There's also risk for not implementing these security operations services, and these are differentiated. There's different risks, one for OT and one for IT. For IT, the risk could be data breach. Passwords and customer data leakage harms the reputation of any company. And of course, there's fines for compliance violations. On the OT side, there's a different issue in play. Here, the most important thing is maintaining production. So the loss of production is a risk by not implementing these types of services, SOC services. And of course, you have the danger of health and the environment and blackmail of critical infrastructure. Some of the key benefits of implementing SOC services, one of the key benefits, of course, is minimizing the damage from an attack by early initiation of countermeasures. Another is the automation in response with AI-based tools that can actually automatically make changes in the firewalls, for example. On the OT networks, this type of automation is not the norm because obviously there's different priorities. There, the priority is to maintain the production. Another benefit is that for both IT and OT is that this type of service provides better visibility of IT and OT assets. Now I'd like to introduce Maria from Fortinet, our strategic partner, who will talk about market trends.
Thank you very much, Luis. Well, thank you to Javiera and Luis for counting on me for this presentation. I'm really happy to be here in my second home city, which is Valencia. I've been leading the sales area in Valencia for almost 5 years. So, well, it's difficult to summarize in 10 minutes our possible strategy about cybersecurity. I'm going to try to put some examples for any of you, okay, to sound that familiar. Well, Fortinet, you probably know about us. We were founded over 20 years ago in Sunnyvale, California. So we are an American company. We have more than 500 million customers worldwide. And our mission and our objective is to secure people, devices, and data everywhere. Okay, so two topics interesting about our company. One of every 2 next-generation firewall in the world are Fortinets. Okay, so this is a lot, as you can imagine. Okay. The second interesting thing is that we have a vertical integration. We have more than 50 solutions in cybersecurity, and we have our own operating system as well as our own ASICs. This is the chipsets that are in our appliance, so we control the complete supply chain of our products. Okay. Okay, let's start about trends. No? What are the trends about cybersecurity now? Okay, first we see that CIOs and CISOs has a lot of responsibility now, and they are in the midst of an infrastructure transformation, no? Because of the digital acceleration, no? We've been seeing for years now. Okay, but specifically they have some challenges. First is the work from anywhere. Now, all the employees of a company needs to work from anywhere, from home, from the road, from a station, from the office too, what was conceived to be secure, okay? But this is something the CIO needs to solve now, okay? Also the digital acceleration, I was talking to, the moving to the cloud is also a challenge now. And the fourth one is the operational technology connectivity that Luis introduced. This is not only for industry and operation technology, but also in many startups and in many companies now, because IoT is also in this area of operational technology. Okay. On the other side, we see the cybercrime industry, and allow me to call it a cybercrime industry because they are really companies that they are very, very well organized. That is what we are seeing since some years now. These are companies with a structure, with many resources economically, financed by their own means, and also sometimes by states. And they use the same technology we are using to build our companies. They are using AI, they are using cloud, they are making their own industry. So we need to be smarter than them, okay? Okay, on the other side, another challenge which is important is the complexity of digital evolution. Okay, we have a lot of initiatives, businesses pushing to make us build and to make that happen. Okay, and then what CIOs and well any of us will do, it's probably to buy different products, okay? Different products to assess different problems, okay? Network, security, cloud, EPP, sandbox, DLP, okay? Different solutions. And this brings complexity, okay? And complexity slows down at the end the possibility a project succeeds, okay? So what is our response? What is Fortinet's view about that? It's summarized in 3 points, okay? First is convergence of networking and security, what Luis introduced before. That is to say, we need to grant access, and we have to grant a secure access for every user, wherever it is. So this is basic, and there is not magic solutions for that. You need to have well integration with connectivity, with network operators on one side, and in the other side, you have to prepare to go to the cloud, and you have to provide it securely, okay? And this is unique. This has to be integrated. Second is cybersecurity platform, okay? Solutions cannot work independently because this is a weakness, okay? You cannot have one solution for protect data, one solution for protect the device, another solution for protecting a laptop or a server. Attacks are really sophisticated, okay? There are international organizations like MITRE, okay, that has categorized an attack flow, and this is really, really complex. So it's not possible to assess the problem in silos. The platform needs to be integrated, okay? I'm going to talk a lot about integration because this is really important, okay? And the third one is OT-aware security, okay? Now we are connecting ports, transport, energy companies, utility companies to the internet, okay? And this has to be taken into account also in the cybersecurity strategy. Okay, I'm going to talk now about 2 use cases. First is SASE, what Luis introduced before. Fortinet has its own SASE solution, okay? SASE is a cloud architecture framework, okay? And we are providing through this framework secure connectivity for every user, okay? The slide is very talking, okay? You have every user, wherever it is, traveling in a factory, in a campus, in a branch, okay? We are going to provide connectivity to the user, to any resource, to internet, okay? To the services in the cloud, okay? And also to the private data center, okay? This is the magic of that, okay? You have to provide cybersecurity to any resource and secure it, okay? And with no silos, okay? This is like, okay, you work in the office, you go out of the office, and the security is the same, okay? And this is not easy to achieve, okay? We've been doing that for 20 years, and what we have done is putting our next generation firewalls, I talked to you before, okay? That was one of every 2 in the world, to the cloud, okay? To the cloud, available to the cloud with important agreements with the cloud providers, okay? And now we can grant that, okay? So, and for sure, taking into account user experience, okay? The user now cannot be punished, no? It has to be secure, but the connectivity has to be the best one we can provide, okay? And the second use case was the securing the application journey. Many of you here probably you are owners of startups, and probably you have started your business in the cloud, okay? And developing applications in the cloud, and you probably don't have infrastructure on premise, okay? So I would say to you, cloud has challenges also. It's very quickly at the beginning to start the business, but there are challenges too. Costs can be unpredictable. There can be misconfigurations. There can be lack of visibility of what is happening, what traffic is happening, where are my data. And then, well, the solution is not easy, but there is a solution, okay? You have to apply cybersecurity, a cybersecurity plan in any layer, okay? From network, because at the end you have to connect your cloud with your customers, and there's going to be a private exchange information. So you have at the end something on premise too, okay? You have to protect APIs, interchange of data between applications, and you have to also start protecting the development of the applications, okay? You have to take into account cybersecurity from the beginning, okay? Okay, and the last message I want to launch. We were talking about platform integration. The last one is that we know that customers have already some investments, okay? We have a huge portfolio. We would like the customer to do everything with us, but we know that there are some existing investments. So it is integration with other vendors, with international alliance are very important for us. We even integrate with competitors, okay? And we see that this is really the future to have a strong cyber defense in place, okay? And doing, no, that I tried not to have a lot of technical schemes, but that one, okay, you can see how you can have different clouds, using different clouds, Google, Azure, AWS, and also be secured and orchestrated with our platform because we natively integrate with them, okay? So, we are here, and we are happy to answer any question you may have later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria and Luis, for sharing your knowledge and your insights. And thank you all for listening this interesting talk. Good. Remember, please, cybersecurity is our online superhero. Have a great and safe day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Big applause, please. Thank you, all three. Thank you very much for joining us today and sharing cybersecurity insights. Oh, wow, that's a complex slide. Okay, so we're going to go back to someone that makes me very, very happy to have on stage again. So last year, who here was last year? Raise your hand. You were here last year. Anyone else? Who was here last year? A couple of you. Okay. So you will remember that it was a lot of fun. Those of you that came here, we also had our next speaker last year, and we had a wonderful conversation. And we felt that she didn't have enough time to explain the wealth of stories she can share with us. So we decided that this year we're going to bring her back again, and we're going to keep asking amazing questions about, hold on, the foundation of the internet and the technology space as we know it. And so we're going to be talking about what's called the DNA unicorn leader. So how do you build unicorns? What kind of DNA do you have to make that happen? And how to become a truly revolutionary leader. Now, to talk about that, I want to welcome our first speaker. She has an extraordinary career. She used to work with top CEOs across the world, including Jeff Bezos from Amazon and Eric Schmidt at Google. She's an author with her book, Bet on Yourself, I believe, maybe I hope I can say this, I believe there's another book coming, hopefully, so, and a lot of very interesting projects for our next speaker. And she, amongst any other things, she's an expert. She's a leadership strategist and consultant with an incredible experience in the tech field. So please welcome our first speaker on the floor. Big applause to Anne Hyatt, founder of Hyper Giant, and Juan Luis Hortelano, president of Startup Valencia, to interview our wonderful Anne. Anne, enjoy, have fun. Pleasure having you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, again. And thank you, Anne, for being here. Thanks for your support. I mean, you are supporting us like the last 2 years, and really appreciate to have you here on stage and to speak a bit about what we are going to do. So the title of this session is the DNA of a unicorn leader. Yeah. First, can you define us what you mean by unicorn leader, and what's the difference between this type of leaders you have worked with and you had the opportunity to be with her?
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me back. I'm very happy to be here in my second year at Valencia Digital Summit. And yeah, when I titled this session, The DNA of a Unicorn Leader, I was thinking more about the leadership qualities than the valuation. Usually when we're talking about unicorns, we're thinking about billion-dollar valuations, but what I'm really looking to get at in this conversation is what are the elements of making someone capable of that kind of disruption? What are the qualities of a leader who can be successful in disrupting an industry, but also what can we do as individuals to disrupt ourselves? Perhaps you're an entrepreneur, you're within a corporation, and you're looking to really do something disruptive for yourself, for your career, do something that no one around you is doing. Having a deeper impact than is what the obvious path. So that's what I was thinking about in the theme of this session is what are the qualities that differentiate people who can be purposely disruptive and successful as they do it.
And what are these qualities that differentiate?
So when I think about the qualities of a disruptive leader, there are really 5 things that come to mind. And I'm plagiarizing a little bit from Bernd Horowitz, who is one of the co-founders of Andreessen Horowitz, a big VC in the States. So these 5 qualities are, first, we have disagreeableness, which is probably the most famous of the qualities of a disruptive CEO, but my definition is different than what you might be thinking. Disagreeableness is a willingness to be misunderstood by industry experts and your peers for a long period of time. The second is a very high IQ, and this can absolutely be learned. This isn't something that you just have to be born with. What's really important about having a high IQ as a disruptive leader is being able to process massive amounts of information and distill that into unique insights to see opportunities that other people are not seeing. Third is conscientiousness. This quality is about being able to work at a very high level, high degree of, not perfection, but high standards for a long period of time. Then we have low neuroticism. And this is probably the one that surprises people most, because low neuroticism is about your emotional intelligence, your ability to recover from setbacks and from challenges. And then let's see, what's my 5th? I've lost track of my 5th. It will come back to me.
Then there are 4.
There are only 4. But these qualities, I think, are what differentiates. Now, obviously, within these, there's a scale. You can go too heavy and hard on them and be unsuccessful, or you can go lighter on them and be ineffective. So it's even within these qualities, there's a balance that we're looking for.
So you have been working for these impactful CEOs, these, I will say celebrities, because Jeff Bezos and Eric Schmidt, they were celebrities as well. Can you tell us the times when you saw these qualities? Or we were speaking before about the main difference and the things they share. Tell us a bit about these 2 types of characters.
Yeah, they are great examples of disruptive leaders, and they kind of created this category of celebrity CEO. Before the tech revolution, this concept did not exist. In the past, they wisely had people called spokespeople who would then translate the mission of the company to their consumers. But with tech, we kind of conflated them, where now the leaders, who are engineers and focused on the day-to-day, also became the face of the company, which is really difficult for people to be able to do both well. And I think Jeff Bezos and Eric Schmidt are examples of people who have incredible talents in many areas and have done both well. My very first job when I was 20 years old and had just graduated from university was working directly for Jeff Bezos in the earliest years of Amazon. I was hired in 2002. The company had just lost 95% of its stock value in the dot-com bust. Our company fit in a single building because with that dot-com bust, a lot of people left tech. And Jeff really kind of enjoyed that moment of challenge because he said it dug a moat around those who really wanted to be there and those who didn't. So those of us who remained after the dot-com crash were in a single building. I knew every single person by name. And the 3 years I spent with him, I really saw incredible examples of how to be a disruptive CEO. Probably if I had to choose only one, it would be around Jeff Bezos' willingness to be misunderstood by industry experts and peers for a long period of time. Now we see him as literally one of the wealthiest and most powerful people in the world, but I knew him before the company was profitable, before his theories proved to be correct, and he was willing to work really hard for something that was a big bet. And it was not easy. There was big headlines of Amazon.bomb. Our board of directors meetings were very serious and active debates because they weren't sure that Jeff's vision would actually come to fruition. So that I really, really admired. His commitment to his vision, but also his willingness to surround himself with people who challenged him. And then Eric Schmidt similarly had a lot of those characteristics, but his personality and his management style is very different. I would say working for Jeff is very difficult. He's a challenging person, but he makes you better through that challenge. I've seen the extreme examples of leaders who are very difficult to work for, but they tear you down, and Jeff, in the process, somehow builds you up. And that's a really important distinction. You don't want to be burning out your best talent. You want to be building them up, making them better today than they were yesterday. And Eric Schmidt does that very, very well. Eric's personality is much more professorial. He loves a good debate. He loves to hear from the quietest voices in the room. He's kind of... It feels a little bit more like a family than an active challenge and debate where you're a little bit terrified. So their personalities are different, but their methodologies and the way that they get the best work out of their people have a lot of similarities.
I think there are also some differences because Jeff was the founder and then
True.
CEO,
Yeah.
and Eric just became like a professional CEO. So I think that also plays a role in this personalities because it's not the same being the founder and CEO as being the CEO and having two founders like Larry and Sergey that were behind him, but they were the owners of the company. So
I think that's a really important point. There is something unique to being a founder. Having that ownership, having the vision and carrying it forward is very different than when you bring in a professional CEO. And the important thing is when you do bring in a professional CEO, because either there's an acquisition or you're making an exit, or what Larry and Sergey did where they were looking for someone with skill sets different than their own, it's really important for everyone to understand their roles and how they differentiate. The role of the founder is usually focused solely on being the visionary. They're looking at that North Star, the long-term horizon, and the CEO is managing the day-to-day. They're very heads down in the deliverables, making sure all of our success indicators are being paid attention to. We're adjusting strategies, pivoting resources where we need them to be. When those roles are really clear, the teamwork is amazing. When I see this founder and CEO relationship strained, it's usually because those responsibilities, those areas of responsibility are not clear.
I guess it will be much harder for Jeff to have a professional CEO at the beginning than for Larry and Sergey. With Eric?
Yes and no. Yes, in the way that Larry and Sergey did it with Eric at Google would not have worked for Jeff. However, he designed his own in a very creative way that I've never seen any other CEO do. So he had a role called the Shadow, and the Shadow was a young, very talented executive whose full-time job was to be at his side 24 hours a day. They were in every meeting, copied on every email, on every phone call. And this person was a nice intellectual sparring partner for him. He could then debate with this person because they had the umbrella view of the entire organization, whereas his other direct reports were heads down trying to deliver something impossible, something that no one had ever done before. But having this shadow at his side played that kind of role where he could have that kind of debate, that thought partner. And the most difficult part of this job was the shadow was expected to challenge all of Jeff's favorite ideas, to poke holes in all his favorite ideas, to challenge him, make sure he had asked the hard questions and that we had taken in all the data. And that first shadow, when I first started working for Jeff in 2002, was Andy Jassy, who now, 19 years later, became his successor as CEO of Amazon. That's how long he invests in people. 19-year training program, really, to become CEO. So he rotated that role every 18 months. Andy went on to run AWS very successfully, and then now has taken his role as successor.
Right. What do you consider the top misconceptions about disruptive leadership? I mean, where do people most fail?
I think it comes from where we started this conversation, which is when founders get into entrepreneurship to become a celebrity CEO. I think that as a goal in and of itself never works. You will fail because it's way too hard, and you really have to be passion aligned with what you're trying to accomplish. So that's number one. If your goal is fame and fortune, you're never going to reach the heights.
We have some examples as celebrity CEOs that really fail.
They fail. We've seen this many, many times. People who've reached a certain level of success and then really torpedo their career. They are their own failure despite the possibility of success. But I think another misconception is we see some people who are very famous and probably on the front cover of newspapers today who are a jerk. They're just mean people. They don't treat their employees well. They don't have any balance. They don't reinvest in their talent. And I think that's the number one mistake I see leaders making when they're trying to reach that unicorn status, is burning out your high quality people. So I actually, yes, Jeff Bezos is hard to work for, but he's not a jerk. He invests in you, he challenges you, he gives you opportunities to grow. He makes sure you're your best self every single day, but he's not mean, he's not unkind, but he's also not easy. But I think those are probably the biggest mistakes I see, or the misunderstandings.
And do you think these inherent qualities can be learned and developed by anyone?
I 100% think that anyone can learn these qualities. I myself am very timid by nature. I am not really bold and risk-taking, but being in tech taught me those patterns. So trust me, if I was able to shift from a timid, risk-averse person, I think anyone can. There's ways to improve our IQ, our curiosity, our willingness to fail, our willingness to be misunderstood. And the hard answer is, it's through practice. It's through showing up every day and proving to yourself that you're able to be better today than you were yesterday. I highly recommend, there's an amazing podcast episode just from a couple weeks ago. The podcast is called The Huberman Lab. I don't know if we have fans here. I'm obsessed with it. But Andrew Huberman is a neuroscientist at Stanford, and he interviews some of the leading thought leaders, business leaders, scientists in the world to use scientific method to have a more successful life. And he has an episode 2 weeks ago about tenacity, where he proves that you can literally expand and densify the part of your brain connected with tenacity. So even the ability to show up and fail, despite how painful it is something we literally can grow like a muscle. And so I think these qualities of a unicorn leader can be learned by anyone, but you have to be willing to put in the work over and over again.
Yeah, and I also think these qualities also apply to people that are not founders or CEO themselves. So yeah, what do you think? Yeah.
Absolutely agree. I actually think it's really most powerful when I see it in mid-level management, when people approach their work and their responsibilities within the organization as an intrapreneur, where we're using all of the best practices of entrepreneurship as an individual contributor. And I think the real unsung heroes of organizations are mid-level leaders who are taking the vision that's coming from their SVPs and translating that into metrics and motivations and guidelines for their direct reports. That is where the magic happens. If we don't have a really strong middle management, no company can reach their unicorn status.
So you partner with VCs across Europe to help them identify and develop the next generation of tech leadership. What stands out to you about the European tech community and also about the Spanish one?
This is probably the favorite part of my career journey, honestly, right now. So I really enjoyed the first 15 years of my career in Silicon Valley, in Seattle. I moved to Spain almost 6 years ago. And I think one of the greatest joys of my life has been translating these best practices of Silicon Valley to entrepreneurs here in Europe. I've been able to discover the single thread of what's universally true and to recognize patterns and help accelerate the success of CEOs here. I actually also firmly believe that there was one of the few benefits of the pandemic was we were able to prevent the brain drain and keep a lot of talent here in Europe that otherwise probably would have gone to the States. And I'm really committed to paying forward the lessons of entrepreneurship that I learned from Amazon and Google and applying that here to the European model. It absolutely applies. Yes, there are different challenges here in Europe than in the States. There are pros and cons to being an entrepreneur here versus the States, but I do think there's some universal truths. So partnering with VCs to help them discover and cultivate and build up the next generation of leadership brings me so much joy. Yeah.
Thank you. So as you said, you live here in Valencia. We're here in Valencia. You lived and worked in two of the top tech hubs, Seattle first and then Silicon Valley. What do you think, or what makes this city, this region different? What can we make to have more opportunities in the global tech community? Or what can we take advantage of? What do you think are the main difference you see between the top tech hubs and the, I would say, second tier maybe, but tell us a bit about that.
There are definitely some challenges, but I see a big shift towards what, if you asked me that 10 years ago, I would have said the biggest challenges are you have less access to funding, you have less access to the talent and the people you need, and to the risk tolerance. Just culturally, the risk tolerance to be an entrepreneur.
Agreed.
My answer is different now. I mean, I think those three things are more challenging here than in the States. But I've seen a beautiful shift towards a community like this room today. The fact that you're all here today is a perfect example of a change in the tide. So I encourage you to use events like Valencia Digital Summit and others to find world-class talent, to bring the highest quality people around you, whether they're working for you or co-founding with you or just part of your entrepreneurial support group. I think number one for me, the number one success indicator is the quality of people you have around you. I've seen so many business plans of like, you've got world-class patents and an incredible business plan that fails because you don't have the right people in the right seats with the right level of training and seniority and experience to execute on that plan. And this is what gets me really excited about startups in Europe right now. There's incredible talent. So if I were to pick just one thing that's the biggest indicator of future success, it's the quality of people you have around you.
Thank you. So we have 1.5 minutes left. Last question.
Okay.
What excites you most about the future of tech? 1 minute.
Just a quick, what's the future? What excites me most is we're in a moment of time right now that I feel like I've been in twice before. Right now we're in a moment in tech that is not an evolution, it's a revolution. And that comes with a lot of disruption. So that's terrifying a lot of people. But I'm extremely excited about it because I've seen the incredible uptick in success and impact that we can have in moments like this. I've been through the dot-com bust where we got really, really excited and then we got really challenged. And so it's a nice refining fire. We really find out who has the ability to adjust, pivot, and use emerging technology successfully. I saw this again in 2008 economic crisis. We saw it in just the beginning during the pandemic. And now with generative AI, everything is about to change. Everything upon which the internet has been built is now being flipped upside down. If I had a crystal ball, I would be a billionaire and invest in whatever's next. I don't know, but that excites me because I think we're going to see some really incredible talent come out, and I expect it to be people from this room. Yeah.
Thank you. So thank you, Anne. Thank you for being with us another year. We hope to have you with us for the coming years. And if you really enjoy his conversation, what she's telling us, I recommend to buy her book. It's really fantastic. And yeah, a big applause for her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. It was a pleasure having you, and stay with us forever, please. I want you to have you here every single year. Okay, so thank you both for sharing your perspectives, and we're switching a little bit of gears. We were talking about leadership in a second ago, and now we're going to go to the investment side. And this is a question I get all the time. Well, first of all, before I do that, like, you don't see it from there, but if you look around, like, the room is packed. I think it's the first time I've ever seen this room packed. So this applause for all of you there. Big applause for you all for packing the room. So this is a question I get all the time. It's like, oh, okay, so I'm looking for a VC. I'm looking for an investor. And I always say, what type of investor are you looking for? It's like, what, are they different types? It's like, yes, not everyone invests in the same way. Not everyone appreciates the same things. Not everyone focuses on the same metrics. So to talk precisely about this, about which is the best VC for a startup, either the athlete, the connector, or the intellectual, please welcome our three different type of VCs. Big applause to Aquilino Peña, founder and managing director at Kivo Ventures. Big applause to Aquilino, please. Come on, big applause. To join Aquilino, we have Iñaki Arrola, partner at K-Fund. Big applause to Iñaki. Hey, come on, we can do better. And to join Iñaki, Samuel Gil, managing partner at GME Ventures. Thank you. And to run the show, please welcome our dear good friend Esther Molina, journalist at D+I at El Español.
Thank you so much, Alex. We see each other again. I'm glad, because the last time, I guess, it was in South Summit in Madrid. Good morning, everyone. Let me say, it's a big pleasure for me to see this amazing summit stage completely full. And let me, first of all, to thank to the organization of this Valencia Digital Summit for bringing me here. It's my first time, actually, in the Valencia Digital Summit, but I'm pretty sure it's going not to be the last. So, quickly, I am, yes, Esther Molina. I am a technology journalist, and yes, I used to write in D+I El Español, but also in Forbes magazine, also in Elle magazine, and I am also an entrepreneur. I am the co-founder and CEO of Wildcom, a PR agency, and the co-founder of Female Startup Leaders. Let me say hello, because I am dying to say hello to them, the real protagonist of this panel, to Aquilino Peña, Iñaki Arrola, Samuel Gil, to begin with. How are you all, guys? How is treating you this 2023? Iñaki?
Fine, thanks.
Okay. I would like to start asking you about how would you define the investment market in Spain today? Which one wants to start?
Old
Maybe
people,
Aquilino?
old people first.
Okay. Wow, Tasca, first Tasca in this panel. Aquilino.
We love each other, so we can do it easily.
I'll call it experience.
You can take the reply after the question.
So I think this is it's really not a great year in terms of investment and things happening. So I would say it's a pretty quiet year in Spain. But having said that, and we all know that, we all feel that, all our companies are looking for money and they don't really find it very quickly. But having said that, which is a reality, the numbers that we will end up seeing in 23 are much larger than the ones of 19, 18, and 20. So we've gone down from years 21 and 22, but we're still growing versus 19, which probably says that innovation keeps pumping up good companies and good businesses, and investors like ourselves are still putting money in the business. So it's probably a bad year when we compare it with the last year or the last 2 years, but not that bad if we look at the long term. That's probably
Samuel?
Yeah, it's exactly as Aquilino said. I think we are ending the hangover phase from 2020, 2021, also the first half of 2022. So I think we are going back to normal. So I wouldn't say that this is a very negative moment in the market. It's like more like going back to the normal thing. It might be anecdotal, but in our case, since the summer, we are seeing more activity. Actually, I've been doing venture capital for the last 10 years, and the last 9-10 months was the months with the least activity that I've seen. But right now, at least for us, it's picking up again. We are seeing again great companies. We are trying to invest in great founders again, and I think it's slowly going back to a normal, to a more sustainable path.
Iñaki.
The only thing I would add is that maybe the strange years were 20 and 21, and maybe we are in the correct ones in terms of understanding that many times an excess of money is not great for nobody, and it's not great for startups, because if you can raise too much money from many people, sometimes it's not the better, because sometimes the best investor is not ourselves, it's not the lead, the connector, the intellectual who. Finally, I don't know who is who, but it's no one, it's your clients. So many times the best situation is not the exuberant one. Yeah.
Look, I was thinking because a few weeks ago in Sevilla, I was talking with Laura González Estefani. I guess you all know her. It's the founder and CEO of another VC. It's called The Venture City. She used to be in Miami, but she said to me, I don't understand the panic, because 2023 is maybe the best year to invest. And I was like, what? I don't know if you agree with her, Iñaki.
Yeah, totally agree. Also because entrepreneurs deeply understand how much money they need for the business, and also because many times best companies are always funded in good and bad times, and also because what I said before. I don't know, guys, if you agree with that.
Aquilino.
Well, the thing is that today there is probably, I would say, less competition that we used to have 2-3 years ago, because we still compete amongst each other, and good deals are still very competitive. Having said that, lots of international funds are not around, lots of fund investors, and I call fund investors like big business angels that suddenly start to invest without any logic in here. Some corporates, hedge funds, banks, all these people have gone away. So now it's more on, I would say, more of a pure market when you have entrepreneurs and venture capitalists. So that's probably, we have less money available, but I think the money that's available is more knowledgeable, and that's good for entrepreneurs. And for us, it's good because we compete against each other, and we do not compete to people that put money very quickly. And this year, deals are also very slow moving, so you don't have to rush and take an investment decision in 1 week, which probably it's a receipt for doing a bad investment. So I think everything is much more, I would say, pure or more stable. No? So I would agree that it's a good time to invest, but companies, but that's for us, from an investor standpoint. For companies, I think it's harder because the bar has gone up. Given that there is less available capital, the capital is much more selective. So the bar has gone up for startups in terms of team quality, ambition, even traction before we invest. So I think for startup honestly is harder, I would say.
A good moment.
Yeah.
Samuel.
Yes, so if you invest in the public markets, when is the best moment to invest? When the market is down or when it's up? The problem is that our emotions kind of push us to do the wrong thing, which is to invest at the peak and to sell at the bottom, right? So as Aquilino said, if you have the money right now, it's an excellent moment to invest. The problem is that we as funds, we also need to fundraise. So we need to go to investors and convince them to give us money, to deploy it in startups. And it's hard because even though you tell them right now is actually the best moment to invest, some of them, don't see it that way. So it's a mixed.
Okay. Maybe we have to talk about the title of the panel. Which is the best VC for startup? The athlete, the connector, or the intellectual? I don't know if you guys recognize yourself in one of these, I don't know.
Aquilino
no?
is the intellectual. That's the only thing we...
Yeah, and Iñaki should be the maybe the connector. He sends emails every day.
For sure.
Says like, you should meet these people or this other one.
And
Samu, clearly the athlete. He's on a quest to get lots of marathons around the globe. So.
What do you think?
It's interesting because I've never heard about this framework in my life, but in case it exists, what I would recommend startups is to have diversity among your investors. If you can have one of each category, much better for you.
Exactly. What sector do you consider offer the greatest opportunity on this 2023? Which one have you invested the most, maybe, if you want to share, in between 2022 and 2023? Aquilino, for example.
Well, if we look at the things that we've done this year, one, I think investors always like the last one. So, and I would say the last one has been Mitiga Solution, which is a company that applies data science to understand how big or how deep climate risk will be. So, for example, we help California in understanding the wildfires, how far they are going to go, and we do that with technology. So it's a spin-off of the Barcelona Supercomputer Center, and that's a company that we founded because we've been doing lots of tech applied to climate risk, which probably is a very broad concept, but we found these companies in Barcelona. It's a fantastic team. We did this with Microsoft Climate Innovation Fund and the largest US insurance company for farmers, because we try to understand how temperatures will go when rains drop, and that's all good for farming, for real estate, for mortgages and the like. No? So I think that type of companies with science applied to a big problem is the type of things that we like, and so I would say that has opened a whole array of new companies that we've discovered, which is climate-related or climate risk-related technologies.
Mm-hmm. Iñaki, in your case?
So we got 3 funds investing right now in different stages, and what I would say is that we are super agnostic, even though we are more focused on the B2B side, especially the biggest fund, which has more an angle of deep tech, AI, or stuff like that. But at the end of the day, we always say that it must be entrepreneurs who tell us where are the correct places. So even though I've been on the operator side, because I was an internet entrepreneur a long time ago, right now I feel that entrepreneurs are the ones that should tell us where the sweet spot should be, and actually we are receiving things on many fields. Yeah.
Samuel.
I am very proud of my fellow investors here because we have all avoided to say the word AI, which is the one that many people would be expecting. I strongly agree with Iñaki. So I have very few strongly held beliefs, but this is one of those. And I feel that entrepreneurs are much better than investors at identifying blank spaces in markets and, to build the companies to fill those voids, and that's what we do. We are bottom-up investors, always trying to partner with the best entrepreneurs. But to give you some examples, lately some companies we're investing in, they have to do with fintech, infrastructure, cybersecurity, also crypto, which is again one technology, crypto, yeah, blockchain crypto, which is another technology going through a winter, and I think there are still good opportunities there.
Okay. From your experience, what factors do you think have to happen here in Spain to contribute to the growth of the investment market here? Samuel, for example.
Yes. Actually, I answered to a similar question this week, and I think in Spain, most of the founders still have a business background, and I expect many more founders with scientific or technical backgrounds, starting companies. Same for investors. Most of investors in Spain have business degree, laws, and so on. So I think it would be very beneficial for the ecosystem if more people with a technical or scientific background decide to start a company, because the problems they would tackle are different. And I think that the real breakthrough companies will possibly be built by founders with this kind of backgrounds.
Iñaki.
I would say it's a matter of time. We are a great country, and things are going to happen over here. Maybe we are not that quick as other ecosystems, but our bet is that we will make a lot of money, because right now we can invest in great entrepreneurs that will build huge companies in the future, even though we're not only investing in Spain. But regarding Spain, that would be my biggest answer.
Aquilino.
Yeah, I agree a lot with Samu on the fact that we need more technical founders and people that tackle big issues with technology. And in that sense, we need also second-time founders that have much more ambition, and they want to really go wild with what they want to achieve. And if you've built a company, you've sold it, you've paid your house, and all your basic needs are required, then you want to go with more ambition. And in my case, I've seen that personally with Pedro Castillo, the founder of Devo, very technical, extremely technical founder that built Devo. Devo is a company that we started in 2012. And it's a $2 billion company with 600 people in data management and cybersecurity. And now he started a new one on data management. And this company, he's done it like bulletproof, very rigorous understanding of what he needs to achieve with the right people, building a world-class team. Based between the US and Spain, and that's a good example. Or another example is Rebecca Minguela with Clarity. We backed her in early days in our Fund 1, sold the company to Groupon, stayed in Groupon, Banco Santander, and then started a new company that's really ambitious and on the ESG and for public equities, and is building a big fintech, between Spain and New York, And we need more of those, and it's time, It takes time and exits and experience. And on the investor side, I'm very critical, because I think our local funds are very small. So, we are very proud of what we've achieved. The three of us have, I think we are also entrepreneurs, and we are happy with what we have achieved, but we are very small, so we cannot give full support to the founders we work with. So we would need bigger funds. We would need more capital available to invest in local companies, because it takes like 250 million to build a very big company, and any of us can invest 10, 15, 20 million at most in a single company. So who puts the other 280? So we need more people that can put that capital, and not just the Americans or larger European funds. So because having local investors, I think is a big asset for founders, and we need to have larger funds.
Listening to you and talking about this, I was wondering, what is really left to do? Maybe you have tested this startup ecosystem here in Spain, and maybe you have think, okay, maybe the government can do more, maybe the startups can do more. I don't know if you have something to say.
Well, very quickly, we need to give good returns. So the better returns we give, the more capital we attract. So that's on our side. And on let's say on the more structural side, I would say that big pension funds and mutual funds and fondos de empleo need to invest more heavily in our asset class and in venture capital and private equity. And that depends on certain regulation that needs to change, because we have a cap on the commissions that fondos de empleo can charge, and we are obviously on the high side on the management fees. So we need to move that in order for pension funds to get for them to be able to invest in the asset class, because obviously we have larger management fees, but our returns are on the high teens, early 20s, so that's much better than the 3.5 that T-bills give, no?
Samuel, Iñaki, are you agree?
Well, the one that has more experience about this is Aquilino, because he has been on that side, especially speaking with regulators, and we owe him a lot of things around what happened on the law of startups that was approved like not a long time ago, which I think it's the first thing that we needed. There's more things, of course, but it was one of those things that we needed something. We didn't have nothing, and which is, I think, something really interesting. But I fully agree with a matter of the combination of all of what we're saying. It's a matter of how much time passes while we do things. Funnily, right now we are raising. We're not raising. We will start raising one fund, and the most nice part of the actual situation is that because our funds were great funds on their first vintages, now we're attracting investors because time passed and because we could invest on nice entrepreneurs. So I think it's a loop that is starting, and maybe I always like to look forward, but also look of what we've done before. So yeah, we're.
Samuel.
Yeah, just to cover the side of the entrepreneurs here, I think governments should be really careful, because one pattern we see is that second-time entrepreneurs, when they are really experienced, they are more, or they tend sometimes to start companies abroad, like in Delaware or in other geographies, because they know how the game works, and they might think there might be some advantages there. So I'm pretty sure companies will be started, because entrepreneurs cannot help themselves but to, start the company because they have this fire within themselves. But they can choose, because right now you can virtually start a company with 3 clicks. You can open a company abroad. So if the regulation is not good enough here, they will choose to go anywhere else, which is a catastrophe for the country. So.
Sorry, and on second-time entrepreneurs, I forgot to mention our good friend Iker Marcaide, who's having a significant impact here in Valencia. No? Samu and I back Iker early days also when they did their Series A, and ever since the company has grown to a 4-point-something billion valuation, and thanks to that, Iker he was telling me yesterday he's doing venture debt, impact. He's doing the El Barrio La Pineda. He's doing a number of things, no? So that's how value keeps moving in the system, no? And I think that's very good, because there is a bunch of entrepreneurs that will benefit from Iker's experience, Iker's capital, and connections, no? So it's great.
It's not Iker Marcaide here, right? Because I met someone from his team just before this panel. No, right? Okay.
Iker doesn't need VC money.
I guess he's coming tomorrow. We have like 4 minutes left, and I would like to, just for the conclusion, but looking for the future, what are the perspectives, Samuel? Will we see more, balance in the ecosystem between investors and startups?
What do you mean with more balance? Like
from the situation, from the last 2 years.
Yeah, I think it takes time. So we've been doing this in the USA. They've been doing this for 70 years. Here, I would say we've been doing this for 20 years, and you cannot accelerate some things. I think we're doing a great job as an ecosystem. Things are moving reasonably fast. Everyone is learning fast. But we need more experience, and it will happen over time. But I think we have really strong foundations. We have excellent universities, business schools, a decent amount of money to invest in companies. So I think we have, of course, we have an amazing country based place in the world to live and hopefully to start companies. So I think we have all the ingredients here. So it's just a matter of, letting them grow a little bit.
Iñaki.
I fully agree. When you speak with international investors, they tell you many times that Spain is kind of the hidden gem of Europe, and I'm fully confident that this will happen in the next year. So nothing to add on what Samuel said.
Aquilino.
Yeah, I don't really think there is an imbalance, or I mean, there used to be a big imbalance a few years ago. I don't think that. I think we are like, if I have to quote a famous VC called Iñaki Arrola, good companies always find good investors. No? So I don't know any good project that goes unfunded, and that was the case not that far away. No, so I think we have everything is kind of in place. No, so we need time and success stories.
I think it's like when you throw a penalty kick, so the striker always thinks that the goal is very small and the goalkeeper thinks that the goal is very big. So investors will always think that there aren't enough good companies, and companies will always think there isn't enough money. So, but I think that's the healthy balance between capital and companies.
Come to us. We want to invest.
Well, actually, if they want to connect with you, how can they do?
Mine is easy, because if you add Arrola at kfund.vc, you got my email. So super easy.
Okay. Aquilino?
Aquilino at kiboventures.com or aquilino@gmail.com.
Samuel at jme.vc.
Well, that's it. A gift for the last time. Aquilino Peña, founder and managing director from Kibo Ventures. Samuel Gil, manager partner from JME Venture. Iñaki Arrola, partner from CaFound. Big applause for them, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Esther. Aquilino, are you sure you don't want to speak French?
He knows how to.
Thank you, guys. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this session. It was really, really interesting. So we keep on the high stakes right now. I'm just very curious to see this. How many of you here have an account with Revolut? Raise your hands. Wow. I don't know if you've seen, I'm pretty sure Felipe is going to show this, but like the growth of Revolut, especially in Spain in the last year, has been spectacular. So precisely to talk about how you scale success, how you take a fintech company, turn it into a unicorn, and then you lead it into hypergrowth. We have our next speaker, which actually it's really fascinating, his background. He used to work at Santander UK for more than a decade, but for the last 4 years, nearly 5 years, he was a chief information officer at Santander UK. Then he jumped a little bit more into the startup world. He was senior director and enterprise architect at Finastra. And last but not least, he landed in the fintech of the time. So he's currently the CIO and the management board member at Revolut. So please welcome to talk about unicorns. Big applause to Felipe Peñagova.
Gracias, Alex. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in this wonderful city. Revolut. Let's start with a short survey so that we stretch ourselves. For people looking at the phones and the laptops, I'm going to ask a couple of questions. You just need to raise your hand. So, how many of you have heard of Revolut? Raise your hands. Leave it there. How many of you have the app installed? How many of you have used Revolut in the last 3 months? Let's include the summer as well. How many of you have used Revolut the last week? Not so many. I will come to that, because it's part of the story that I want to share about the success of Revolut, but also how much we still have to do, how much is still there to do for our customers and to keep on growing and to serve their needs. This is the title slide, but I love it. I could actually do the 20-minute presentation just with this slide. It says 5 words, one app, all things money. One app suggests that we want to be global. We are kind of global already. We have one single instance, one single app that is available in 38 countries across 4 different continents. The last 2 countries we have added to the list are as remote as New Zealand and Brazil. So we are no longer, although our main business is still in Europe, we are no longer just an European company with great ambitions to keep on growing. And then the second part, all things money. So we are not just a bank or a fintech. We want to do as much as possible to serve the needs of our customers, people and businesses on the financial space. And that could be directly selling financial services products, but also helping them through other experiences through their life that have some needs, some embedded needs regarding money. So what is Revolut? What do? We like to say that we are creating 2 ecosystems. There are 2 separate apps, but they share a lot of the same principles, the same design, the same obsession for customer needs and customer experience. We have one for personal customers. It says 30 million customers. I always have to put in these presentations the plus, because we are already at 35 million customers. That's how fast we are growing. And then we have an app for business customers, of which we have 1.1 million customers already. So we are growing fast. We have a decent size. It's not where we want to be. We want to keep on growing, obviously. We have a third app as well, just to mention, which is what we call under 18. So we are very successful on providing basic needs for minors, for children. Obviously, all compliant with the parents' control. And this is a very nice and very successful pipeline or funnel for future adults that will keep on growing Revolut. So that's also kind of a third element, which, if you like, is part of feeding customers into the personal space. So I love this slide. It tells me, it helps me share a lot of stories about our growth. We started just 8 years ago in London. In these 8 years, we have come to this scale that I was sharing, 35 million customers in all the way, launching in so many countries, fundraising so much money, helping us keep on expanding. But this slide is also really good to illustrate our startup spirit, our day one mentality, can-do mentality, that we are not losing despite of this success and despite of this size. One of the challenges that I can explain with this slide is that whenever I have to present in some places like this one, especially when it's a very well organized and strict, they tell me, please, can you send me the slides 1 month in advance? And I have to put numbers there. So look at this photo here. It says 30 million customers. That was early July, this year, early July. We got together in Canary Wharf in London. We took the photos to celebrate 30 million customers. Today we have 35. So I didn't even have time to take this photo to any conference. We have to change it. And also helps me illustrate, it says day one here at the start of the journey with the 2 founders, Nick and Vlad. But we have that day one mentality here at the end as well. This is a story that illustrates this very well. So we use very much Google Cloud and Google solutions for this. We have been using them from the very beginning. So they selected us because Google is trying to expand significantly in the fintech sector and neobank sector. We worked together to come up with a very nice success story with a lot of detail. So when we are reviewing that before publishing, Google had taken some stats from some place repository saying we had this many number of customers, this many number of transactions in a month. When I reviewed that, that was no longer the case. We were almost double that. So I said, okay, guys, we need to update this. And then talking to the brand and to the IT guys, we said, but how can we do it? Because we put a number now, and 6 months later, we are going to have the same problem. And then as a joke, I posted in Slack. We use Slack very much. Guys, we need to build an API and connect it to Google so that the Google success story tells you the data, real time. It was a joke. Left it there. Then the next day, I opened the thread in Slack, and one of our engineers had asked someone in the team, can you build this API for Felipe? We're going to use it for Google. In the afternoon, that engineer said, I've got it. It's there. Let's do some testing. And the next day in the morning, I was asked, okay, how do we integrate? What's the plan from Google? What do we do? And I was, guys, this was a joke, but okay, perhaps this is a good idea. So I'm trying to illustrate the day one can-do mentality and also our organization, how we are set up, action-oriented, to make those things happen. We didn't end up using the API because perhaps it was a little bit of an overkill. It wasn't needed. But it illustrates very well, if we understand the value and we know what to do, how fast we can progress. So how do we, let me go a little bit more in detail of our proposition. So in the retail space, personal banking space, and disclaimer, so much happened at Revolut that in the last month, after I submitted the slides, we have redesigned the app, we have changed our logo, and did a complete rebranding. So this is not the latest version, but it helps illustrate what we do. So first, and this is where we started, we offer payment services. We offer cards that you can use anywhere in the world. If you pay in foreign currency, you will have a very competitive spread with no fee. You can do transfers anywhere in the world as well. So this is what we call send, spend. We also do savings and investments. So you can buy stocks, you can buy crypto, you can open savings vaults. Since recently, you can also contract money market funds. And then we offer additional services around traveling. Many of them are not related to financial services. You can book your stays, you can book airport lounges, you can have travel insurance. And on top of that, and this is the upper part of the slide, we have subscription services, so monthly packages for our most active customers that rather than paying on a one-by-one basis when they do transactions, they can pay a monthly fee, and they have either free transactions or bigger limits or more services, better services for them. This provides us a very nice recurrent income stream that is obviously good for us and good for our valuation and for keep on funding our growth. Similarly for business, we have all those services that I have mentioned for retail, but on top of that, we have additional ones that help directors and owners run their business. We have integration with payroll systems, expenses, invoice, cash flow forecast. We have APIs that the startups can integrate into their systems for checkout purposes, for pulling balances, transactions. So we very much offer the traditional banking services, but also our technology to help startups or businesses leverage and get more value from their bank. Long-term vision, and this is something we have started. We think that the greatest value, apart from what we have just discussed, is on actually connecting the two ecosystems, finding ways where we can manage and do for the customer both legs of the transaction. So think of payroll systems, where we can manage the payroll for a company, but also we can offer the employees the option to get the salary advance during the month without waiting for the day of the month where the salary is paid. That's something we already have, for instance. Or pay with Revolut, instant payments that doesn't need to go through any kind of payment scheme or through Visa, MasterCard, where the money is there, real time, you can control it, full transparency, free, no cost for us, no cost for the customers. So this is also a space of connecting those two ecosystems that, of course, we are very hopeful and looks very promising. We'll skip, for the time, we'll skip this one. So how do we do it? What is driving us? What is allowing us to get where we have got today and also to be so hopeful that we can continue? 3 things. On the vision. We think we are trying to reinvent how the world does money. Don't know if you know that quote, gradually, then suddenly. Does anyone in the audience know where it comes from? Is you a clue? It's from a novel written by an American author and journalist who spent a good time in Spain. Any names? Ernest Hemingway wrote The Sun Also Rises, well better known as Fiesta. And this is the story of one of the characters explaining how he got bankrupted in the Great Depression. His answer was, gradually, and then suddenly. This is how industries are disrupted. This is how industries are transformed. The example in the slide is Netflix and Blockbuster. I don't know if for those that if you are too young, perhaps you don't even know what Blockbuster was, but it's a very telling story of how Netflix at the beginning was small, was not perceived as a threat by Blockbuster. They even had the chance to buy them for $50 million back in 2000, just 20 years ago. They could have bought Netflix by $50 million. And the CEO of Blockbuster laughed at that. Why? These guys, no, they have no clue how this business works. They had a big clue. They knew how the business will be working in 20 years' time, which is today. So we humbly, but we like to believe that we want to transform how banking works, to disrupt the banking industry, because how banking should look like in 20 years is probably more akin to how Revolut works than how the traditional banks work today. So advice for startups, look for an industry that is ripe for disruption. Look for an industry that gives you this opportunity to actually push it through. Another one, mission. Make all things money easier. Who does need branches today? Not this dinosaur there. I mean, it's funny, no? Why, if money doesn't grow on trees, why banks have branches? Perhaps in the past it was needed. In the digital time that we are today, do we need branches? This is just an overcost. And of course, if banks are looking for a profit, they are going to pass it to customers. So do we need those branches? Do we need that obsolete business models, operating models? And keep it simple. The one in the right is very funny. I don't know if it happens anymore, but when I grew up, really you went into a branch and you had this pen with a chain that it was, heavily stuck there so that you couldn't steal it. So I'm here to put my money on you, and you don't trust me with your pen? Is this the right relationship we want to have here? So again, keep it simple. Make it intuitive. Think of the customer. Next one, purpose. We need to solve real problems. We need to serve customer needs. We are not here just to invent products and push them and to force customers to buy them. We are here to understand the customer, what point of their lives they are, what is the experience they are going through. If they are traveling, they will need travel insurance, they will need to book a hotel, they will need perhaps to have some foreign currency exchange if they go to internationally. So we need to first understand the customer and then come up with how we help them, not define a product and push it to the market. I like to say, to illustrate this, that people don't buy mortgages, do they? They buy houses. And buying a house is probably once in your lifetime. It's such an important experience, stressful. You have to look for the house. You are not sure, is this the house I want? Your wife says, no, I want this other house. I want a bigger garden. We don't have enough money saved. And then banks are pushing, just buy my mortgage. Come on, help them through the process. If you know that someone is getting married, they are going to have children, well, you probably would guess that they might be looking for a better house. So why don't you help them think of saving, calculating how much they have to have for the initial deposit, how long they will have to be saving in the current market conditions to have access to the right house. Help them on that, on the experience of buying a house. Don't just wait for the moment to push your mortgage saying this is the best deal, the best price, buy it. So you need to be constantly obsessed by the customer experience here. So we like to believe, and this is true. I mean, I found this looking for nice memes to show, but we truly believe that in the future, we might not even need banks. Of course, we need financial needs from customers to be served, obviously. But do we need banks? Or are those the banks that we know today? Not necessarily. I want to do a little bit of marketing on Spain. I'm based in London, but it's my home country, obviously. And this is paying off. I mean, we need to be humble. There's so much work we still need to do. Even if we have this number of customers, we can do much more for them. We are still not a mature bank that offers all kinds of services, all kinds of products. But look at, perhaps we have 2 minutes. Look at this, using the gradually, then suddenly. Look at the graph here. This year, so far, this is market share. New customers or new accounts opened. In Spain, 12.8% of new accounts have been opened with Revolut. It's only just below BBVA with 14% and above Santander and Caixa. When I saw this, I didn't believe it. That's not true. You are kidding me. That's not true. Show me the small print. No, this is happening. And the amazing thing is, if you look at the previous years, as the graph says, last year we were only at 5%. And the year before, we were a 0 point something, not even at 1% market share. So it's happening. It's happening. So we are also doing more products. Lending, we are working on mortgages, but that's a complex product, so it will take time until we can launch. And then I will come back to the survey that I did at the beginning. So with all that, obviously what we want, I don't know if it's going to be next year, in 2 years' time, when I come back to this forum and ask the same question, I would like you all guys to stay with your hand raised until the last question. So there is a lot of work pending, but there is a lot of promising things happening, not only done by Revolut in the industry, that suggest that we are in the right path. Thanks everyone.
Thank you, Felipe. Right on time. I was like, he's not going to make it. Wow, amazing. Thank you so much. I hope that a lot more of you open an account at Revolut, okay? We have the boss here. If you have any complaints, you call him. Anyway, so we're moving from a unicorn to then bigger questions, which is, how do you achieve a unicorn? What kind of strategies can you pursue to then sell your company, not just value it, but sell your company for over $1 billion? It was interesting. I was recently, you won't believe where I was, but I was recently in Azerbaijan, and I was talking with some of the startups there, and they were asking me, what do we need to do to make a $1 billion company? And I'm like, eat a lot of cereals, okay? It takes time, but it also takes strategy. So precisely to talk about what kind of strategies you can follow to achieve this milestone, please welcome our next panel. So big applause to Miguel Mike Santos, CEO and Head of Strategy at Technisys and Galileo Financial Technologies. Big applause to Mike. Thank you for joining. To join him, we have Marta Cruz, Managing Partner at NXTP Ventures. Big applause to Marta too, please. And to run the show, big applause to Desiree Ayala, leader at Seed at Ernst & Young, EY. Big applause. Desiree, floor is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Well, so this is the sexy panel, right? How to sell a company for $1 million. Incredible. Who doesn't want it, right? So here we are. Welcome, everybody. Bienvenidos todos. Aquí, hispanohablantes. We're going to make the best in English, for sure, so we can be able to share all the experience that they got, right? So here we got Marta Cruz, one of the first female investors in Latin region and successful investor, really. And of course, we got Mike Santos, the rock star, with the magic key, of course, of this answer, right? So let me please give an applause for them for being here. Thank you for that. And maybe you can introduce yourselves, right?
Okay,
Marta, go
thank
ahead.
you, Desiree. And well, congratulations for the organize of this amazing event. It's incredible. It's my first time here. Well, I am Marta Cruz. I am managing partner of NXTP Venture. NXTP Venture is a VC firm that invests in B2B early stage startup focused in Latin America, and that have the possibility to become a global at the final of the day. On the other, well, we invest in 200 companies, 200 startups from 2011 up to now. Our ticket size is 500 million to 3 million for the first check, and then we have the possibility to make a follow-on. And we have 6 unicorns in our portfolio.
Congratulations.
On the other hand, I am a co-founder and president of 2 communities. One of them is Emprendedora LAC, is the community of women tech entrepreneurs. And the other is We Invest, the community that the members are women investor focused in startup too, that has 300 women investors across 24 countries that represent 200 funds. And I am here, on the other hand, in order to launch We Invest in Valencia. We have an ambassador here that is Patricia Pastor.
Very nice. Thank you for that. Mike, whenever you want.
How are you? Well, nowadays I'm unemployed. I think that, no, seriously. I'm a father of 2. I'm also a DJ, by the way. And yeah, well, we managed to build a very successful company in the digital banking technology space. Also, nowadays, I'm an LP for Andreessen Horowitz, Sequoia, and a few other VCs. So we're looking for projects. I built my own family office with somewhat 20 investments already, including 3 startups in Spain. Going, it's a fintech, very cool. Lucia, a very interesting project in the AI space. I don't know if any of you tried it. And Brand Track, a music project. So thank you, Desiree, for the warm introduction, and ready for any question.
Fantastic, Mike. Thank you very much. So first of all, for both of you, just to understand the market conditions about the VC industry, right? The venture capital industry, and of course, the impact investment industry too. So bringing all above, let's say, Marta, having witnessed all the evolution of the venture capital industry back in Latam, for sure, in the region, what are the Latam market conditions right now for the Spanish or the Europe or the world startups, you know?
Well, first of all, I make some introduction, give some information about what is Latin American countries. We have a very big region with 600 million of people and 6 trillion of GDP. That means the population is double than the United States population, and the GDP is 40% of China and 2x of India. Okay, Latin America is a big market, and it's a big opportunity for all the startups around the world, not only for Latin American startup. When I started investing in 2011, according to LAVCA, that is the Latin American Venture Capital Association, the total venture capital industry was $148 million. That means that is what one transaction is right now, maybe in a Series C of a startup, okay? In 2021, when was the hype, the total deployed capital in venture capital, especially in early stage, was $15 billion, and last year decreased to 8 million, but is a lot. That means there are a lot of opportunities for a startup around the world looking for Latin America. On the other hand, the startup in Latin America are very good startup, very good teams like Mike and Technisys team that has the possibility to become global. In fact, I have many companies in my portfolio that has operation in more than 20 countries around the world, including, of course, Spain and the rest of Europe.
Great, fantastic. On the other side, Mike, just to make sure we can know your magic keys, right? So how do you manage, how does a Latin American company manage to build this billion-dollar company, right?
Well, we started very early. We started in the late 90s, 99, and we bootstrapped the company. We were 10 years bootstrapping before doing the first investment round. And I think if I have to choose a couple of qualities, I gave an entire speech on this, but if I have to choose 2 qualities, I think we've been 3-time innovators in a very rough market, which is the banking market. So first time was a digital accelerator for mobile and web. That was in the 90s, like 99 or so. Second time was a next generation core banking platform, which is the main component the bank used for processing transactions, making payments, etc. So it's a very tough market. There's only 4 or 5 in the world next generation today. And the last one was an AI 2 years ago for banking customer assistance, which is covering nowadays 83% of containment. That means it's solving automatically 83% of all tickets sent to the tool. And so that means the age of call center is done, just like that, in a second. So, and then I'd say that the other, and eventually, that was what drove the acquisition. It was a product-based acquisition, so that was one of the keys. Other key, of course, the team. You cannot do anything like that by yourself, or even with the founding team. You need a lot of very, very smart hands to join you. And we focused a lot on that. Remember that we launched 16 markets, more than 10 countries with local presence, reaching almost 200 million end users with the platform. So it was a big thing, and really you need a lot of smart people to pull that off. So innovation and the team, I would say, was probably the two main factors.
And the 10 years of bootstrapping. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, we started 10 years before the market, so that was painful too. I mean, we are here telling a good story and fun, and successful, but to be really honest, there was a lot of also very long nights. I read a book, and I'm going to steal a phrase from Ben Horowitz, Hard Thing About Hard Things, which I recommend to any founder in the room. And he used to say that when he was building his business that eventually sold for 1.5 billion to Hewlett Packard, I think it was, that allowed him to fund the A16Z VC, one of the most successful VCs in the world. And he used to say that when building his business, he would be sleeping like a baby, wake up every 2 hours and cry. And it is like that, pretty much. And that's a thing, nobody tells you. And it's really tough to build a business like that, for, I don't know, even 5, 10, 20 years.
I was thinking about the product market fit whenever you were saying the pain, no? At what time did you get that?
Yeah, exactly. Product market fit started to be a reality, like I said, 10 years later. Yeah. And from there, of course, the company never stopped growing. But those years at the beginning were particularly tough, without external investment and without knowledge about how to build a company, because we were mostly from a tech extraction and tech education. So I would say no clue for how to build a company or a business, no accelerators out there, no VCs in Latin America either.
In the 90s, no.
Yes. When did you start? You started in
2011.
2011.
Yeah.
So let me tell you a short story on how we raised the first million in 2009, because we wanted to start bringing capital to the company to play the game of the capital markets and get to know ourselves more. But at that time, there was no VCs in LATAM. It was impossible to rise in Silicon Valley. I still remember a couple of meetings when I met Sequoia for the first time and presented a pretty cool business plan to reach 100 million. And then the answer I got was, oh, no, you should come with a plan to reach 1 billion, like in revenues, no? Yeah. So I said, well, okay, well, maybe not, not this time. But so we ended up rising from a local team in Buenos Aires who was starting up a VC, back then, 2009, so no VCs in the region. And these guys had $800,000, and they wanted to start with $1 million investment into Technisys, but they were short 200. So I called a friend and said, okay, you need to invest 200,000 on my company. Well, and he said, well, okay, I'll do it for you, blah, blah, blah. He was a rich guy. And then I told him, no, but you need to invest in this fund, That was Lisandro's fund.
I know, Lisandro Brilli.
And ended up, investing the 200 and closing the Series A, between brackets, for us. So that was also a cool story.
It's clear that the hero is he. Okay, the entrepreneur doing the magic. Really, the investor only support the startup. We will put money support in the business development or fundraising, but really the hard work is from the entrepreneurs.
Yeah, that's right. But the stakeholders are everything for them, right? The ecosystem is built around all these key.
No, but
these key points.
Talking about help, we also had a lot of help from Endeavor, from the Endeavor network. We were chosen Endeavor entrepreneurs, and I think they helped a lot on this journey. And investors too, right? Investors, to be really fair, it's not just the money. We got a lot of advice and really smart people.
Intelligent capital. Right?
Yes. We some other advice I can give to founders here: when you build a board with investors, it's very important that you build a board and you have a board and you make them work for you and not the other way around. It's not an exam. You need to go to board meetings and present your results to them. It's like the other way around. Oh, how can you help us grow and help us be better and better and better every month, every week, whatever.
That's right. Great. Yes.
Yeah. So we had really cool investors besides Lisandro and his team at the beginning. Then we raised from Intel Capital because we wanted to provide the company with a trademark to be able to sell to these 200 banks we ended up selling.
Alta
Ventures from a US-based and Mexico-based fund, then CASEC, another prominent VC in LATAM. And then on the Series C, we ended up raising 50 million. We raised 65 million in total on this journey. And the Series C was from a Silicon Valley fund called Riverwood, which is somewhat a private equity dressed as a VC, honestly. But then we were also on a pre-IPO, stage at that time. So it made sense for them to come in.
Yeah, so I have to make this question. I'm sorry, Marta, but why didn't you invest in Technicis? Both
God.
Argentinians. Come on.
Well, it's a very interesting question. I didn't invest in Technicis because at the moment that I met with Mike, I didn't have enough money to invest because the company was a company like 12 years and they are in Series A, and the funds has a very specific investment thesis, okay? And my thesis was and is B2B companies, is right, but very early stage company, maybe with a PowerPoint or MVP with the first proof of concept. And Mike was, Technicis was a company, established company, a big company. No, I don't know if so big, but established company. But I have the honors that receive a call from one investor that were doing the due diligence from Technicis and say, we did all the formal due diligence for the company, but I only want to talk with you about the founders. Please tell me about the founder. This is, I say that because imagine or take into account how important is the team in all the round that you are passed in front of an investor. The team is the most important, and I talk very bad things about Mike Santos.
Sure, that's why he's here right now.
It was a good experience. Really.
Great, and hearing about that, we are talking about the heroes of rock stars. And of course, we need these investors with all the intelligent capital they could bring to these companies and all the knowledge that you have for them, right? And I was thinking about the 6 unicorns you got into your fund. You were saying about them that, and maybe you got some potential ones around.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about, yes, you were talking about the team, that it's key factor. You got the innovation part, sure. Anything else?
Yes, first of all, when we talk about the team, we talk about the knowledge of the team, the relationship within each other. The skill communication is very important to communicate the vision to all the stakeholders. And really what is the hungry that the team has. The innovation that you mentioned, the other thing is important to take into account how big is the market that they want to address and what kind of innovation with this market they are developing. And one very, very important thing that not all the entrepreneurs take into account, that is, which is the vision about the go-to-market strategy. Most of the startup fail because they don't have any idea about the go-to-market strategy. Mike mentioned before that the team from Technicis at the moment don't have enough experience about how to build a company. The commercial part of the business, the core business, they are very good people, people, but not commercial, and this is very, very important. This is the reason why the team can be very diversity in gender diversity and professional and knowledge diversity.
Fantastic. I'm aware you are right now co-investing in startups. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. We had a few coincidences. One of them is a security company. It's a digital security company called VU that it's also in growth stage and doing very well, and hopefully many more.
Yes, I started after Mike. Mike was an angel investor, and we entered to the company after the first round, like a family friends round from BU Security. Right now, the company has operation in Spain, in Ireland, Italy, and 16 countries around Latin America. And I am very proud to be part of the board of the company.
Great, super.
Working for your investment.
Okay, just to make sure that we got all the information, any challenge, any advice, any challenge you've got, Mike, or any advice you want to give to any founder that is here?
No, look, just be prepared to work a lot. I think as I was saying, the sweating is sometimes I guess underestimated. So my advice is, I mean, get ready to dedicate part of your life to this journey, and at the same time to enjoy it, because it's pretty much like Buddha was saying. You need to enjoy the journey, otherwise it's impossible to pull these things off. It's not the destiny, really. You really need to enjoy building.
Right, it's a passionate thing, right? Well, thank you very much for being here. Thank you, everybody, for here. A big applause for them, please.
Thank you very much, all three. A pleasure having you. Thank you so much for your time. You wanted to say something in Spanish, didn't you? Okay, so how is everyone doing over there? Good? Is it too hot? Yes? We put the AC, or are we okay so far? No AC. Okay, some people are saying yes, some people are saying no. Well, not a lot of people are screaming, so we'll keep it like this, then we'll put the AC. Anyway, so we are getting into the final stretch before lunch. And our next talk is really unique, and I think it's going to be extremely valuable for a lot of people. One of the biggest things we do in technology, like one of the first stages of technology evolution, is always e-commerce. And if there's a market for e-commerce, that is China. They've pioneered all the new things that get here in terms of e-commerce. They first start there, they scale there, and then they come here. Who here has bought stuff at AliExpress? Anyone? AliExpress? Raise your hands. A couple of you, right? Curious? Temu? Anyone? Temu? Ah, some of you. There you go. Well, we're very lucky to have with us someone that was working for quite some time at the Alibaba Group. She was the head of global key accounts at Alibaba Group. She's been helping brands establish their presence in China. She regularly gives TEDx talks. She's given talks at Singularity University, UBS, Nestle. And she's the author of a book that's called E-Commerce Reimagined. And it's a practical guide on how the Chinese e-commerce markets work. By the way, she was just telling me she wants to translate it into Spanish. So if we have any publisher here, go and talk to her later. So please welcome to talk about what can brands learn from the e-commerce in China. Big applause to our next speaker, Sharon Guy.
Oh, what a woo! Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm so energized. Oh, is the clicker working? want us all to take a moment to do a little imagination exercise. So imagine this is now sometime in the future. It's Monday morning, and you're holding your hot cup of coffee, and you open your door to get your newspaper in the morning. You open your door, and you look up, and there's a friendly neighborhood drone here to deliver a package to you. It's from the shop, your favorite e-commerce store. In this futuristic world, the shop is similar to a company like Amazon. A company that knows your needs and preferences so well that you never actually need to go to theshop.com to order anything or visit its mobile app. The shop will simply hire drones to deliver off packages and products right to your doorstep. Oh, and did I mention, in this futuristic world, there's no return policy because the algorithm never fails. So you open the box, and inside you find a pink dolphin-shaped vibrator. And you say, they must have this wrong. I'm not the right user for this product. This is actually the beginning of a story called Quality Land, a science fiction novel that's soon going to be made into a movie. And this might sound so ridiculous and far-fetched and into the future, but I want to take a moment to ask ourselves, are we really that far away? 46% of executives believe that AI, cognitive computing, and cloud applications will be our areas of our greatest investment in the next 3 years. My name is Sharon Guy, and I'm an author and keynote speaker on topics such as e-commerce, AI, and digital transformation. And over the past 10 years, I've had the chance to work in both the US and China in some of these very innovative projects. So last year, I wrote a book called E-commerce Reimagined, where I detail a lot of these things that I learned. And a lot of people ask me, why did I write this book? And I usually give them 2 reasons, and I call the 2 reasons the dual invisible firewalls. Because the first firewall is an actual firewall where an internet user in China actually cannot access the likes of Google, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Reddit, the list goes on. And so that means China went ahead and created its own version of the internet, a much more connected version than the one that we have in the West. And through the implementation of all of these technologies, such as AI, we're gradually heading towards that direction. The second firewall is a firewall of language, where a lot of things that happen in China happens in Chinese. A lot of case studies, stories, things that they do are stuck there in Chinese. So today, I'm going to be breaking down some of these walls and sharing with you some things that I learned in that space. So as you probably know, China is the world's largest consumer market. It's the world's second largest economy, but in the consumer space, it is the largest consumer market. So if we replace this word beer, global beer consumption, by any other product, be it cosmetics or fashion or furniture, food, China will still have that largest bubble. This means that if you are a brand, if you operate in the CPG space, if you operate in a space that's anything close to that, I would advise you to take a look at China. And even if you're not, I would advise you to still take a look at China, because some of the things that are happening there, because it's such a competitive market, it's bred a lot of the innovations that you don't see happening in the Western world. In retail, for instance, a lot of brands, a lot of sales are already catching up to that of the US. And a lot of this growth is caused by its very massive population at about 1.3 billion people, while the US is around 300 million, which is about a third of population. Also in China, there's a huge rising middle class, and this is a group of people who are earning about $40,000 a year. This is also a rising demographic that has a lot of purchasing power, that can make a lot of these decisions. And you might have seen the swarms of Chinese tourists coming through even Spain or Valencia. You might have seen something that they use called Alipay. So Alipay is a digital wallet that's also created inside of Alibaba, where a Chinese user can use Alipay to pay for things in China, but they're also expanding into places like Spain. So you might have seen some Chinese tourists even use Alipay in Spain or in other parts of Europe. This means that as a tourist, as a Chinese tourist and as a user of Alipay, when you go anywhere outside of China, you still never need to take out local currency or even use your credit card. You can continue using that mobile wallet that you are so used to using back home. There's something called Double 11. So we might have always have heard of Black Friday. It's the largest sales campaign we have in the US. In China, there's something called Double 11, or we call it Singles Day. And the story of how Singles Day started was about 10 years ago, where there were some very young college dormmates who said, there's so many celebrations about love and anniversaries and marriages. Why don't we celebrate the single people? What about us? And so Double 11 got started, because if you visualize the numbers 1, 1, 1, 1, they're all singles. So now, fast forward another 10 years, Double 11 has become something else. It's become a gigantic celebration, and these are photos on the Alibaba Shishi campus, where the employees will be all wearing the same shirt. Some brands will come to campus that day. For a lot of brands, it's about a third of their annual sales that's sold during this time, so it's a massive impact for them in terms of business. And there's lights everywhere, there's concerts, there's hot air balloons, there's all these celebrities like Katy Perry, LeBron James, Nicole, what is the Australian actress, Nicole Kidman. They have all come to campus to celebrate in this major sales campaign. But I want to also very quickly go through some of the lessons that if you as a startup, you're getting to know as you're navigating and learning through this Chinese space. The first of which is called ecosystem thinking. So this is Jack Ma, he's the founder of Alibaba, and when he founded this company, he had this sort of ecosystem thinking. So the first product of Alibaba.com, the first product of Ali Group is called Alibaba.com. And back then, he basically went to the US. He was invited on a trip, and he searched on this search engine Chinese beer, and nothing came up. He searched German beer, and a lot of things came up. He searched American this, American that, a lot of things came up. He realized that the entirety of China was not brought online. So he went back to China, and his first product was to just create a yellow pages of sorts to bring the entirety of China online. So his first product was to bring online these Chinese factories, to make them discoverable. Then he realized that maybe the consumers in China need some sort of platform to buy and find things themselves. So that's how Taobao got started, if you've heard of that app before. Then he realized that there's no trust. This is the year of 2002, 2003. There's no trust between a buyer and a seller. So how can we create that trust? And this is when he started to create something called Alipay, which served as an escrow app. So the problem was the first very e-commerce transaction that happened was a Japanese person selling a camera to a Chinese consumer. And the problem was, for the Japanese seller, should I send my camera over to my buyer first, or should he send me the money first? And so that's how Alipay got started, which served as a middleman, as an escrow between one point and another. And then Taobao started to develop because a lot of brands started to grow their business there, and then it eventually caused the starting or the footprint of Tmall, where a lot of brands joined in to grow their business. And then Jack realized that all of these consumers that he now has using his Taobao app, they have other needs. They have to order taxis. They have to shop for their groceries. They have to buy airline tickets. So now you have all of these ancillary business units in the Taobao world, which is now the Alibaba Group that does this. So this is a screenshot from Alipay. It's what we call now a super app. So it's an app that's able to have a single consumer do all of these things, such as solve invoice problems, order cars, order delivery for food, buy groceries. And it's also become an investment tool, so people can save money there. People can also donate to other organizations, to nonprofits there. Lesson number 2 that I've realized is don't copy the competition, do something different. So back in the Taobao space, so when a lot of these brands were growing their businesses, they realized that they started to bid on these search terms or keywords. And because so many brands started to bid on them, these keywords got more and more expensive to a point where they feel like they can't really support their business anymore because of this rise in cost. So then someone called Via, she is one of China's biggest live streamers. She thought, I'm going to do something different. Instead of squeezing into that advertising space where I always have to compete with my competitors and buying these search terms inside the app, I'm going to start live streaming. So she opened her camera, she turned on her camera, and she started talking about this product. Fast forward to 10 years later to today, where live streaming is a very common phenomenon that's happening in China. So about 30% of total Tmall sales come from live streaming. And I've also noticed that live streaming is something that's slowly making its way to the Western world in terms of TikTok Live, Amazon Live. Walmart recently started to invest in their live streaming capabilities as well. And there's a lot of startups in this space. Whatnot, Firework, MetaStream, these are all common live streaming platforms that's trying to take this trend abroad. And people always often ask, why does live streaming work? It's very simple, because it goes back to the element of trust. And that's exactly what the platform recognizes as well, is there's a lot more trust that is created between a seller and a buyer when there's a live human that's talking about this product, versus in a traditional e-commerce format where a lot of these products are simply represented by two-dimensional photos. And you can add a lot of these photos because the common product detail page usually has 9 photos. There's also videos. There's also video reviews. So as much as you can create a more interactive experience between a buyer and a seller, the more trust you're able to create. So I'm a fan of hers. I'm a consumer of hers as well. I sometimes watch her live streams because I find that she also takes a lot of care in selecting her products. So by now, Via has a 200-people team. She's no longer just a one solopreneur. She has 200 people helping her select her products and make sure that she's talking about products that are worthy to listen to. So this is a demo of not her, but one of the people on her team doing a live stream.
小朋友的有，对，然后妈妈
成人款都有。So if you're selling shirts, you can sell shirts in the regular way, right, with photos or videos, or you can sell shirts in this sort of format,
有套装，有连衣裙。
where as a viewer you can interact with the host. The host will answer your questions. You can send likes to the host. You can
XL 码可以穿到130斤，这件我明天一定要抢。我觉得黑灰色跟白色一定是大家首先去入的，一定要记得早一点来，赶紧来抢现货。
There's also interactive things in these live stream rooms where these hosts can also do a sprinkle of red packets, and then you as a consumer, you're sort of playing Fruit Ninja, trying to catch certain packets. So that level of interactivity is what is so sticky for the user. And this is what gets the user to come back again and again to these live stream rooms. So today, some of these live streamers are mega players in the e-commerce ecosystem. For Tmall, for instance, Austin Lee is another big live streamer. For some brands, they will not even participate in Double 11 unless they are working with one of these live streamers. And now what we're realizing is these live streamers have a lot of power, and this is also debatable that they might right now have too much power, both from a brand perspective and a platform perspective. Both of these players cannot live without the existence of the participation of live streamers. Live stream in China has also evolved. So in addition to just in the e-commerce world, people are live streaming their offline stores, they're live streaming travel locations, and from a rural perspective, so farmers can also turn on their camera and start live streaming. So before we had these farmers needing to plant something, grow something, then they would sell to a middleman, the middleman would sell to a distributor, then it would take it to a supermarket. Well, now these farmers can open up their camera and start directly selling to their customers. AI has started to play a role within the live streaming space. So this is actually a pretty old photo of an AI. Now the AI live streamers look exactly like a human, and it's very hard to tell between a real human live streaming versus actually an avatar live streaming. So remember how I said this trend is coming to, did this not work? Oh, that's not playing. This was supposed to be a demo of one of these platforms that is live streaming for the Western market. So MetaStream is an example of a startup that is doing this for the Western market, where they can live stream on behalf of a brand or a Shopify store or a TikTok store owner. Third lesson is personalization. So I'm sure you know that the e-commerce space relies a lot on personalization. The more personalized an app is, the stickier it will be for its consumers. And so that's why in the US, a lot of these top e-commerce apps are gradually becoming Chinese. Shein is a very popular example. It has about a $100 billion market cap at the moment. And I know I'm in Spain, where this is Inditex's foothold, and I think that a lot of people that works in fast fashion do not like this brand or do not like this app because it's just risen so quickly in the past couple of years. There's another app called Temu, which is an app that is hosted by its mother company called Pinduoduo, which is another player in China. Pinduoduo used Temu as its overseas face, and it has risen now to be the #1 shopping app in the US, way beyond Amazon, way beyond Walmart. In a year's time, so Temu launched September of 2022, they have accumulated the same amount of users, they have accumulated half of the users that Amazon has taken time to accumulate in the past 20 years. So not to go too far into how these Chinese apps work on personalization, but what I've noticed is, because I shop on Amazon, I also shop inside Taobao and Tmall, but the level of personalization between both is just very different. What Tmall will also do is personalize up to the fact that it's going to show you something different, not just based on who you are, but where you're opening this app. So it will show you something different if you're at work versus if you're at home or you're in transit. It will show you something different when you're opening the app. So if I'm opening it in the morning, it's going to cater to my morning needs. If I'm opening this at night, it's catering to whatever I need at nighttime. So what can we learn from these companies? I would say ecosystem thinking is the way that Ali has grown to its current size. A lot of these brands have taken notice to not just copy their competition, but do something different, and an example is live streaming. And finally, personalization is what's making a lot of these companies tick. So if any of those stories were interesting to you, feel free to find me on LinkedIn, Instagram, or TikTok. And if you would like to, I know I don't have the resources to have an individual conversation with everyone, but if you're interested in this topic as a whole, in terms of working together, or giving me any sort of feedback for this presentation, feel free to give this a scan and write me a note. I do read through all of them, and I also personally reply to all of the questions as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sharon. It was a pleasure and an honor having you. You don't hear this kind of talk very often, to be honest, and you know, China is a power to reckon with, and it's something that everyone in technology should keep very much in their minds. And speaking of things that we need to keep in our minds, one of the biggest changes that we've all experienced is the importance of energy. All of us have felt it in our pockets this past year, but it's becoming increasingly a thing, and it's starting to converge with what a lot of different startups are doing in that space. So to talk about that, we have a stellar panel in this final part of the block of the morning that's going to be talking about how energy is becoming the new internet. So to talk about that, I want to welcome our panelists. So please give me a big round of applause to Bianca Dragomir, Director of Cleantech for Iberia. Big applause for Bianca, please. She's there, I promise. She was there. Oh, well, you're not Bianca, but we can give a big applause to Rosa Jimenez, Comsa Jeeves Wire. Big applause to Rosa. Thank you for joining. Oh my God, you have cooked. Thank you. Bianca Dragomir, Director this time of Cleantech for Iberia. And last but not least, applause for Alberto Torrell, Manager at Europe at Breakthrough Energy. Is that for me? Does it have alcohol?
No.
You're so healthy.
Not really. It's too early. Well, healthy with Diet Coke, I wouldn't say it is. Good morning. Good afternoon. I don't know. I love this scenario. I haven't seen it before. Welcome, everybody. We're going to talk about a topic that is trending now. I would say AI and sustainability right now are the main topics, and energy plus sustainability are two of the, let's say, I'm going to be a little controversial, buzzwords. So we want to avoid the buzzwords for the beauty of them, and we're going to get deep into, well, as deep as we can in 20 minutes, deep into the topic that gathers here today. We're going to talk about energy is the new internet, and we have two people that are, I was going to say experts. It's more than that. They are people that are really building the infrastructure and the ecosystem to make things happen. So first we have Bianca Dragomir, Director of Cleantech for Iberia. Welcome, Bianca.
Thank you.
And Alberto Torrell, European Manager of Breakthrough Energy. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
And I would like to start with a very open and brief question, which is, what's clean tech, in order to understand? We were saying energy is the new internet, which is quite broad, but both of you are into the clean energy or clean tech side. What's clean tech?
Clean tech, also referred as clean technologies, basically refers to all those technology solutions that are related to the global environmental challenges. So when we think about clean tech, it's basically we think about a sector that spans verticals and segments such as energy, with energy storage, energy generation, energy infrastructure, water, with wastewater as well, water management, also mobility. We think about materials as well, air, the quality of air. We think about basically a lot of infrastructure, a lot of technology that actually are tackling the global environmental topics.
Yeah, maybe to build on what Bianca said, no? We always want to start with the figure, no? The problem, no? Which is 51, no? 51 is the number of gigatons of CO2 emissions that we have worldwide annually, no? And this pretty much come from all the type of activities that nowadays the humankind do, no? From industry or the way that we manufacture things, from transportation of how we move ourselves, how we travel, and how we move things, from the buildings and how we live and how we build our houses, the power sector, of how we produce the electricity, transport it, and use it nowadays, on agriculture, and how we harvest our food and how we eat, no? And that pretty much implies that nowadays the way that we do things, have an impact, all of them, and it's translated into this 51, no? So clean technologies are all the solutions that we are pushing through maturity, no? Some of them already mature in the market, some of them are coming through, no? But that can help us on reducing that number to 0.
Okay, which is the big challenge, right? I remember when I lived in California. Now in Florida it's not the same, but I would deny this. They talk a lot about the 3R, like reuse, recycle, and reduce. I don't know if that could be used here too, or is just always?
Totally, yeah. Well, I mean, when we are talking about clean tech, we are talking about efficiency, and if we are talking on efficiency in technology, one of the main drivers here is electricity, no? So we are trying to push for ways of doing things more efficiently, because we know that the resources that we have are scarce, and there is a limit on that. So population is growing. We have a higher impact if we don't change the way that we do things. So efficiency is key, and recycling and circularity is pretty much in the equation.
Okay, my next question is also quite broad, but I think it's important because we are talking about revolution, right? Breakthrough, what's coming, like disruption. What's the revolution that is going on right now on your field?
Well, I would say the clean tech revolution is basically all-encompassing. It's pervasive. It affects absolutely every part of the society today. And there's a whole new economy that is developing around clean tech. And I think that's why I like the title, Energy is the New Internet, because, energy tech, which is part of the broader clean tech, is basically reshaping all our lives. And at the same time, there's a huge revolution indeed. Many people say that it's a technology, clean tech wave. I would say it's a tsunami, if you allow, because basically, in Europe now, if you look at the indicators, clean tech is the sector that is attracting the highest amount of investments from all the sectors. If you look at the market growth, it's increasing to 650 billion euros per year. Every year it will increase to this amount by 2030. And actually, if you take a helicopter view and you look at everything that is happening today, if you look at the poly crisis that we are living, because the pandemic, the war, the global supply chains, the strategic autonomy debate at the moment, everything puts energy and clean tech at the center. So I would say that clean tech is the beating heart of all the conversation, is the center of gravity. And really, it's really encompassing absolutely everything that we are doing. And when we talk about tech, we also see a whole wave of VCs, of investors that are actually even shifting from being generalist funds to clean tech. That's the space of opportunity now. And this is what's happening with clean tech basically is what has happened with internet, that it's radically shifted the paradigm and it changed our lives. And this is exactly what is happening now with energy tech and with clean tech broadly.
If I can build on that, no, and the fact that energy policies or the way that the energy world has traditionally evolved, there is a clear alignment nowadays with energy policies and industrial policies, and we are seeing this on both sides of the Atlantic. I mean, we see the United States with the Inflation Reduction Act with a lot of tailwinds for pushing for technology. Again, some of them already mature. We're talking about solar panels, electric vehicles, batteries, offshore wind. I mean, many of those technologies that are in the market, but some others that need to be after that, no? And we are seeing the same tailwind when we are coming to Europe, no, with the Net Zero Industrial Act and some of these files that are on discussion that are looking for that, looking for increasing the manufacturing rate that we can, allow, if I may, in this part of the globe. So pretty much linked to that, so there is a clear tailwind from the public sector as well, pushing for that, it's attracting investors and it's attracting, financiers, venture capitals, Breakthrough Energy invest on these type of technologies, but as well, the corporate, which are interested in getting, expanding their business.
Okay. There's something that I think could be key with this. I think your role right now is quite relevant. So what are you creating right now? What's your approach to this? Because I think you are doing something very special that is like paving the way for everybody, and they can build on top of that. And I would like you to talk more about it and how you are using that. So it's more like a symbiotic relationship, which I think is quite important also to do things like following Mother's nature somehow, right?
Yep, I'll kick it off. So Breakthrough Energy is kind of like a weird animal in the sense of, it's the foundation that was started by Bill Gates in 2015. It was COP21 where, many countries pledged for, committing to this threshold of, 1.5 degrees, by 2050, and not overpassing that. So by that time, there was the first round venture capital fund that was raised where, we thought that let's go for these disruptive ideas that no one else is going to invest in, and therefore, with our concessional money, we can allow to lower the risk and, kick it off, that spark. But we realized that pretty much when we want to mature technology, we need to act in all the steps of the TRL ladder, all the technology readiness level, steps going through. So we have several programs where we always talk about the 3Ds. So we pretty much act on the discovery phase, which is, going for the researchers and universities, bringing these great minds, helping them go through, and translating basically from lab to market, right? I'm building up companies. We have the venture funds, nowadays it's 3.3 billion. Capital raise, 120 startups investing in always, we talk about 5 pillars. We are talking before, how we manufacture, how we travel, how we use and produce the electricity, how we eat, and how we live, basically. So in these verticals, but we pretty much, show as well a gap on, okay, we are reaching market, we are reaching the first pilot. Luckily, these companies are already working with corporates and, big multinationals, in delivering the solution, how we can help on reducing the green premium, the overcost of many of these technologies when they reach to market, So we have as well a project finance and funding program where we try to reduce that premium through grants and soft equity, where we are not looking essentially for remuneration, but yes, we are looking for reducing the risks. We're allocating the risk, so therefore we can attract more private finance through. And this is, if you want to see, it's a funnel that we have to accelerate technologies. But at the same time, we talk about, yes, technology, we talk about the capital, as I was saying, very important, but, partnerships are there. We need to go with the public sector, with the private sector. The small and the big companies, this is pretty much an equation. But we are talking about developing or pushing for deep tech, we know that this is pretty much intertwined with regulation and policy. And this is where we as well, work at different levels, on pushing for regulation that can allow, to create the market revenues and therefore, build these business cases that will be, translated into successful companies that, will create sustainable jobs in the future and therefore, surfing this green wave that we are saying, on this industrialization.
And on my side, because Alberto mentioned partnerships, so this is also at the core of what Cleantech for Iberia is doing. And I'm really delighted to share a panel today with Alberto, and who represents Breakthrough Energy, that is one of the organizations that is basically powering Cleantech for Iberia, and Cleantech for Europe in general, that is the mother initiative at the pan-European level. So Cleantech for Iberia is basically addressing this deep cleantech challenge, scaling up cleantech in Spain and Portugal, because indeed if cleantech is basically revolutionizing our whole society, then we in each of and every of the regions, we have some ingredients, some elements that actually can empower, can actually trigger that those regions become leaders in this cleantech revolution. So we believe that Iberia, Spain and Portugal, entails this power. Why is that? Well, because basically we have all the ingredients. First, we have cheap, abundant, clean energy. We have a competitive advantage there.
Wait. clean and cheap, what do we have? I need to know more about that.
Yes, because, we have abundant energies coming from solar, from wind, and these are actually nowadays even more competitive. So what this clean energy is actually, they are making the electricity for consumer cheaper than the traditional one. That is the revolution that is actually also, energy is bringing. So that's what it's happening most in the Iberian Peninsula as compared to others. So we have a competitive edge there. On top of that, Spain, for example, is home to 20% of the green hydrogen projects worldwide. When we talk about energy and its revolution, we also talk about the hydrogen revolution. And also we have a lot of skilled workforce in this sector. And also we have quite progressive regulation at the moment. So, we have the power to actually lead this journey. And what we need at this moment is to create a texture in which the stakeholders of the ecosystem can suit on. So that's a transnational innovation ecosystem linking the great hub in cleantech that is Valencia, for example, or the Basque Country, or the south of Spain, or the Lisbon. Connect them and then hit every corner of the Iberian Peninsula with the same level of inspiration and speed and scale in cleantech, so that actually it punches above its weight. And that's particularly what we're doing at Cleantech for Iberia, is to connect the venture funds specialized in cleantech with scale-ups and bring this, and also the policymakers, of course, and accelerate these technologies to market. And as Alberto was mentioning, actually, deep cleantech is our focus, because that's where we can actually make a dent in Iberia. We speak about green steel making, green cement, green agriculture. So what we are doing basically is to create a coalition of the willing of the top stakeholders to actually catapult, these clean technologies into the future, and to work in a laser-focused way on those things that have the greatest impact on climate mitigation. And so far, already in this room, there are a few of the venture funds that have joined our, our platform, and a few of the scale-ups. So it's very exciting to work with Breakthrough Energy in this opportunity. And I can say also that others are also joining to support this initiative, because this is actually what's going to move the needle in the next years. That's no doubt about that.
Yeah. So now that we have a little more time than expected, I would like to ask you something that I think is important in the field, in order to make it just a buzzword. Of course it's not, but how do you measure success? How do you know you've been successful? Maybe you is like the money you deploy or the projects that you are supporting, but after that, how do you know? Because we see a lot of zero emissions, but you're still building cars, right? How do you measure that? What's success for you, I would say?
That is a great question. Maybe I haven't mentioned it before, no, but we have
Could
this.
be a guess. I'm not.
No, it's something tangible, and we would try to be tangible. But when we are talking about different technologies, we need to be humble and say we are talking about very different routes and ingredients put into the equation. No, so it's pretty much ad hoc. No, but I must say that we have this philanthropic angle. We are pretty much connected to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations. Therefore, some of these programs we are deploying capital. We are not looking for anything back. No, but we have this target, or let's say this benchmark, where we do an investment. The first thing that we analyze is that every innovation, every company that we invest in, has the potential to reduce at least 1% of global CO2 equivalent emissions. That's half a gigaton per year, and that's a lot. And that really drives. It's not the same thing when we are analyzing an agri-based startup that is working on that field, or a long-duration energy storage company. It's reducing emission maybe in the industry because we are electrifying that part of the space. No, so for us the main driver is reducing emissions. For that we know that in some cases our capital deployed is patient, in the sense of we know that some of these technologies will come later, but some others are already reaching reaching the market maturity in terms of competitiveness. Another thing that I haven't said, and pretty much linked to the question that the comment that you made before, it's affordability. So our biggest push here is get innovation as a way, or as a key way to get cost reduced. So our main driver here is that if we make these technologies in the future affordable, that the world already will adopt them, not because of their interest in reducing emissions, because they are just, more profitable than the other ones, right? And therefore, the change is automatically done. This is a dynamic movement. I mean, it's not static, no? So the things that are right now, in our market will be shifting and changing throughout the way, right? But the main driver here is that, capital markets nowadays, will be able to come with us throughout this journey, adapt their, financial approach, and therefore, for me, the biggest asset is that, the infra funds, see this clean technology, as a business as usual, and therefore, being able to invest on that as, they do with roads, with buildings in the hospital nowadays, right?
Oh, to me, it's very interesting what you're saying about affordability, because at the end of the day, you can have the conviction or not. You can, say, I commit to do this or not. But I think it's still, being aware of the environment is still something for a high class. Those that can afford paying more because they have that conviction or that commitment. And many people cannot afford that, so they're still keeping, their cars or many other, I just say the cars because the first thing, but could be the way they get their house warms and so on, because they cannot afford another solution, but they are polluting and they are affecting everybody. So I think that way to measure that is super smart.
But totally agree with that, no? And that's why regulation as well is implied, and it's very important, no? I mean, maybe not directly connected to the topic, no, but we are pretty much, as well in the discussion of the, at the European level, there is the electricity market design, going through. The Spanish presidency, the, European Council is really, pushing on that and working on that. There is a need of protecting customers, on the spikes on the, electricity prices, which are nowadays derived from the gas market prices.
Exactly.
No? The way of really, we can, shield them and working on that aspect, but the way of really shielding the economy, and protecting customers is really moving away from gas. And that's the reality. So therefore, we can use our own resources.
Yeah. When Bianca was talking before, saying that in Spain we have the cleanest and cheapest, I was like, can you talk about that? Thinking about that, because if someone that's here on stage, on the room, or someone that watches through YouTube, or time later they're gonna come and put comments like, when am I going to see this on my bill? Because at the end of the month, we can have that energy in Spain that is clean and cheap. But of it like that, we have the European exception, which is something extraordinary, let's say a solution, but it's not the real solution if we have to pay the VAT or kilowatt. I don't know how to pronounce that in Spanish or in English. At the end of the day, we have to pay that money. So there's still a big way and a big amount of space to improve. So Bianca,
yeah,
what do you
I
do
would say
about
that part of the revolution is already happening, because that already has a direct positive impact in the electricity bill. If actually you become also self-sufficient, basically, as an individual, right? As a prosumer, for example, just installing, your clean energy on your roof and consuming, producing, and even sharing it with your neighbor, because thanks to the internet technologies, thanks to the availability of this cheap and clean energy, actually, you can actually today even, have this BISM of energy. So you can exchange, instead of euros, you can exchange the kilowatts. So that's already happening. But of course, and what you mentioned is about, those taxes at the electricity bill when you actually have a hybrid model. But what I think is most interesting is how do we build on this renewable energy, competitiveness at the moment, and how do we make that this actually, for example, gets to the industry? How do we use that, thanks to the clean technologies, to decarbonize the industry, that actually then in the end it translates into competitiveness of the industry, and therefore everything then starts to be more more benefit basically for the consumer. So yeah, a whole revolution around this that I would love to be able to expand more on that.
Yeah. Perfect. Before we leave, we don't have a lot of time, but I would like to ask you something that is a very venture capital question, but it's what keeps you up at night? What really worries you? At the end of the day, when you get into bed and you're going to fall asleep and you think, that's the key thing. What keeps you up at night? What really worries you in your field?
I think it's just doing more with less in order to multiply this impact. And I would also say, what keeps me up at night is how can we all switch the narrative from this sense of urgency and of, anxiety related to climate action, basically, that is floating in the air all the time in our conversation, to basically meaningful action, meaningful, bold action. And that's exactly what we are doing with Clean Tech for Iberia, with Breakthrough Energy, I think. So.
Totally. I must say that, the time constraint, we don't have that much time and we need to accelerate and we need to...
So that's anxiety again, right?
Exactly, yeah. But as well, the other hand side, optimism. That really is the main driver. We have a huge challenge ahead, but I really believe that, we have many opportunities. It's pretty much, about putting the piece of the puzzle right. So, therefore, being able to transform these, breakthrough ideas into, sustainable industries and companies that of the future, will provide sustainable, and valuable jobs. To me, it's one of the key elements here.
Yeah, to me, super creative, right? Right now, like optimism is connected to thinking different and being optimistic, and creativity. And I think after a conversation, people may feel less guilt and remorse of what they are doing and understanding more what they can do and how they can jump into this opportunity. Or at least is what I think the three of us would like people to take with them today after this conversation.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Thanks
everyone.
a lot.
Thank you so much, all three of you. It was a pleasure having you, an honor having you. Thank you very much for spending your time with us. And wow, so many people up there. Okay, so now we're going to switch to Spanish for a second. We're going to be proceeding with the institutional welcome. And to organize this part, I want to welcome the one and only, the great Juan Luis Hortelano, President of Startup Valencia. Un aplauso para Juan Luis, por favor. Gran aplauso.
Yep. Thank you, Alex. Hello, everyone. Welcome again. First, I will speak in Spanish this time. Buenos días a todos y gracias por estar aquí. En primer lugar, quiero agradecer su presencia a las autoridades que están aquí hoy con nosotros, Carlos Mazón, presidente de la Generalitat, María José Catalá, alcaldesa del Ayuntamiento de Valencia, Vicente Monpó, presidente de la Diputación de Valencia, la consellera, que no sé si ha llegado, secretarios autonómicos, autoridades, amigas, amigos. Quiero agradecer también de forma especial a nuestro sponsor Diamond, Banco de Santander, por su apoyo y por hacer este evento posible. Y también, de paso, agradecer a todos nuestros partners institucionales, el Gobierno de España, Spain Up Nation, EOI, la Generalitat Valenciana, la Diputación de Valencia, el Ayuntamiento de Valencia, Valencia Activa, las naves Parc Scientific e IVF, así como el apoyo mostrado por HP, por DAM, por Ernst & Young, OpenTop, Avia y DreamHack, junto a los más de 100 colaboradores y, por supuesto, los más de 25 partners que ya teníamos en Startup Valencia. Y, obviamente, también quiero agradecer a todos los asistentes. Hoy aquí está la sala llena, está, como habéis visto, todo hasta arriba. A toda la gente que nos acompañéis en este día tan especial para nosotros, el inicio de la 6ª edición del Valencia Digital Summit, que es el principal evento tecnológico de la Comunidad Valenciana y que organizamos desde Startup Valencia. Igualmente, quiero agradecer a todos los ponentes, invitados y amigos que hacen el esfuerzo para estar hoy aquí, gente venida de todas partes de España y del mundo y que esperamos nos vayan a hacer disfrutar estos días. Ahora mismo hemos superado ya los 12.000 asistentes, viene gente de 91 nacionalidades, el 20-25% de fuera de España, más del 60% de fuera de la comunidad, con lo cual creo que son unas cifras espectaculares. Por supuesto, no me voy a olvidar tampoco de todo el equipo de Startup Valencia, con Nacho a la cabeza, que están haciendo un esfuerzo enorme para que todo salga como deseamos, así como la Junta Directiva de la asociación, al resto de empresas colaboradoras que están trabajando con nosotros y a todos los voluntarios. El Valencia Digital Summit se ha convertido ya, después del éxito de la anterior edición, en un referente en España y en Europa dentro de nuestro sector. Pero creemos que se puede hacer mejor. Siempre se puede y se debe hacer mejor. Y para eso pedimos el apoyo de todos, y especialmente aprovechando que tengo aquí a nuestro Gobierno, tanto local como autonómico. Creo que necesitamos altura de miras y ambición para situar al Valencia Digital Summit aún más arriba, a la altura de los mejores de Europa, que dicho sea de paso tienen bastante más apoyo que nosotros, sobre todo a nivel económico, y creo sinceramente que se abre una oportunidad y estoy convencido que en 2 o 3 años el Valencia Digital Summit puede ser el evento más importante de España y uno de los mejores de Europa. Siempre hemos creído desde la asociación, desde el ecosistema, que había cabida para un evento en Valencia, pero sobre todo desde Valencia, y que podíamos hacerlo igual o mejor que los que tenemos o teníamos como referentes o los que venían de fuera. Y creo que hemos demostrado con creces, generando el año pasado un impacto económico por más de 10 millones de euros y que este año, además, vamos a esperar que se supere. La Comunitat Valenciana tiene que liderar esta transformación que estamos empezando a vivir y eventos como el Valencia Digital Summit, puntos de encuentro entre la economía tradicional y la innovación entre las empresas de toda la vida y las startups, han de ser los catalizadores de este cambio. Por tanto, esperamos que continúe este apoyo sin fisuras por parte del Gobierno valenciano y, además, que se afiance aún más y poder vernos aquí el año que viene, en 2024, con un evento más potente aún y más importante. Nada más, os invito a todos a disfrutar de estos 2 días, de los más de 500 ponentes, 450 inversores o 1.500 startups que van a formar parte activa del evento y, por supuesto, a compartir y a conectar con los más de 12.000 visitantes que esperamos recibir. Así que muchas gracias a todos y ahora doy paso a Vicente Monpó, presidente de la Diputación, que nos va a dar unas palabras. Gracias.
Presidente de la Generalitat, Carlos Mazón, alcaldesa del CAP y Casal, María José Catalá, presidente de Startup Valencia, que lo tengo por detrás, José Luis Hortelano, representantes políticos, institucionales y miembros de la sociedad civil, pero sobre todo y especialmente a los emprendedores, ¿no? A todos en general. Bon dia a totes y a tots, buenos días a todas y a todos. Good morning, everyone. Valencia se convierte desde hoy en el epicentro de la revolución tecnológica y digital de la mano del Valencia Digital Summit. Un punto de encuentro para las metas más brillantes y para los soñadores. Un espacio donde la creatividad y la tecnología convergen para dar forma a un mundo mejor. Un lugar donde los límites de lo posible se desdibujan y las oportunidades se expanden. En definitiva, un evento que consolida a nuestra tierra como uno de los hubs tecnológicos más importantes de España. Bajo el tema Building the Good Future, estamos aquí para explorar, para aprender y también para colaborar. Hoy, en un mundo que evoluciona más rápido que nunca, debemos recordar que el futuro no es algo que simplemente sucede, es algo que creamos entre todos. Y en esta tierra, en Valencia, estamos comprometidos con la creación de un futuro en el que la tecnología y la innovación sean motores de progreso y también de bienestar. Queremos crear y construir un futuro en el que la tecnología no sea solo una herramienta, sino una fuente de soluciones para los desafíos a los que nos enfrentamos como sociedad y también una fuerza que elimine las barreras y un puente que conecte a las personas, independientemente de su edad y de su ubicación en el mundo. Apoyar, organizar, acoger este encuentro es toda una declaración de intenciones. Es una oportunidad para que la Comunitat Valenciana se posicione como un escenario ideal para atraer talento y desarrolle modelos de negocio que sean un ejemplo en todo el mundo. Pero no es solo una oportunidad, también es nuestra responsabilidad. Una responsabilidad hacia las generaciones que heredarán el mundo que estamos creando hoy. Y es crucial comprender que la construcción de este futuro no puede ser un esfuerzo solitario. La colaboración público-privada es la clave. Solo a través de alianzas sólidas y la cooperación entre instituciones empresas y organizaciones podremos impulsar el cambio que deseamos ver. En este sentido, estamos trabajando desde la Diputació de Valencia, la casa de los 266 municipios y las 3 entidades locales menores. Preguntaréis cómo. Estamos haciéndolo con inversión, apostando por la creación de destinos turísticos inteligentes que puedan combatir la despoblación, por ejemplo, fomentando también la digitalización de los ayuntamientos para facilitar los trámites a toda la ciudadanía. Y todo ello a través de la colaboración entre la institución y las empresas. Me vais a permitir, ya que estamos en nuestra tierra, terra de llum y de oportunidades, hacer un paralelismo con uno de nuestros productos estrella. Las empresas emergentes en el ecosistema digital son las semillas de la revolución. Són com les taronges que cultivem en els nostres bancals. Xicotetes al principi, però destinats a créixer i a brillar. Com diríem els valencians, a agarrar tamany y color. Tenemos delante de nosotros una ocasión única para potenciar sinergias, para aprender, para compartir estrategias que contribuyan a la creación de un ecosistema empresarial innovador. 10.000 asistentes de más de 80 municipios, más de 400 inversores internacionales, más de 500 ponentes y 1.500 empresas emergentes. Estas cifras no son meras estadísticas. Como os decía, son un testimonio de la relevancia y la influencia de este evento. En los próximos días seremos testigos de presentaciones innovadoras, de intercambio de conocimientos y de oportunidades de colaboración para todos. Solo os pido que lo aprovechemos al máximo. Cada conversación, cada alianza y cada proyecto nos acercarán a nuestro objetivo común de construir un futuro mejor para todos nosotros. Es en espacios como estos donde el mundo nos observa con expectación, cuando tenemos que demostrar por qué Valencia es referente para invertir y para crecer mañana. ¿Por qué Valencia es la capital del emprendimiento, de la innovación? Enhorabuena a toda la gente implicada en que se pueda realizar esta 6ª edición de la Valencia Digital Summit y que pueda ser hoy una realidad. Molt bon dia a totes i a tots.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Un placer. Y sin más dilación, me gustaría invitar a nuestro siguiente ponente. Por favor, dar un gran aplauso a nuestra alcaldesa del Ayuntamiento de Valencia, María José Català.
Hello, everywhere. Welcome to Valencia. Presidente de Diputación, Nacho, Juan Luis, todo el big team de Valencia Digital Summit. Muchísimas gracias por encontrarnos otra vez aquí, por dejarnos otra vez con la boca abierta. Un año más, y ya van muchos. Muchísimas gracias por una nueva edición del Valencia Digital Summit. Gracias por de nuevo llamarnos a esta convocatoria, una convocatoria en la que participarán más de 12.000 personas, en las que el 60% serán de fuera y en las que generaremos un impacto en la ciudad de Valencia y en la comunidad realmente importante. Y no solo un impacto económico, Nacho, no solo un impacto económico, Juan Luis y a todo el equipo, un impacto de contenido, el impacto de convertirnos en el evento de referencia del sur de Europa en este momento, en la tecnología, en la innovación y en el talento. Ese era el objetivo desde el primer momento. Y gracias a su fortaleza, gracias a la fortaleza de Startup Valencia, de toda la gente que habéis creído en este evento en los últimos 6 años, habéis llegado donde habéis llegado, a pulmón en muchísimas ocasiones. Habéis llegado a la meta a pulmón y por vuestro esfuerzo y por vuestro talento. Así que después de todos estos años de trabajo, de esfuerzo y de talento, solo queda recibir la recompensa. Y la recompensa en este caso es la apuesta clara de la Administración por consolidar este evento, por reforzar este evento, por consolidar este encuentro y sobre todo por convertirnos en algo mucho más grande. Yo quisiera dar la bienvenida a todos los que venís de fuera de Valencia, deciros que estáis en vuestra ciudad, deciros que sé que tenéis grandes anfitriones y que tengo un gran equipo también con Startup Valencia que está acogiéndoos, que está recibiéndoos y está tratándoos de la mejor manera. Así somos los valencianos, ¿no? Y también quiero decirle a todo el equipo que esa recompensa de la que hablaba, de tantos años de esfuerzo, de sacrificio y de trabajar a pulmón, va llegando. El año pasado le decía a Nacho que teníamos una plataforma en el lago. Este año tenemos 2, el año que viene tendremos 3, ¿no? Y así va a ser el Valencia Digital Summit. Cada año más, cada año mejor, cada año con más fortaleza. Por tanto, el Ayuntamiento de Valencia y todo el equipo de las naves, todo el equipo de la harinera, todo el equipo que trabajamos desde innovación con Paula Llobet a la cabeza, que es una persona que tiene muy claro dónde queremos llegar, estamos totalmente volcados en este evento y en vuestras necesidades. Y así lo haremos. El año que viene doblaremos el presupuesto destinado a este evento, porque queremos doblar el esfuerzo que hacemos, como habéis doblado vosotros en tantas ocasiones, todo el esfuerzo y todo el trabajo que habéis hecho durante los últimos 6 años. Vamos a seguir con nuestro trabajo de forma paralela, consolidando de alguna forma un gran polo de innovación que está conformado, como os decía, por las naves y por la harinera, con más de 10.000 metros cuadrados a disposición de la ciudad, con un gran punto de encuentro para empresas de innovación tecnológica que quieran tener su sede en nuestra ciudad. Queremos, desde luego, ser el epicentro del ecosistema de las startups tecnológicas y queremos, de verdad, que los emprendedores desarrollen y consoliden sus proyectos aquí en Valencia, que sean made in Valencia. Eso es lo que queremos. Queremos ser ese lugar de encuentro, ese lugar donde os conocisteis, donde encontrasteis vuestros proyectos y ese lugar que forme parte de la historia de vuestra empresa, de vuestra vida, de vuestro futuro y vuestro proyecto. Así que, por mi parte, quiero ser muy breve, deciros que estamos encantados de seguir apostando y apoyando este evento, que tenemos al mejor equipo al frente del mismo y nos fiamos 100% de su criterio, que vamos a seguir estando aquí y que para los que sea la primera vez que venís, espero que vengáis muchas veces más, porque cada año que vengáis os va a sorprender y para bien. No quiero terminar sin hacer una expresa referencia a las organizaciones, a las instituciones, sin las cuales Valencia no hubiera podido llegar tan lejos como ha llegado. Gracias a las universidades valencianas, al sistema universitario valenciano. Aquí está el rector de la Universidad Politécnica de Valencia. Le he dicho antes que era las raíces de todo este ecosistema. Gracias, rector. Gracias a todas las administraciones que lleváis tanto tiempo generando el talento y la formación oportuna para llegar hasta aquí. Gracias porque sois las raíces y las raíces tienen que ser muy profundas para que el árbol siga siendo tan alto. Gracias a todos los que estáis aquí. Espero veros otras ediciones, espero que disfrutéis mucho en Valencia y espero de verdad que este encuentro sea un encuentro marcado en vuestra agenda anual de forma clara y constante. Valencia os recibirá siempre con los brazos abiertos, con una sonrisa y con ganas de hacer nuevos proyectos con vosotros. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señora alcaldesa. Bueno, yo me siento acogido, ¿vale? Yo soy de Madrid, pero siempre me he sentido tremendamente acogido en Valencia. Yo siempre digo que aquí es familia y la verdad es que se nota y se siente. Y este es el éxito. El éxito es que no lo veis desde aquí, pero yo veo la sala completamente llena, sostenida desde toda la mañana. Así que este aplauso a todos vosotros por hacer esto posible también. Y para terminar, me gustaría dar paso a nuestro último ponente institucional. Por favor, dar un grandísimo aplauso a nuestro presidente de la Generalitat Valenciana. Un aplauso para Carlos Mazón.
Good morning, everyone. Please feel very welcome here in Valencia. The people who is from here, from Valencia. Bon dia a tots. And who are not from Valencia, but for all of us, you are Valencian from the first time you are living and staying and enjoying with us here. Querida alcaldesa de la ciudad, querido presidente de la Diputación, rector, resto de autoridades, aquí presentes de la Generalitat Valenciana, del Ayuntamiento, de la Diputación, de las universidades, todos también somos y también nos hemos convertido entre todos en un universo, en un ecosistema que también juntos y coordinados, querido Juan Luis, querido Nacho, apoyamos, invertimos, sustentamos y soplamos para que luego la creatividad, para que el talento, para que la innovación surja. Y amigas y amigos, valencianos todos, el que lleva un minuto en Valencia ya es valenciano para nosotros y estar seguros de que os consideramos así. Y estamos seguros de que os consideráis así. No solo por la ciudad, no solo por el continente, no solo por esta ciudad de las artes y las ciencias tan maravillosas, que también creo que nos ayuda a ser esa referencia, ¿no? Cuando un contenido como el que vosotros desarrolláis, como el que venís a aportar, pero también venís con las ganas de aprender, con esa mezcla perfecta, con ese equilibrio de aportar y aprender, es como surge el talento. Y es como podemos decir, muy orgulloso, el ecosistema, el de las instituciones, poder decir que tantas y tantas cosas ya crecen, nacen, se paren, surgen esa chispa de la innovación digital desde Valencia. Por tanto, ese talento que registraréis, esa propiedad intelectual que desarrollaréis, esas aplicaciones para mejorar la vida de la gente, porque esta es una edición que ya consolida también su madurez y ha decidido tener el lema por lo social, para la aplicación en las políticas sociales, en la cohesión social, desde la innovación digital, ¿no? Dos realidades que algunos podrían pensar que viven muy lejanas y que, sin embargo, son extraordinariamente necesarias la una de la otra. Enhorabuena por haber consolidado, querido equipo de VDS, este evento, que referencia a la ciudad de Valencia. Lo cojo exactamente donde lo había dejado la alcaldesa. Es verdad que para nosotros es un orgullo albergarlo, pero sobre todo es un orgullo lo que surge de aquí, lo que se pone en marcha desde aquí. Yo vengo en nombre de la Generalitat Valenciana no solo a ofrecer nuestro apoyo, que por supuesto que sí, no solamente en nombre de la entidad de la Generalitat Valenciana, que ya se ha convertido a lo largo de los años en el principal inversor en innovación digital, que es el Instituto Valenciano de Finanzas, también decirlo con extraordinario orgullo. Por tanto, no solo vengo a consolidar un apoyo hoy aquí, sino que, sobre todo, si me permitís, lo que vengo es a pedir ayuda. Porque cuando uno necesita el talento, uno necesita mejorar los servicios que le presta al ciudadano, necesita ayuda. Y es en la simplificación de la administración, es en la cercanía de nuestros servicios, es en eliminar esa burocracia que ahoga al ciudadano en su relación con la administración para pedir una ayuda, para hacer una consulta, para poner en marcha un negocio, para poder digitalizar un proceso, se relaciona con la administración y hoy choca con la administración. Y aquí hemos tomado una decisión muy clara, que tenemos que ir a la burocracia cero. Pero el problema es que lo tenemos que hacer ya y lo tenemos que hacer rápido. O lo que es lo mismo, el proceso para dejar de ser lento no puede ser lento. El proceso para dejar de ser lento tiene que ser rápido. Y por tanto ese proceso necesitamos del talento que ya evidentemente brota, surge, emerge de eventos, de epicentros, de ecosistemas, de universo, como el que es VDS. Por tanto, os necesitamos, por tanto, vamos a requerir vuestros servicios y, por tanto, necesitamos de vuestra aplicabilidad. Además de pasarlo bien, uno no está trabajando cuando está dedicándose a lo que le nace. Eso no ocurre, sino que lo que está es desarrollando su talento, desarrollando su creatividad. Eso significa que el ecosistema de los políticos, de las instituciones y el ecosistema del talento, de las pymes, de la innovación, de la creatividad digital, se junta, otorgando el protagonismo a quien realmente lo tiene, que es el que crea ese talento y el que quiere aprovecharse del talento para dar un mejor servicio público, para una administración que esté a la altura de la gente. Ya no me queda más que desearos vuestra mejor estancia en Valencia. Los que sois de aquí de Valencia viviréis vuestra propia ciudad de una manera distinta a como lo hacéis habitualmente y por tanto estáis de enhorabuena. Y los que sois de fuera de Valencia, os recordaré el título de la canción. Bienvenidos a esa Valencia que, como todo el mundo sabe, es la ciudad de las flores, de la luz y del amor. Las flores las vais a ver porque cada día la alcaldesa pone más flores. La luz, espero que acabe saliendo un poco el sol. Y el amor, os deseo mucha suerte en vuestra estancia en Valencia. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Señor presidente, muchísimas gracias. Bueno, yo creo que con este cierre ya nos vamos todos, ¿no? Okay, so I'm going to switch back to English. We have the final panel before we hit the lunch break, okay? And it's going to be a very, very powerful panel because we're going to be talking about how do you make what are the strategies to connect, to reach USA, what are the strategies to tap into the LATAM market. Two things that happen a lot in Spanish companies when we need to expand and grow our market is, okay, now how do we make the jump to the US? How do we make the jump to Latin America? And it's not easy at all. So precisely to talk about the keys to do that is what we're going to have in our next panel. So let's see. Some people coming in, some people coming out. By the way, those of you there on the walls, space now here, free on the first 2 rows. Okay. Plenty. Yeah. Now you can take these 2 rows. So anyone at the back that wants to come forward, you can sit down here on the front rows. It's fine. It's great. Better than being there and having getting too warm. Oops. Okay. This is always a problem with getting people in and getting people out. Always big crowds. Okay, so now that we are resetting, again, free space here at the front rows if you want to relocate. So, now that nearly everyone is out, so please welcome our next panel to talk about the investment ecosystem and strategies in the US and the Latin market. Please welcome our first speaker of the panel. Big applause to Isaac de la Peña, General Partner of Conexo Ventures. Isaac, big applause. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Good to see you again. Yes, choose one. Then to join Isaac, we have Gabriela McCagney, Managing Partner at MatterScale Ventures. Big applause for Gabriela, please. Gabriela, thank you for joining. Then we have Andrea Zimmerman, Senior International Partner at Pipeline Capital. Big applause for Andrea, please. Come on, we can do this. We're nearly there. And to join the panel, we have Mariano Meyer, Managing Partner at Newtopia VC. Big applause to Mariano. And last but not least, to run the show and ask the super important questions, please welcome the moderator, co-founder and director of Enlaza, Iris Parra.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? Thank you for joining us. We are going to present the investment ecosystem and strategies in the US and Latin markets. But first, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Iris Parra, co-founder and director of Enlaza. We support and promote gender lens investments in emerging markets. And also, I would like to know who is joining us here today. Could you please raise your hand if you're an investor? Great. And what about entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs? Could you raise your hand? Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you all for being here today with us. So I'm going to introduce the panel. Isaac de la Peña, General Partner at Conexo Ventures. Isaac is a Spanish technologist, entrepreneur, and investor based in California with 13 years of experience in venture capital. He's the General Partner at GED Conexo Ventures, a $60 million fund specialized in helping Latin American B2B SaaS founders scale up internationally. He has extensive hands-on experience in the fields of AI, big data, and mobile. Welcome, Isaac. We also have Gabriela McCagney, co-founder and managing partner at MatterScale Ventures, an early-stage fund investing in companies that have product fit in the Americas. Executive at multinational company for 14 years, an entrepreneur for 10 years, investor for 8 years, and M&A advisor since 2020. Welcome, Andrea. And last but not least, we have Mariano Meyer, managing partner at Newtopia VC. He's the former secretary of SMEs and entrepreneurship in Argentina. He's a prominent figure in Argentina's entrepreneurial ecosystem, championing policies and investment exceeding $100 million over 7 years in government roles. As co-partner, he focuses on digitalization, open innovation, and corporate venturing. We have a great panel of experts. Thank you all for coming here. Let's get started. We are going to talk about the market trends in the US and LATAM. So, Mariano, given the dynamic nature of the US and LATAM markets, how do you identify and capitalize on emerging trends and market shifts to make informed investment decisions? Can you share specific trends that have recently influenced your investment strategies?
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, the organizers. Of course, we as VCs try to identify projects or startups that could grow a lot to compensate. We made many bets, and just a few probably are going to be successful, and that's the mathematics of a VC. That's why we analyze trends, and in LATAM, everything is broken, so we need to fix most of the value chains. So fintech, future of work, e-commerce, you name it, everything needs to be or could be transformed with talent and technology. So as VCs, when we analyze a project, of course, that we try to analyze those trends, the possibility of that project being scalable, the TAM, the SOM, the name that you would like to say about those projects, if they have the possibility of solving a big problem and as a consequence creating a big company. But I would say that the most important trend that we are discussing a lot with our colleagues VCs in the last forums, it's about the entrepreneurs themselves. Because for experience and the recent cases in the region, in many cases, besides all the trends and the previous analysis that we make, usually the great entrepreneurs are the ones who know more than us about the trends, the markets. And even in some cases where we have doubts about the size of the market, if there is enough TAM, enough SOM or not, if it's a great team, we try to bet on that team, that they are going to be able to find that big market. So the trend is trying to be more specialists in entrepreneurs rather than in sectors or other things. Of course, we have to make our work, and when we analyze a project, we always try to say, well, how's the competitive landscape, the unit economics of a project, etc., etc. And in LATAM, there are some trends, as I mentioned it, fintech, e-commerce, wellness, education, because all the sectors are being transformed. But the last trend that I would say we are talking more with many colleagues is trying to be focused on the team and the dynamics and the capability of developing the market, of finding the market. And there are now also more and more great teams, because like a multiplier effect, and the ecosystem is developing, and we are having second-time founders or third-time founders. So the ecosystem is growing, and we have more and more great teams. So that would be my insight or the trend that we are more focused on now.
That's great. Focusing on the team, technologies, and let's talk about how technologies are impacting transactions. Gabriela, cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology are reshaping the financial landscape, not only here in Europe, but also, of course, in Latin America and the US. So how are these technologies impacting investment strategies in LATAM and US markets? Are investors incorporating cryptocurrencies into their portfolios? And how are they leveraging blockchain for transparent and secure transactions?
Great. Well, first, thank you for having me here. It's a very broad subject, so I'm going to address only a part of this, because, well, basically, when you have a new technology as blockchain erupting the market and transforming and enabling new value propositions that were not possible with Web 2, many things happen. First, FOMO, which is not necessarily always the best advice for everybody. So you have investors looking into the space, and there you divide investors where some are really specialized, and you have like these crypto funds, and basically they live for that. And probably they will be looking into infrastructure, cryptocurrencies, creating new chains, creating new coins, but the funds like MatterScale and many others, which are not specialized in crypto, also look at the technology, but probably more from the perspective of how do we use the technology for the day-to-day, let's say, business. And as an example, we invested in a company called AgroToken. They tokenize crops. And just to give you a sense, farmers live and sleep over crops, right? Or over the ton of their wealth is measured in tons of whatever, soy. Just to give you an idea of the market, there's 300 million tons of soy. You multiply that by the price of produced per year. You multiply that for the price of the ton, and you get 1%, take rate of 1% over that, and you have a $4 billion market. And that is concentrated in 3 countries, Argentina, Brazil, and US. So it's very concentrated. If you develop a solution and you only focus on that, you have a huge market, only one crop. And the technology is useful for any other crops. So again, the opportunity is huge. You don't only need to be an expert on cryptocurrencies and if they're going to be trading up and down. The technology itself enables new value propositions that were not, as I mentioned before, not able in the market before, and now has created a new opportunity for investors.
Great.
We can complement later, but I don't want to take, we could talk hours for this, and we can continue that later. Yeah.
Right. I don't know, Mariana, if you want to add something to the cryptocurrencies or...
Well, it's interesting, AgroToken, we are investors there, and also in LATAM, where many countries like ours, the local currency is, well, challenging, to say something soft. These trends of tokens based on a commodity or a real asset are an interesting trend. I mean, in Argentina, we trade in square meters or soybean tons. So, this trend, I think, it's very interesting how adoption in LATAM of crypto it was very, very fast because of the challenging environment with inflation and local currency. So it's interesting.
We have to learn all the time as investors, right? But it doesn't. You have very good tech people that can be born everywhere, anywhere in the world, and Argentina, we're many kilometers away from everybody, but the founders of the Central and POAP, the first unicorns in this world, came from Argentina. In particular, it came from one university, and we are working with them. We have a lab that's open to any Web3 entrepreneur to work on the space and keep on learning.
Yeah, I mean, how the technology is impacting in terms of the ecosystem, but also in terms of the environmental and social impact, how technology is kind of like creating a different trends, right? So, Isaac, I don't know, investment, how can have a profound impact on local economies. Can you share some examples of investment in LATAM that have not only yield financial returns, but also contributed significantly to the development of local communities and industries?
Thank you. It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. And specifically talking about this topic because it's one of the parts that are most gratifying about being an investor, when you're able to give return to your LPs, but also change the communities, give opportunities, and as we usually say, do well while you do good for the communities. And in Latin America, there's still a lot to be done, right? We're co-investors with Gabriela and with Mariano in AgroToken. We already talked about that. But abstracting a bit, if you look at consistently year after year, what are the sectors where there's more innovation in Latin America? 55 to 60% is fintech, is finance, because something like 50% of people in Latin America don't have credit history, very little usage of credit cards. Interest rates have been up to 450% in places like Brazil, typically 100% or 200%, right? Crazy compared to our standards. But the thing is that in Latin America, there's a lot to be done. One of the most successful companies we have in the portfolio is called Kushki. All that they do is provide processing capabilities for credit cards. Because crazy as it may seem, you may not be able to use your credit card depending on where you go across Latin America. You know, very unsexy industry, but extremely effective and a money printing machine. In that sense of fintech, we've supported several initiatives that have a lot of impact. Like, for instance, we have invested in Payflow, which is a company that gives salary advances to blue-collar workers, people that you have to think they're in the base of the pyramid, they go paycheck to paycheck, and here, if they have an emergency, like a financial emergency, medical emergency, they don't need to go to the payday lender in their community, which is going to charge north of 200% interest. And they're loan sharks, right? If you don't pay, they come to your home and they break your legs, literally. So here you can ask for a salary advancement without any type of interest from your employer. And we've realized that this has huge impact and huge stickiness. People decide where to work based on having or not Payflow and this availability of salary advance. Then moving on, we've invested also in capital, which provides this for companies. It's basically a neobank that provides you with an ERP for SMEs, a system where you can have a bank account, have a management system for your company. This way, they build a data history, a data profile of your company, and they lend you based on that. Because there's no credit history in Latin America, we just said that. But I don't want to give you the impression it's only fintech. We also supported innovations like Elena's, which is a Colombian company that is on the social e-commerce space. Basically allows you to build your store and start selling online or in real life without having to care for sourcing the product, sales, payment, returns. They do everything for you, and you only need to use the connections that you have around you, social e-commerce. And it's particularly used by women on the base of the pyramid. Typically, the husband goes to work outside of the home, like in Rappi or Uber, one of those gig economy works. They have to stay at home because they have children, and they use Elena's to complement the income in the family by selling online. And it's having a huge impact on those levels. And then, finally, to give you another perspective, we've invested also in Clibi, which is a remote health company. In Latin America, and specifically in Mexico, 1 out of every 6 adults has diabetes, and it's a huge problem. It's like 14 million people that are living with diabetes there. Situation is genetic predisposition, awful diet, right? Coca-Cola's biggest market is Mexico, a lot of sugary drinks, and also sedentary life. We moved to the urban environment and we stopped doing sports, we stopped moving around. From the people from 55 to 75-year-old, this is the main cause of mortality. I mean, forget narcos, forget the things you see on TV, diabetes is the biggest killer. So what Clibi does is provides an online option to have a doctor, to have a physician, to have a dietitian, somebody that does a diet for you, personalized, in a very affordable way because they automate most of the things with AI. And therefore, people who cannot afford to have a private doctor or a private clinic, now they can do it for a few dollars. A few examples of how we can impact in Latin America and have a sustainable change in the region.
Yeah, that's amazing, all the things that are happening in Latin America. Let's not forget that to create impact, collaboration is key, right? So, Andre, cross-border investments can foster international collaboration and economic growth. How are investors navigating cross-border complexities between the US and LATAM? And can you share examples of successful international collaborations that have strengthened the investment ecosystem in these regions?
Sure. Thanks for having me, and happy to share the panel and learn from my colleagues. So as a Latin-born global M&A company, we've helped many businesses navigate through the complexities and challenges and opportunities of cross-border operations between the US and LATAM. So yeah, we do have a few stories or tips to share. The US is, if you take the natural path of expansion of Latin American companies, they would first go into other Latin American countries, right? And then the second natural move is to enter the US, which is not easy at all. The US is a huge market. Latin companies are usually very cost competitive, also due to lower labor costs. But of course, I mean, entering without an established presence is hard. So we've seen lots of companies spending tons of money, hiring expensive local resources, investing in marketing efforts, trying to establish a reputation. And so doing acquisitions, sometimes smaller acquisitions, might be an alternative entry strategy, right? So we've helped many companies in doing that. We're just now helping a CRM SaaS company entering the US by acquiring a local business. So you take a smaller, profitable business with some talented local resources, an existing client base, an existing reputation, and then you build on top of it, adding your own product, services, technologies, whatever it is. It's definitely a more effective way for companies to establish themselves. We've also seen lots of companies, and this is interesting, I was just commenting on it with a colleague outside at the meetup. There's lots of Latin-based companies who have established their headquarters in the US even before having physical presence or doing business there. So we've heard a lot about Delaware, for instance, right? Latin companies establishing themselves there. So we've got a media company as a client who has done that. And even the majority of their revenues are still in Latin America. They are present there. And the reason behind that usually is because they want to get better access to US-based investors, potential buyers for their business. And of course, I mean, just establishing your headquarters in the US is not sufficient, but it's a first step. And usually what comes after that is, of course, trying to open the market to enter and getting access to clients. And then in later stages, what we've advised some of our clients to do also is willing to access these US-based investors is to get audited by American firms listed by the PCAOB. So it's a way also to shorten some of the processes in later negotiation stages. And then the other way around as well. I mean, we've helped US companies to enter into Latin America by acquiring Latin companies. It's also a natural path, and in these cases, what we've learned helps a lot in the process is when there is someone involved in the process with previous experience with LATAM. Of course, we are many different realities, tax-wise, labor laws, commercial approaches. So it's good to have someone who's been exposed to LATAM before as part of that process, and just a few things that I could share.
Yeah, thank you, Andre. It would be great to continue the conversation, but we don't have so much time left. So I'm going to finish with the last question for each of you. Could you share a short message, just one phrase that you can share with the entrepreneurs and investors here in the audience? Let's start with Mariana.
Okay. Well, come to LATAM. I mean, it's land of opportunities. We need to fix everything, so you should come. Many entrepreneurs from Europe are coming. Also, of course, it's difficult, it's struggling, it's hustling, but it's worth it. So come to LATAM.
I definitely echo that. I mean, at this time of the year last year, I remember being at a panel and we had different realities. Now we are seeing some reaction of the markets. There's lots of opportunities and specific areas. So for instance, in Brazil, the fintech market is booming. So yeah, definitely come to LATAM.
Okay, just to change a little bit, the message is for entrepreneurs is go for it. But before going for it, make a research, talk to entrepreneurs, talk to potential clients, and ask them if the value proposition, if they're willing to pay. Not only if they have the pain. So go for it.
I agree. It's a land of opportunities and also challenges. There's this double coin always that entrepreneurs are very good at navigating. And I would say that Latin America is especially the place where smart money makes the difference. It's really where, if you pick the right VC, like it's the case of Mariscale, Utopia, if you pick the right partner, it's going to help you navigate those local landmines that many you're not aware of in terms of regulation, right partnership, right, how to do invoicing, all these kind of things. how to hire people. If you're coming from outside of the region, pick the right VC to help you expand in the region because they have the knowledge that you're lacking, and it makes a huge difference.
Perfect. Well, thank you all for coming here to Valencia, and thank you for joining the conversation.
Thank you very much, all of you, for sharing your time. Big applause to them, please. Thank you so much. Good to have you. Good to have the perspective from the other side of the ocean. Always extremely important to keep a global perspective on things. And before you all start rushing around, which you're going to do in a second, couple of announcements. Remember, we have the startup pitch competition of the finalists at 5, from 5 to 6 here on this stage. And those of you hungry, food trucks out there, plenty of areas to sit down and have fun and enjoy your food. It was a pleasure. See you all, and we will be back at 3:20, same stage. Enjoy your lunch. Have fun.
Yeah, I know you see the drip and you like it. Wanna text me, but your pride tryna fight it. I know you young, chasing love, tryna find it. Then I saw you at a party, started when I want you. So do you want me? If I said I love you, would you love me? I can never dub you, but can you dub me? Yeah, I wanna fall in love, I don't think it's for me. Hope you know I want you, so do you want me? If I said I love you, would you love me? I can never dub you, but can you dub me? Yeah, I wanna fall in love, I don't think it's for me. I ain't no regular nigga. When we pull up to the party, man, the party get bigger. And she fucking with Lil Tecca, cause she know I'm a winner. I pray to God every day, but I know I'm a sinner. More money, more pounds, and the bitches get thicker. Throw shooting like a free throw. Shorty, she a freehold, that's my line. Yeah, I want a shorty right now, know you might now, but I ain't tryna waste no time. She know I'm too wavy. Yeah, I'm that nigga, you cannot replace me. As soon as I met you, you said you want date me. I can't say I'm loyal for you, baby, maybe. These niggas, they hate me cause they mad they hate me. So much hoes around me, I'm getting so lazy. I'll fuck with you, baby, as long as you make me. Sooner or later, I'll make you my baby. Sooner or later, I'll make you my baby. Yeah, I know you see the drip and you like it. Wanna text me, but your pride tryna fight it. I know you young, chasing love, tryna find it. Then I saw you at a party, started when I want you. So do you want me? If I said I love you, would you love me? I can never dub you, but can you dub me? Yeah, I wanna fall in love, I don't think it's for me. Hope you know I want you, so do you want me? If I said I love you, would you love me? I can never dub you, but can you dub me? Yeah, I wanna fall in love, I don't think it's for me. 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 I don't think it's for me.
Water.
Rob Stone, 2 damn phones, Babylons can't crack the code. Used to sip out styrofoam, but figured I should stick to dro. Backwoods overload, don't like to smoke them swishers, ho. If you hit my liquor store, it's 50 cents for single post. Said she wanna roll with me and smoke up all my weed. I said, baby, just buy that cheese, cause you can't smoke for free. I got some love but no money, babe, buy me a Fiji. She said you need a job, bitch, fuck a job, I still get cheese.
2 cell phones, Mr. Motherfucker Dot. Mr. I be on that block. 1207, fuck a op. They hear my name, they see my squad. Rolling dope up on the spot. I'm with your bitch, she on my job. Ain't got no time to love a dot. Got niggas mad, my flow so hot. Got niggas mad, my squad won't stop. We in the game, won't take no loss. I'm sipping water out the bar. Got lean all in my fucking Sprite. Turning up on fucking sight. Mr. Kenny Powers, gotta take your girlfriend home tonight, bitch.
And I'm smoking on that widow when you see it out the window. Got a dusty OT, looking by me, live a simple. Growing up, I was always in the middle, so I gotta hold it down for my older and my little. And my brothers besides me, so fuck it, we mob it deep. Always grinding, no finding me, but I be an LG. If you little fuck boy, lame ass, wanna creep. And I live by the limit, cause that fucker chose me.
Said she wanna roll with me and smoke up all my weed. I said, baby, just buy that cheese, cause you can't smoke for free. I got some love but no money, babe, buy me a Fiji. She said you need a job, bitch, fuck a job, I still get cheese.
Yeah. 1207 this bitch. Yeah. Shout out to that nigga Burgers. He don't be flipping them burgers though. That nigga Andy. We don't know where the fuck Andy's at, but that's my nigga. Yup.
1207. Bitch.
Water.
Coming up.
Water.
Valencia.
talk my shit a little bit. Look, how you gonna be the best when you ain't got ambition? You trying to reach the top and look at where your mind is sitting. Figure how to turn
Muy buenas tardes y seáis todos bienvenidos. Y en este caso le damos la bienvenida a Natalia Vega. Ella es Head of Communication and PR de esta maravillosa empresa Generis. Muy buenas tardes, ¿qué tal estás, Natalia? Oye, una pregunta. ¿Cómo está siendo tu experiencia en esta sexta edición del Valencia Digital Summit del PDS?
Stay very focused, I never falter from Mary's dosage. Young nigga from the QU, sad boy, so I be searching for the blues clues. She made the rules, but motherfucker, I make the rules. I ain't amused, but I keep that thing aimed at you.
Muy bien, hablando de innovación y tecnología, voy a tomar la palabra a Natalia. Vamos a ver, ¿cómo podríamos construir un futuro mejor para estas nuevas sociedades basándonos en la tecnología y la innovación? ¿Cómo podríamos hacerlo?
I feel my chest with divine, yo, I really am fine. Don't ask me questions and shit, cause I ain't really that kid. Yo, if I said it, then I meant it, cause I'm really that kid. Respect my style, man, don't neglect it, cause I'm taking it serious. Yeah, that's right, I'm taking it serious. Yeah, I'm taking it serious. Yo, I had to do it to you niggas. One of us has got to be the one that delivers. Hold up.
Pues ha sido un placer conversar contigo, señorita Natalia Vega y Generis. Y nada, desearte que sigas disfrutando de esta maravillosa ciudad. ¿Correcto? Y nada, un placer. BDS, Valencia Digital Summit 2023. Gracias a Generis, gracias Natalia. Nos vemos.
Shorty said she never met a nigga so electric. Electric City, boy, I'm trying to see electric titties. Got the crew with me, so you know we finna hit a milli. Yeah, I'll be silly, but it's cool, I let that proper hit me. No blocker, but I got the tools to Bobby Whitney. I ain't really superstitious, but if you cross my path wrong, best believe you gon' get superstitious, nigga.
Shout out to the devil for this hard ass beat. Harry, Harry Potter with that fucking plot and all the fucking. Oh shit. Dude,
Simple. I have one question. How is your experience in this 6th edition of Digital Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the wonderful city of Valencia. We'll be here with Alana. Hi, Alana. Nice to meet you. Okay, Alana, tell me one thing. It's simple. How is your experience in this 6th edition of the BDS in Valencia?
Innovative entrepreneurs. We're trying to expand our business in Europe, and it has just been so helpful. We've noticed there are a lot of students too, which is great. They're the lifeblood of innovation, and we're so happy to have been able to meet everyone.
Good, Elena. It's a good pleasure talking about with you and enjoy by this city. This is both AA, okay? This is startup. BDS 2023 in Valencia City and Elena. Fans, bye-bye. ya puedes decir lo que quieras.
Pero yo soy valenciana, o sea, amo la ciudad.
Ah, vale. Vienes de Uruguay.
O sea, pero obviamente yo te voy a hablar para que seas de Valencia.
Uruguay, ¿no? ¿La uruguaya o...?
La empresa es de Valencia.
La empresa es de Uruguay. Vale. Entonces, como ellos están conversando, nosotros nos vamos aquí. Como ellos están conversando, nos vamos aquí. Vamos a enfocar. Se aparten y ya está, están conversando. A ser posible, sí. ¿Este fondo este lo pillas? ¿Este fondo lo pillas también? ¿O nos podemos colocar aquí mejor, que está más chulo este fondo? Este fondo está más chulo, ¿verdad? Cuando quieras. Muy buenas tardes, ¿qué tal estás? Marta Soler, ella es la CBO, Business Development de la empresa, la startup Innovat. Y esta empresa viene directamente desde Uruguay, allí ha nacido, ¿correcto? Sí, bueno, cuéntanos un poco, Marta, cómo está siendo tu experiencia en esta 6ª edición del BDS.
La verdad es que la experiencia está siendo increíble. ¿Lo cojo? Ah, vale, la experiencia está siendo increíble. Es la primera vez que participamos y estamos encantados. No pensábamos ni que iba a tener como toda la afluencia que estamos teniendo, todos los contactos que estamos haciendo, tanto con potenciales clientes, con posibles proveedores. O sea, maravillosa, la experiencia maravillosa.
Muy bien. Marta, cuéntanos algo. Con este eslogan me he inspirado para preguntarte cómo podríamos construir un futuro mejor para estas nuevas sociedades basándonos en las nuevas tecnologías y en la innovación, ya que el propio nombre de la empresa también lo dice.
Pues la verdad es que la inversión en tecnología es necesaria. Lo estamos viendo cómo Valencia se está convirtiendo en un hub tecnológico, cómo España se está posicionando dentro del ecosistema emprendedor y tecnológico también a nivel europeo. Y al final atraer talento, atraer inversores, atraer empresas y que se mueva todo esto para impulsar la ciudad a nivel tecnológico y también todo el desarrollo urbano que está teniendo, como la Valencia Capital Mundial del Diseño, todo lo que se está contribuyendo a la ciudad. Es increíble, yo creo que vamos por el buen camino. No sé qué piensas tú.
Claro que sí, hablando de la ciudad, como bien has dicho, voy a tomarte la palabra, porque casualmente, curiosamente, es el tercer año consecutivo que esta ciudad es nombrada una de las mejores ciudades del mundo para vivir y para emprendedores, sobre todo para el tema de la tecnología y el enfoque que está teniendo empresarial, a nivel empresarial, esta ciudad. ¿Te gusta esta ciudad?
Amo Valencia, me encanta. Creo que, sin lugar a dudas, tiene más que merecido ese primer puesto como mejor ciudad del mundo para vivir. La calidad de vida es extraordinaria. La cantidad de oportunidades que se está generando con todo este movimiento y esta venida de inversores es maravillosa. Y sin lugar a dudas yo lo recomiendo la ciudad para vivir, para venir de vacaciones, para invertir. Sin lugar a dudas hay mucho talento y la calidad de vida es inmejorable. O sea que no sé si tienes más preguntas, yo estoy aquí para responderte todas las que quieras.
Muchísimas gracias. Hemos estado con Marta Soler e Innovat, una empresa que ha nacido en Uruguay, pero ahora mismo está teniendo un desarrollo con personas emprendedoras y colaboradoras como Marta Soler. Muchísimas gracias y muy buenas tardes. Bienvenida a este BDS 2023. Valencia, una de las mejores ciudades. ¿A que sí?
Sin lugar a dudas.
Gracias, Marta Soler, Innovat. Hasta luego. again, Green Challenge. Alejandra Zamudio. Encantado, Michel. Vamos a conversar un poquito, vamos a hacer un par de preguntas. La primera es muy sencilla, que vamos a hablar cómo está siendo tu experiencia en esta sexta edición del BDS, que es el logo que es Valencia Digital Summit, pero vamos a decir BDS. Y tú puedes ya recalcar esta edición de Valencia Digital Summit para que desgloses lo que es el BDS. Mi experiencia en esta sexta edición del Valencia Digital Summit es, y la que tú creas. Sexta. Esta es la sexta edición. Sí. ¿Vale? Alejandra Zamudio. Entonces vamos a utilizar este fondo, ¿vale? La empresa es, permíteme, MTA. ¿Ok? Vale. Pues nos colocamos por aquí. Un poquito así, ábrete un poquito para que se nos vea el eslogan. Yo acercaré el micro hacia aquí. ¿Vale? Vale. Sí. Muy buenas tardes, seáis todas bienvenidas y bienvenidos. Estamos compartiendo un ratito con Alejandra Zamudio. ¿Qué tal estás, Alejandra? Muy bien, ella está en el sector de la organización del MTA, que es la startup, ¿correcto?
Realmente es una organización que impulsa a la innovación, la tecnología y el emprendimiento en México.
Una pregunta, Alejandra. ¿Cómo está siendo tu experiencia en esta sexta edición del BDS?
Nuestra experiencia en el Valencia Digital Summit es una extraordinaria. La verdad es que vemos una enorme oportunidad de poder conectar con diferentes actores de los ecosistemas, en este caso el europeo. Y Valencia ha sido una ciudad extraordinaria al momento de recibirnos.
Muy bien. Cuéntanos un poquito cómo podríamos construir un futuro mejor a nivel tecnológico y en la innovación para las nuevas generaciones que vienen a continuación detrás de nosotros. ¿Cómo podríamos realizar, qué tipo de trabajo podríamos realizar para fomentar la innovación y la tecnología?
Claro, mira, yo creo que una forma de lograrlo es a través de hacernos cargo todos de las cuestiones que son relevantes precisamente a todas las comunidades. No ser apáticos, estar compartiendo cuáles son las problemáticas que existen para que cada vez más startups, organizaciones puedan ponerse en acción y desarrollar estas soluciones tecnológicas, innovadoras, disruptivas, que impulsen el desarrollo de las comunidades.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias. Hemos compartido un ratito con la señorita Alejandra Zamudio, organización. Muchísimas gracias. Y seguimos en este BDS 2023. No te lo pierdas. Alejandra Zamudio. Muchas gracias. Chao. Valencia Digital Summit, ya todo lo que tiene impresión en la experiencia. La segunda experiencia, la segunda pregunta sería separados. Claro, exacto. Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidas y bienvenidos. Bienvenido, señor Javier Carrión, a este BDS 2023, una de las ciudades más encantadoras, Valencia. Bueno, Javier, cuéntanos un poco cómo está haciendo tu experiencia en esta sexta edición del BDS.
Pues la verdad que muy contento, muy sorprendido también cómo está evolucionando después de todas las ediciones. Se nota un ecosistema mucho más trabajado, muchas más empresas, mucha más tecnología, mucha más innovación que nunca, yo creo, y al final el networking que se está generando aquí dentro, yo creo que está superando con creces cualquier otra edición anterior.
Cuéntanos un poco, Javier, tú que estás ya metido, pero de lleno en el mundo de la tecnología y los videojuegos. Cuéntanos un poco cómo podríamos construir un futuro mejor para las nuevas generaciones basándonos en el desarrollo de la tecnología y la innovación.
Yo creo que lo que hay que hacer es que la tecnología entre en cada sector de la industria. Cualquier sector es fundamental incorporar tecnología, te da una serie de datos, te da estadísticas y te permite al final ahorro de costes, ahorro de contaminación, ahorro de todo tipo de recursos que ahora mismo se malgastan seguramente por falta de tecnología. Y yo creo que lo principal es eso, es una colaboración entera en todo tipo de industria, incorporando tecnología en cada paso que se va creciendo.
Muy bien, pues hemos conversado en esta tarde de jueves, en el BDS 2023, con Javier Carrión Viana, CEO de Encom Game. Ha sido un placer, Javier, y nada, a disfrutar de esta maravillosa ciudad y que todo vaya bien. Deseamos éxitos. Muy bien, muchísimas gracias y continuamos en este BDS 2023 en Valencia City. Bye. A Avia y ya de aquella se va el cámara.
El problema es que no tengo a la mujer que tiene que hablar de Avia, entonces vamos primero a esta y luego ya estamos ahí y luego ya seguimos a...
Yeah, I know you see the drip and you like it. Wanna text me but your pride tryna fight it. I know you young, chasing love, tryna find it. Then I saw you at a party, started you know I want you. So do you want me? If I said I love you, would you love me? I could never dub you, but can you dub me? Yeah, I wanna fall in love, I don't think it's for me. Hope you know I want you, so do you want me? If I said I love you, would you love me? I could never dub you, but can you dub me? Yeah, I wanna fall in love, I don't think it's for me. I ain't no regular nigga. When we pull up to the party, man, the party get bigger. And she fucking with Lil Tecca cause she know I'm a winner. I pray to God every day, but I know I'm a sinner. More money, more pounds, and the bitches get thicker. Throw shooting like a free throw. Shorty, she a freehold, that's my line. Yeah, I want a shorty right now, know you might now, but I ain't tryna waste no time. She know I'm too wavy. Yeah, I'm that nigga, you cannot replace me. As soon as I met you, you said you wouldn't date me. I can't say I'm loyal for you, baby, maybe. These niggas, they hate me cause they mad they hate me. So much hoes around me, I'm getting so lazy. I fuck with you, baby, as long as you make me. Sooner or later, I'll make you my baby. Sooner or later, I'll make you my baby. Yeah, I know you see the drip and you like it. Wanna text me, but your pride tryna fight it. I know you young, chasing love, tryna find it. Then I saw you at a party, started you know I want you. So do you want me? If I said I love you, would you love me? I can never dub you, but can you dub me? Yeah, I wanna fall in love, I don't think it's for me. Hope you know I want you, so do you want me? If I said I love you, would you love me? I can never dub you, but can you dub me? Yeah, I wanna fall in love, I don't think it's for me. 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 I don't think it's for me.
Luego, cuando yo me mueva hacia ellos, tú pasas por detrás de mí y yo me pasa por detrás de mí y me quedo con Martín. ¿Vale? ¿Vale? ¿Te parece bien? Vale. Vamos con Ramiro, David y Martín. ¿Vale? Nos colocamos. Vamos a dejar un espacio para que se vea outside the boss. ¿Ok? Que es la empresa. La chaqueta si puede ser o cerrada o algo para dejar esto que se vea. ¿Vale? Importante que se nos vea el logo de la empresa. ¿Vale? Argentina. La empresa nace en Argentina.
Two damn phones, Babylon can't crack the code. Used to sip out styrofoam, but figured I should stick to dro. Backwoods overload, don't like to smoke them swishers, ho. If you hit
Muy buenas tardes, bienvenidos a este BDS, el super evento en la ciudad de Valencia 2023. Y hoy queremos conversar con estos caballeros que son los dueños, CEO, Business Development and CEO de Solution Outside the Box. ¿Qué tal el señor Ramiro Ortega? ¿Cómo está usted? ¿Qué tal David? ¿Qué tal Martín? ¿Cómo estamos? Bien. Bueno, Ramiro, tengo entendido que esta empresa nace en Argentina, pero estáis desarrollando la startup, la empresa como tal, en Valencia. Bueno, vamos a la primera pregunta. ¿Cómo está siendo tu experiencia en esta sexta edición del BDS?
When you see it out the window, got a dusty OT. Look at me, live a simple. Growing up, I was always in the middle, so I gotta hold it down for my older and my little, and my brothers besides me. So fuck it, we mob deep, always grabbing
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias. Vamos a conversar ahora, querido amigo Ramiro Ortega. Vamos a conversar con David García y en este caso tengo una pregunta para ti. David, cuéntanos un poco cómo podríamos contribuir al futuro de las nuevas generaciones a través de la tecnología y la innovación.
Yo creo que la manera que más de verdad llegaría a las nuevas generaciones a través de esta nueva tecnología, pero también a estos procesos que se presentan, es a través de contar qué es lo que nos ha ido mal. Es decir, lo que nos ha ido bien lo sabemos todos, pero qué es lo que nos ha hecho llegar hasta ese punto donde nos hemos equivocado. Emprender es muy difícil, contarlo no lo cuenta tanta gente, así que yo creo que motivar un tipo de ciertos eventos donde se cuente esas experiencias un poco peores, pero que te han llegado a llegar donde estás hoy, creo que sería la manera correcta también para llegar a esas nuevas generaciones y que no tengan los mismos fallos. Creo que sería una manera interesante al menos de pensarlo.
Muchísimas gracias, David García, muy interesante su testimonio. Y ahora conversamos con Martín Campora. ¿Qué tal estás? Bueno, Martín nos viene también desde Argentina. Y bueno, ya que vienes desde La Pampa, Argentina, Rosario, Mar del Plata, Córdoba, vienes de una ciudad muy lejana, has hecho muchos kilómetros y quiero hacerte una pregunta comprometedora. Valencia, esta ciudad, ha sido por tercer año consecutivo una de las ciudades más interesantes y sobre todo más importantes para vivir, desarrollar empresas como la vuestra por tercer año consecutivo. ¿Te gusta la ciudad?
Me encanta la ciudad. O sea, la verdad que es una ciudad que tiene de todo, hasta nos hace acordar un poco a la nuestra. Se nota que el espíritu de las startups vive acá. Hay mucho espacio para desarrollarse. Y bueno, esperemos que podamos hacer base que nos vaya muy bien.
El señor Ramiro, David y Martín, os deseamos muchísimo éxito y seáis bienvenidos a esta maravillosa ciudad. Éxito con vuestros proyectos y nos vemos en este BDS 2023 Valencia, desde Argentina, fusionado con España, Solution Outside the Box. Bye.
Señor Javi.
talk my shit a little bit. Look, how you gonna be the best when you ain't got ambition? You trying to reach the top, but look at where your mind is sitting. Figure out to turn that struggle to worth, maneuver the verbs, and remember who put you first. But enough of that, let me put my feet up and relax. It's the nappy head kid with the groovy raps. Would've thought she caught a bid the way she threw it back. She looking at me like, the fuck you about to do with that? Always a joker, but not the nigga for hocus pocus. My flow the dopest, I hope you niggas is overdosing. She sipped this potion, now she wanna swim all in my ocean. Stay very focused, I never falter from Mary's dosage. Whew. Young nigga from the QU, sad boy, so I be searching for the blues clues. She made the rules, but motherfucker, I make the rules. I ain't amused, but I keep that thing aimed at you. Yo, I just be doing this shit, and there's a lot of y'all out there just be moving real quick. Like, you slithering shit, you hiss when you fit. Ain't got no time for these lies, only got time for these rhymes. Only got time for these dimes, boy, I stay up on my grind. I like my cheese with no swine, always invest in the prime. I feel my best with the wine, I fill my chest with divine. Yo, I really am fine, don't ask me questions and shit, cause I ain't really that kid. Yo, if I said it, then I meant it, cause I'm really that kid. Respect my style, man, don't neglect it, cause I'm taking it serious. Yeah, that's right, I'm taking it serious. Yeah, I'm taking it serious. Yo, I had to do it to you niggas. One of us has got to be the one that delivers. Hold up, I had to do it to you niggas. One of us has got to be the one that delivers. I had to do it to you niggas. One of us has got to be the one that delivers. Hold up, I had to do it to you niggas. One of us has got to be the one that delivers. Check it, the rhyme style be eclectic. Shorty said she never met a nigga so electric. Electric City, boy, I'm trying to see electric titties. Got the crew with me, so you know we finna hit a milli. Yeah, I'll be silly, but it's cool, I let that proper hit me. No blocker, but I got the tools to Bobby Whitney. I ain't really superstitious, but if you cross my path wrong, best believe you gon' get superstitious, nigga.
Shout out to the deli for this hard ass beat. Harry, looking like fucking Harry Potter with that fucking cloth and all the fucking. Oh shit. Dude, get it out.
Probando.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I love it. Everyone is kind of taking a nap. How are we doing? Good? Good? Lunch was okay? Everyone managed to get some lunch? By your faces, I would actually judge you didn't get the coffee, though, right? Well, coffees supposedly are going to come out eventually, so probably when you get out from here. So are you guys enjoying? Are you having fun? Yes? Good? Anyone here that came last year? Yeah? Better or worse than last year? Better? Hopefully. This There's only one thing you can say here. Okay, so for those of you that just arrived, my name is Alex. I'm the host of this main stage. I'm going to be with you for the rest of the day. Reminder, we're going to have the pitching startups here starting at 5. So those of you that are interested, please stay around. And to open this track of the afternoon, we are starting with big cannons. And it's a very interesting topic. You all know what's happening worldwide with the economy and all this stuff, right? So it's not always technology that matters. It's not always the business that matters. It's actually getting the timing right. So some people say, oh, you're very lucky. It's like, no, I got the timing right. Well, precisely to talk about that and what is the best timing to do the exit of your company, because not all the moments are equally valid, I want to introduce our next panelists. So please welcome our first speakers, Julio Ribes, CEO of Hola Glow. Big applause for Julio, please. Come on, big applause. We can do this. Julio, thank you for joining us.
Hi.
To join Julio, we have Salvador Mas, CEO and founder of GPT Advisor. Big applause for Salvador, please. Thank you for joining. To join them, we have Xavier Pladogerens, investor and entrepreneur. Xavi, thank you very much for joining. Big applause. Come on, we can do this. And last but not least, we have Enrique Quique Linares, co-founder of Let Go. Big applause for Enrique. And to run the show, my good friend and incredible investor and M&A expert, please welcome the GP of Blue Bull, Joaquin Duran.
Thank you, Alex. So, thank you everyone for attending the panel. I think it's one of the most exciting panels nowadays. That it's when to try to exit your company, your startup. So, for starting the panel, I think it would be interesting if you could all make an intro. You are all successful entrepreneurs, understood as entrepreneurs that sold their company. So, Julio, if you want to start.
Yeah, sure. I'm Julio Ribes. To be more clear, I sold the company last year in 2021, probably in the peak of the wave of the valuations and the peak of the wave of the exits. I'm an engineer. I'm from Valencia, but long story short, I started a streetcar in 2018. With the idea of creating a marketplace of leasing cars. And in 2021, we were selling 500 cars a month, leading the Spain market with the idea of starting expansion. But at that moment, we find we should have a new investment round. But an offer came, and we get it, and it was a really good exit for us. So that's why at the end we are here. Now I'm starting again, but in other vertical.
Salva, you are a serial entrepreneur. No?
No, okay. Hello, thank you for being here. Thank you for the invitation, Joaquin. Yeah, I don't know if I'm a serial, always that I hear serial entrepreneur, I always think in serial killer, and it's not something that is nice to me to hear. I have founded and co-founded several companies. I have had significant exits significant good sales in two of them. One was called Open Finance, that was founded, they are fintech companies, rather fintech B2B companies. And one is Open Finance, that it was founded in 22 and sold in 2011 or something like that. And the other one was Finametrics, that was co-founded with a friend, with some friends here in Valencia. That was founded rather in 2014, 2015, and it was sold in 2018 to Allfunds. In both sales, I think after selling the company, I have experienced the integration of the company, and it was quite organic. Organic sale. I mean, I had to integrate the company I was selling in the buyer that have been the great multinational, and that's something too relevant. And now I've left the last Allfunds, that was the buyer of Finametrics, and I've launched just 3 or 4 months ago a new company, a new startup, a new fintech called GPT Advisor, that it's already not sold. Okay, not yet.
Xavier.
Hello, thanks Joaquin for inviting me, it's a real pleasure. So my name is Xavier Pladrens, and I am the founder and the former CEO of Deport Village, who was a sports online retailer that was sold in 2021 to the JD Sports Group and operated in Spain by Sprinter and Sonae. So we founded the company in 2010, so it was a nice journey with some investment rounds, and we reached the profitability in 2019, and then we started a process, a selling process, and that ended up with the acquisition of JD Sports for Deport Village.
And yeah, hello everyone, thank you for being here today. My name is Enrique Linares, I'm the co-founder of Letgo. Letgo is an app to buy and sell second-hand things operating in the US and Turkey. In Spain there is something similar, a similar model that is called Wallapop. And we started from Barcelona. We had offices in New York, in Istanbul, and in Miami. And I mean, we had more than 100 million downloads. And in 2017, we became the first unicorn based in Spain. In 2020, right before the pandemic, we merged with our main competitor in the US. We built a joint venture. We were very, very big in the East Coast of the US, and they were very big in the West Coast. So it was just a question of time to merge both companies. Now it made sense for the investors, for our users. And that was in 2020. And we also sold the operations in Turkey, the business in Turkey in that year.
Thank you for the introductions. It's very interesting because here in the panel we have different types of companies that were sold, different founders. Companies bootstrap up to the exit, companies sold just with a single seed or pre-seed round, companies sold after raising several millions, and unicorn merge, becoming a huge player in the US. And previously, you also started a fintech company that you sold in Brazil.
Yeah.
So different size of companies, and the companies, they scale, they grow, they go up to a point that can be huge. And I think it's very interesting to ask you a question that it's when it's the right time to sell your company. Different stages, different momentums. Can you give us your thoughts on that?
Yes, I was thinking on that. In my opinion, obviously, mathematically speaking, is so easy when you are in a public market, right? Because you can exit in every point. It's just trying to compare if you are going to give more value to the company or if it is the right time to exit. But in the startups, this liquidity market doesn't exist. So actually, there's like hundreds of motivations to stop and think if it's the right moment. It could be, in my opinion, like the co-founders are not enough motivated. you are not going to give enough value in the future, or obviously the market is in the peak of its momentum, right? So I will say, in my case, we didn't know at that time, but the momentum was the explanation. I mean, I'm not sure if we were going to be ready to give more value in the future, and obviously it was getting another risk. If we at the end we have decided to get the investment round and not to exit, probably I will not be here today, probably, because I mean what happens after 2021 are not good news, let's say. So obviously I didn't know it was a momentum, but in my opinion that's our best explanation, let's say. The other reasons are also good reasons. I mean, in my opinion, if the co-founders are not enough motivated, or the supplier is not legal issues, I mean, there's like hundreds of things. But the market and the industry was the right moment for us, and I think we made the good decision. That's it.
Xavier or Salva?
Yeah, I don't think there is a magic rule or there is a general rule to know when is the moment to sell. I think it is always good to be ready. It depends on the market, of course, on the kind of technology you are working and you are deploying your company, on the buyer. For me, I think the buyer is very important. Because in the experiences that I've had, it is very important the relation I have with the buyer after the exit. No? So I think that is something very, very relevant, especially because I had a very bad experience, a very nightmare experience with the first buyer who bought Open Finance. That was really, really disgusting. After all our relation and the 2 or 3 years of your life, having, I don't know, toxic relations and toxic business relations, I think it's something that I'm not going to do it again. So that is what I improved for the next exit, to be very sure that the people that I was going to work with was going to be people that I am going to keep my health and my spirit and being always positive and working happily. So I think that kind of things are also important. It depends probably on the personality of the founder or of the founder and the person. You know, I think I'm good launching projects. I'm good in the early stages, and the seed and the after seed and starting to grow. And I'm not that good for making the scaling of the business. If the company starts to have, I don't know, 50 people or more, that's like my magic number that I'm not that good on after that moment. So probably you have to know yourself and to see, I am good launching things. I think you have to design, or at least in my case, I always have to design my companies as in any moment they could be sold and they could be integrated into a big multinational, for instance, something that is some piece or some block that is going to be needed because corporates are very, very bad launching things. That is the launching projects and starting up projects. So I think that is what I'm always obsessed on doing in a very competitive way, and that is my competitive advantage, to be good starting things.
Interesting. I had the pleasure of being at the exit of the Port Village and Swiftcar. We were working together on that transactions. Xavier, I remember this was while COVID, and a lot of feelings and emotions were coming across. We were moving forward with different buyers, different profiles, different offers. Everything was a little bit shaky in terms of market and what was going to happen. Can you share a little bit when it comes the moment to move ahead and go with the process and hire an advisor, or just move ahead with a buyer? Which are the feelings that the entrepreneur has and how you can deal with these new emotions?
Yeah, well, I think that selling a company for an entrepreneur, it's it's really a very important moment because it's I think that in a normal life you only will do once in a life. No, there are some serial entrepreneurs that maybe have sold 2 or 3 companies. No, but it's a moment that. Of course, you need the help of an advisor like yours because you're used to do this every week, and the entrepreneur is not specialized in selling a company. No, I had very good remembrance of the process because it was really interesting, and we talked with very interesting people for the funds, also for the potential buyers that were competitors of us. One of them was the one that finally acquired us. And it's very intensive, no? Because it's a real turning point in your life. Selling a company, unless you have to stay or you will stay there 1, 2, or 3 years, it will change the role, no? It's the creature that you have created from scratch. And if you are successful, so in a moment that the things go good, you will sell the company because it's the right moment, no, to sell a company when the things are running fine. So it was a mixture of sensations, but I think that you won't find many entrepreneurs who will regret of selling their company, no, because I think that life is made of different stages. And of course, I don't know, in the case of internet, no, maybe before or in the traditional business, no, people start a business and who will transmit to their children and the grandchildren and the family-run business. I think in internet there's not been any transition from father to a child in internet business. No? So we are more used once you get investors in the company, you know that one day, at one point, you will have to sell the company. No? So it's a process that is not a surprise, but it's a process which had a very good feelings and reminds of that.
Enrique, you've done fundraising, exit, merger of 2 unicorns. Can you also share some advice on how to deal with all the emotions that you get?
I love what he just said because I never thought about that. The fact that no entrepreneur regrets of selling his company. Because I remember so many times with my co-founders having the discussion of, I don't want to sell this, right? We got offers, we got people that came to talk with us to merge, and we were like, no way, we're going to make this very big. We're not going to merge or to sell, right? And at the end, we merged and we are happy. And I have to say, I never regret, but that was not my impression before that, which is super curious. I mean, it's a very tough moment, right? Because we as entrepreneurs, we don't care about risk. We are not very risk averse. You dedicate so much time to build that project, and you feel so tied to the team that you built that they grew with you, right? They became your family. And at some point, you're selling something that is much more than a company, right? It's much more than a job. It's part of you. The culture of any startup reflects the personality of their founders, right? And you are somehow selling part of your personality, and that's super, super hard. So my advice on that is, I mean, it's a mix of things, but first of all, I would recommend anyone that is trying to sell his company to try to spend some time not thinking on selling the company, right? Because we became completely obsessed, right? You have been working on building value for your investors, for your company for 7, 8, 12, 15 years. And in 1 month, someone is going to say how much that cost, right? The work of 7 years or 15 years depends on how smart you are in 1 month of discussions to sell it for much more, much less, the right timing, not the right timing, no? And that's super stressful. So I honestly don't think that you can deal with that alone. I think that you need 3 things. 1, you need a network of people that you can trust inside the company that understands the problem that you are facing, that understand the current situation of the company and helps you to really see the situation, right? Because at least in my case, I have the situation that I always thought my company was better than that what it really was, right? Because I'm proud of what I did, and so it was impossible to me to see the mistakes. I only saw the good things. The second is to be surrounded by a good lawyer. I mean, in my career, every money I spend in lawyers, worthwhile. It pays back. I mean, I highly recommend to get the best.
Especially in the US.
Well, no doubt. I mean, by far. I mean, because in the other side, if the guys that are buying you, and they must be smart, if they are smart, they are going to have super good lawyers. So you need to have someone that sits in front of that lawyer that is at the same level of that guy. And the third one, it could be an investment banker, or it could be someone that has been in other similar operations doing M&A. It can be anyone, but someone that understands how M&A works, right? In our case, we were lucky because we have people inside the team that knew it, so it was very easy. We trust them, and we were part of the same thing, no? But it's so specialized, and one line in the contract completely changed everything. And I mean, the lawyer can be very smart, but maybe they don't understand the internet so well. So I think that those are the three things that you really need when you face this situation.
Super interesting. Takeaways, I'm putting some notes here. When you start a process, you have different phases, no? You can sell your company in different ways, like can be an unsolicited approach. Someone knocks to your door and you just listen. Or you can organize a process, being a bidding process, where you invite different buyers and you try to maximize the process. All processes have pros and cons, and all processes have a lot of learning. I think it would be very interesting if you can share which errors did you make during the selling process, and which is the learning that you can take from that errors or directly from that process. Anyone?
I don't know. I had two relevant sales, two relevant exits, as I said before. The first one was a disaster for me. I really regret to have sold that company. It was a very good company. The buyers didn't know why they were buying it. They just were buying it because they needed to have a fintech. That was the reason. No more. That's not a good reason, because especially if the buyer is someone that has the money and has to spend it just to maintain their price in the stock market, it's not a good reason. They didn't love the company they were buying. They didn't understand what were they buying, and it was a complete disaster. And even the negotiation was a complete disaster. I was a very amateur guy in that negotiation, and one of the regrets that I have now is one of the big mistakes is not to have had good lawyers. A lawyer, not good lawyers, a lawyer, even one, in the negotiation. So that was a mistake, because I felt that I was scammed. I really was scammed. The second time, I had a good lawyer and a good friend now of mine, and everything was very, very, very easy. It was, I don't know, in 15 days the company was sold. A private equity came from the States. They came to Valencia in a day like this, in November. And in December, the company was already sold. So it was a very, very good thing. There's something, another mistake that I didn't repeat. It is to sell just a part of the company, to remain being a shareholder of the startup. If you go with a group, with a corporate, with a multinational, sell the 100%. Forget, it is not your company anymore. Even if they call you CEO or whatever, that's bullshit. They have more than 50%, so you are her worker, his worker. You know. So in the second time, I told the guy who was buying me, he said, "No, I'm going to buy you 100%, even if it's cheaper. I'm going to buy you 100%. I don't want to have the fake attachment to the company that I am an owner, because I am not an owner anymore. You know, I depend on what you decide. If you want to pay, I don't know, the lawyers or some other expense, because as I told you, I felt scammed about that operation. So I would say two very big mistakes that I did. Not going without a lawyer, one, and the second one, not to sell the 100%.
I cannot regret a lot because I think we did a really good job, to be honest, with your help in this case, Joaquin. There's two thoughts that was in my head right now. The first one is for entrepreneurs. This is probably, if you have the luck to sell two companies, is wow, but probably you sell just one company in your life. So you are not going to do as best as an investment banker is going to do it, because I mean the experience that you have in this case is amazing, and we are not trained enough to face that moment. So I cannot regret because we did well, but if I have to say something now, it's you need to train super fast to learn as much as you know about this world, let's say. Because I mean, I remember moments where I negotiated that I was wishing that I wasn't there. But I was there. I mean, and if you are not there, and at the same time, it's not a good face-to-face with the other CEO about your personality, right? But to be honest, in many calls, I would say, don't talk to me, because I mean, I prefer not to talk. I mean, talk with Joaquin, right? So that's the first thing. And probably the second thing that I have to recommend at this point is it's much important that you sit down and make a reflection about the negotiation, what points are important for you and what points are not important for you. Because what probably Salva was saying is there's points that now I'm regretting that I accepted, but I needed to accept it, because if not, the deal was broken. So I would sit again and say, okay, this is things that I can accept, this is things I cannot accept, because I really don't like. It could be many things, like staying in the company in the future, like part of shares, part of cash, let's say. So these two exercises is what I felt. If I do it again, probably in the first I learned something, luckily. In the second, in the moment of your life, you have to think, is this good for me or not? And for the other co-founders, right? So this is my reflections on that. Yeah.
I would like to add something now that I see Joaquin here and that he invited me to this. My negotiations were, I was by myself. That's a mistake for the lawyer. Probably it's also a mistake, I would like to add another mistake, not to go with a negotiating man, you know, with a professional that is going to make the negotiation. At least let's talk only about the price, okay? I know that I would have had much more money if Joaquin, for instance, would have represented me and would have made the negotiation. Probably I would have. That's not. I don't regret it, because that's what I had. It was enough for me, and I had even the first offer that I didn't negotiate. They said, okay, these millions are for you, and okay, very happy to. The important thing for me was the human part of the day after, how I'm going to work with them. But I would recommend, if you want to maximize the price, to go with Joaquin, because I'm sure that Joaquin would have. I would be twice as rich as I am if I had Joaquin there. I'm sure of that.
Salva, I really like one thing. You were saying be with people you trust, and you were saying now be with someone in the middle, and I like the idea. Lawyer, advisor, a VC, but going straight to a negotiation, having done no M&A or having not sold your previous company, it's something really tough, because the mistakes are very expensive. I always say that the MBA it's very expensive in M&A. So a person in the middle has the power to just stretch both parts and try to make that pressure to maximize.
And also because there are some things that you as a founder cannot say. I mean, someone in the negotiation needs to be an asshole, no? I mean, you need an asshole at some point, because on the other side, there's always one guy that is an asshole.
Yeah, especially.
And you should not be that asshole, so you need to pay someone to be an asshole,
especially
right?
because you are going to work with them the day after.
Yeah,
so
you need to have a good
relationship. You cannot start by having an argument with them.
100%. Yeah.
Xavi, any learnings on your experience?
Well, I subscribe what you say, and also about what you said about I sold a part of my stake, and then I sold the stake after. But the day that you sell the company, and the buyers are right. They own 80% of the company, so they are the owners of the company. And we'll try to pretend, and I think it's a common mistake, that a guy who has built the company from scratch and is an entrepreneur. And one of the reasons because people is an entrepreneur is because they don't want to have bosses. Then once they are already rich and I would say almost famous or with a lot of reputation, they have a boss, no? And this usually never works, and this is what it happened to me, no? So about the process, no? Yes, I subscribe that it's important to have a managing. In my case, I also had the luck to have the help of one of our investors. So the guy, the role of the asshole, or could be also an investor, no? An investor or a professional like Blue Bull, no? And this was very good because when you negotiate, I think that if you are alone and the other ones are 2 or 3, so you don't have you can listen when you talk, and you have to be very concentrated in the conversation, no? And just for the fact of being more than one, it's very important because they can have a different view on the conversation and say the same thing from a different angle, and then create a better deal for the whole, no? Because there are usually 3 parts, no? They are the investors, the founders, and then the buyer, no? So there are 2 parts that are quite aligned, but the founders remain in the company and the investors get away, no? So this is also very important from the founders to know, no? Which is the deal, in which company, in which shareholders agreement will I have once the company is sold.
So very interesting, Xavier. We're running out of time, but I just wrote a quote from each of you. I really like, Julio, you said that you have to sell when you feel you generated enough value. I think it's a very good takeaway. Salva, you said be always ready. I agree 100%. You never know when someone is going to knock your door. Xavier, you were saying that no entrepreneur regrets having sold his company. I agree. It's something really important and an important step on the career. Enrique, you said surround of people you trust. I think are super 4 key takeaways. Thank you, everyone. Alex, I don't know if you leave time for a Q&A, and if not, I encourage you to all speak with those magnificent entrepreneurs. Thank you very much for joining the panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. It's a pleasure having you. Thank you all for your time. You had fun? Yes, big applause to them, please. Thank you. Okay, so we're going from exits into maybe a little bit more of a mundane thing, but a challenge nonetheless, which is we live in the world of apps, right? There's an app for everything. Except for curing human stupidity, that still we haven't figured that one out. But for everything else, we do have apps, productivity apps, things that we can hook up to our businesses. However, it's not always that easy. We end up having like these really massive flows of information that goes in our companies, and then trying to plug in these new things here and there becomes extremely challenging and complex, especially as we keep growing in our volume. So precisely to talk about this idea of how to integrate productivity tools into the workflow of a company, I want to introduce our next panelist. So please welcome our first speaker. Big applause to Fernando Cabello, CEO of Devengo. Come on, we can do this. Look what a handsome man I brought you. What a beard. Oh my God.
Thank you very much. Hello to everybody.
To join Fernando, I want to welcome Fran Villalba, CEO of Internext. Big applause for Fran, please. Come on, we can do this. I know it's 4, but we can do this. Last but not least, welcome to the stage Alejandra Otero, Investment Manager at Burda Principal Investments. Big applause to the beautiful Alejandra. Thank you for joining. And last but not least, the one and only, our beautiful moderator. She's sleeping here on the stage with us. So please welcome Esther Molina, journalist at D+I en el Español.
Thank you so much, Alex. What an energy has this guy, really. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you did enjoy your lunch in this intense journey that we'll have in this beautiful Valencia Digital Summit. I said this morning, it's my first time actually in the Valencia Digital Summit, and I have to say I'm pretty sure it's not going to be the last, because I am enjoying this a lot. First of all, of course, thanks to the organization for bringing me here to moderate this season. We will discuss about some strategies and best practices for productivity solutions and a lot more, because quickly, yes, I am Esther Molina, I am a tech journalist in, D+I El Español, but also in Forbes magazine, also in Elle magazine, and I am also an entrepreneur. I am the co-founder and CEO of Wildcom, a PR agency, and the co-founder of Female Startup Leaders. I am dying to say hello to the real protagonist of this panel, how to integrate productivity tools into the company's workflow. I'm going to say hello to Fernando Cabello. He's the CEO of Devengo, Fran Villalba, CEO of Internext, and Alejandra Otero from Burda Principal Investment. How are you all, first of all?
Good.
Great. How is treating you this 2023? How is ending?
I mean, it's actually not as bad as it was said to be. I mean, people were saying that 2023 was going to be like very, very bad. It wasn't, I think, the best year for startups or for the ecosystem, but I think that it hasn't gone as bad as they were saying it would be, I think. I mean, I think kind of the good news is, in my opinion, that the worst part is probably already over. But yeah.
Fernando or Alejandra?
Shall I go? Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Valencia Digital Summit, for having me. I think that better than expected. I think there is an art to setting expectations and be in a position to beat them rather than the opposite. And I think that at the beginning of the year, expectations were set perhaps too low. So yeah, very exciting. We are learning super fast. We are learning at an increasing rate. And my experience is that that is a good proxy of good things to come.
Alejandra?
I would say from an investor's perspective that it's maybe a bit different. This year has been a reset that was very much needed, I believe. And, you know, from an investor perspective, they say the best vintages happen after this reset. So, you know, it's an exciting time to invest in new businesses that kind of make it through these harder times.
Perfect. Maybe you can introduce yourself. I mean, Fernando, can you explain us what is Devengo?
Sure, thank you. So I'm a serial fintech entrepreneur, having started up 3 different companies. I'm also a humble business angel and have done plus 30 investments all across Latin America, Africa, MENA, and Europe, mostly fintech. So that's my domain of expertise. And at Devengo, which I co-founded with Alberto Molpeceres, who's I would say, the greatest expert in payments in Spain. What we do is an API solution, B2B only, for managing account-to-account instant payments. And we basically are tackling the problem of making payment operations something that don't need carbon, that can be solved with silicon.
So yeah, I'm the founder of Internext. We're essentially competing with like big tech multinationals like Google or Microsoft. by providing privacy-first internet services. Basically, when you're using a service from Google, mostly always you're the product. Whereas with Internet, we're essentially creating services that are alternative to those, that are client-side encrypted, nobody can access your data, and that's basically what we guarantee. We have Internet Drive, which is a cloud storage solution, Internet Photos, and Internet Send, and the idea is to have kind of that whole G Suite. With 30 people in our team, we've got investors like Juan Roche, Telefonica, and we've been growing pretty fast. This year we'll be at around 3.5 million euro in revenue. We're profitable. So we've been growing pretty fast and pretty well. But about what we were saying before about the industry and everything, I think that kind of startups that were unprofitable or like were not like as consolidated, maybe they have suffered most. But in our case, for instance, since we were profitable pretty much since day one, very kind of down to earth, it hasn't really affected us that much. So I think kind of right now it's probably the time of startups that are profitable and more kind of reasonable, I think. What do you think?
Definitely. Depends on how fast you've been growing as well. No, I'm joking.
Please,
I'm happy to
yes,
introduce myself as well. So I'm part of the investment team at Burda Principal Investments. We're a global growth equity fund, and I'm focusing mainly on the work that we do in Spain, which is why I'm here today, and also in the US. So very happy to be here for this topic.
Perfect. So we have two investor profile here, maybe, because I was thinking this morning, I was talking to Iñaki Arrola, Samuel Gil, and Aquilino Peña, and a few weeks ago, I was talking about the same theme with Laura González Estefani, the founder of The Venture City. She used to be in Miami, and they said to me, 2023 is the best year to invest. And I was really, surprised, because for the startup team, maybe it's not the best year, but I'm not sure if you agree, or maybe you can share with us your perspective, Alejandro.
Well, I think it's related to what I was saying before, right? To this reset that has been happening. I think, and probably it's what they were saying as well, that the companies that make it through these times are either profitable or they're much more cash efficient. They're building a product that it's really what is wanted in the market. So it's probably going to be a better time to invest also from a returns perspective going forward. I don't know if 2023, but the next 12 months.
2024.
Yeah.
Fernando?
I mean, difficult to tell. I'm a business angel, and I'm learning as I go, to be completely honest. But there is one thing that I believe, which is scarcity drives necessity. And it's always best to find a context where, whether it is because of the nature of the context or whether because it's self-inflicted, but you have a sense of being bounded, especially when it comes to using resources. Right? So I think that is great. What I've observed from the companies that I have invested in is that many have reduced the set of priorities, and thereby they have been more efficient and more effective in attaining those objectives. So I think that for the current cohort of the startups, having witnessed how the market contracts and how capital becomes scarce, could actually, help them growing in a more cost-efficient way, more sovereign way, more independent. So yeah, I think that it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Fran, from the startup side.
Not much to add.
I have to say, you were telling us maybe some secret. I'm not sure if you can.
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. Sorry. Don't want to interrupt you. See. But no.
No, yeah, it's okay. It's okay, we're here.
Okay.
Because, we want to say stuff.
Okay, okay.
No. So about that. So kind of adding to what you said, I think that it's good for startups to see what reality is. I think valuations were very hyped up. Startups didn't really know how to generate money. They just knew how to raise money, which is not ideal. And also for investors, I think it's also a good time because they can invest at cheaper valuations, more down-to-earth valuations, and I think that's also good. And about what you were saying earlier about the secret is that, which it hasn't been published anywhere yet, but since no one's listening to us here, it's okay. But basically, since we've been profitable and we've been growing, kind of for startups like ours, it's also a good time to buy out funds that maybe are having also a harder time with liquidity. And we for example, we had as an investor the Venture City, Laura González de Stefani, who owns 6% of our company. And we were actually able to buy them out with our company funds, with our company money. And now we all have 6% more equity in the company. So that's also pretty good. So I don't know, it wasn't that bad of a year. Only if you kind of don't have money.
Mm-hmm. Well,
or don't know how to generate.
Thank you so much for sharing. But maybe we can talk a little about the title of this panel, how to integrate productivity tools into the company's workflow. How do you measure productivity from your respective companies? Fernando, for example. It's a difficult question, maybe.
Well, so I'm going to be honest, right? We don't. Right?
You don't?
We don't measure productivity. I think we measure proxies, or we measure KPIs that encompass productivity, if you will, right? Of course, I think productivity is useful, right? But it sounds so like a means towards something. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a finalist, right? I'm not thinking so much about the tools, but rather the objectives. But if I were to say something around this matter at hand, which I'm not an expert, as you can say, I would say that if we understand, for example, productivity as means to do new things or explore new things in an efficient way, what we do typically is invest in over-communicating within the team to have super clear what are the boundaries of where we are going to play and what set of objectives are we going to attain. And if we have more than 3 objectives, we have to iterate in order to reduce those objectives to 3 or less. And then we have a process whereby we try new things, we try to adapt tools. That requires compromise with the rest of the team. We make explicit that compromise as an expectation that they have an oath, they have made a promise, and out of the evidence of that cycle, we decide to drop it or keep it.
Mm-hmm. Alejandra, what about you?
Look, I think as a venture fund, our main objective is to find good companies to invest them, and then ideally also support them throughout their journey. So, a lot of, or one part of our investment, or one part of our job actually has, a great deal of tasks that are low complexity, they're repetitive and they're time consuming, right? When it comes to screening the companies and then filtering and kind of selecting which ones you want to prioritize, because we can't talk to everyone, unfortunately. So that's a space where we've actually been spending some time as a fund, and a lot of funds are doing this lately, right? Because there's a few productivity tools that are arising that are trying to come up with some signals that we can use to be more effective, essentially, when we're doing this prioritization. And I'd say that's something that at least at BPI we think about, right? So we would measure productivity as, how fast can we go through these companies, but still make sure that we're not missing anyone, that, it's worth having a conversation with.
Fran.
Yeah, and for us, I mean, we do try to measure everything we can, mainly product related or performance related. So we're using a bunch of tools to get as much data as possible about our product. So if we launch a new feature, are people using it? Are they not using it? If they are using it, then we spend more money on that feature. If maybe we launch something and not as many people use it, then we stop investing money on that. And the same for performance campaigns. Whenever we do a campaign, like with a YouTuber or I don't know, some social, we always try to measure the channels, see if it's ROI positive. So we're very data driven, and I think it's important that startups try to be as much data driven as possible, so that they don't waste money on stuff that maybe just think could work out.
And I was wondering if have you ever had difficulties when sometimes maybe you have tried to integrate solutions, process, when you had already your company culture very established? For example, Fernando.
I mean that's something that happens on a regular basis, right? The world is so wide and so full, so dense that it's likely that the need that you have is being tackled by someone who is trying to convince you to use them as a service as opposed to use your own resources to build for a solution for that problem. Right? So we have, I would say, a twofold approach to this. When it comes to internal tools, we really want to develop the least possible. We want to develop the most for our clients within a super narrowly defined where to play, right? Because we believe that having super focus tantamounts to having a superpower, and being spread tantamounts to having a super weakness, right? But that is, I would say, the consideration from the external point of view. So when it comes to internal, it really has to be something where we have an edge, right? Be it compliance, be it data science, and we failed to find a provider that would fit for purpose or solve the need in a super fit for purpose fashion. Whereas when it comes to developing for our clients, what we typically do is, again, define our where to play super narrowly, but everything that falls within that where to play, we try to develop in-house.
Fran?
I mean, so the question is whether productivity tools have, whether we've been able to implement them within our culture, whether there's been any friction. So for us, we've had that, for example, since COVID, for instance. So we had a culture where everyone used to go to the office, for instance. Everyone was seeing each other every day. And since COVID, we had to go remote. And we had to obviously use a series of tools which we weren't using so often before. Obviously Slack, but I mean, we were kind of using it before, but not as much. And that has been kind of a challenge because, I mean, I don't know what people think about kind of remote or not remote or stuff like that. But for us, it's been kind of a challenge to implement those kind of remote-friendly productivity tools so that we can remain, effective while working from home. So we've kind of had a hard time on that. And right now, we're trying to go back to kind of the culture we had before, where we try to kind of see each other more often at the office and stuff like that. But I don't know. That's kind of one friction we've had with installing a productivity tool that wasn't aligned with kind of our original culture.
Alejandra?
Yeah, so that's interesting. Maybe from the investor's perspective, and as someone, at BPI, we look at a lot of companies that are building productivity tools and trying to sell to other companies. Something that we look or pay a lot of attention to is what is the engagement of the employees once the companies have bought the tools. Because you want to make sure that you create a habit that people are using the tools all the time, and this way you can avoid churn and ideally also tap into more and more features over time. And this is something that, a bit related to what Fran was saying earlier, something that we think it's important for all these companies that are building productivity tools is that they have a short time to value. So essentially, you see the product and you quickly understand what you're going to use it and what it's going to help you for. And this way, also something that it's a bit relevant in these times where capital is more scarce, your go-to-market is much more efficient, right? We say it's product-led. A good example of this, for example, is Zoom, right? We're all using it today. Most of us, at least I've never seen a salesperson from Zoom. That's a bit maybe how we think about it from the investor side, since we have a bit of a different way of working than most companies.
And who do you think is the responsible for generating this culture and introduce at final these productivity tools into the company? Maybe the CEO, maybe it's huge responsible for all the company. I don't know, Fran.
I mean, so who's responsible for introducing productivity tools? I mean, I think it depends on the company size, for sure. I mean, if it's a big corporation, you probably have some department or something that takes care of that. If you're a startup, usually, it's either like the management or maybe some employee that suggests, there's a better messaging app for these or whatever. But I mean, usually we very like, I mean, whoever comes up with it, and if it's a good idea, we just implement it. I think startups are very like, dynamic.
Fernando is saying yes with his head.
I was thinking that what I have to say is a little bit of a headline, so sorry for that, but I think that the owner is pain. So is there pain associated with the initiative? And then if there is pain, there is likely that you will find a sponsor, right? Who typically is the person that is suffering from that pain. So this is actually, this is an old adagio, if you will, because this is of course nothing that I have thought of myself independently, but this is Paul Graham's saying, do things that don't scale. Right? And I always thought that doing things that don't scale in a way is actually measuring how much pain, auto-inflicted pain, can you endure before trying to solve the problem in a more intelligent way. And perhaps it's something that you knew you had coming, and perhaps it's something that you didn't know that you had it coming, right? But eventually, there is someone screaming at compliance, there is someone screaming at operations, right? And that's the way we tend to deal with that debate, again, when it's something internal. When it's something external, it's actually the opposite. We practice this radical listening to clients, and I must admit, we don't need a roadmap. If you listen super carefully to your clients are already telling you what they need, and then you have to filter out, right? Okay, what is a feature for you, and what is something that will add to the core value proposition, right? And what we've found at Devengo is that most of the times, they are asking for things that make perfect sense.
Alejandra, are you agree?
Yeah, I agree specifically with the first part, right? We're also a small team, and I think we all impact the culture very much. And if someone starts using something that they think is very helpful, they'll share. And then, if you're solving a real pain point, and people will start using it as well. So. Yeah, I think the main driver is, you're solving a real pain that people care about and are willing to integrate a new tool into their workflows, because the reality is that, we're all super busy in our day-to-day, so unless you give me something that it's very quick to learn and it's quite obvious what I'm going to get out of it, it's quite unlikely that I'm going to spend time trying to learn how to use it. And this also, I think, comes back to what I was saying earlier, right?
Just for curiosity, how many people are you in your respective teams, Alejandra? Because you're talking about small team, and I'm not sure. Well, do you think it's a small team?
We're a large team, maybe for fun, but we're around 25 people in total, and we have 4 offices. So in London, we're 6. So it's not a huge team. I would say, right?
Small, huge team. Fran.
Same. We're the same size, 25.
Okay.
So.
Fernando.
14.
14. Cool. Well, congratulations. That's not small, really.
Like even like today, I think like kind of the company size could potentially be like not an indicative of how big the company is sometimes. I mean, I think in Valencia we had like very large startups that were like like fucked up. So and then there's other companies that are like very profitable, and that the productivity per employee or the money value per employee is like a gazillion. So I think usually company size is usually not that representative to kind of sometimes how the company is actually going, I think.
We are just 4 minutes left. Could you share, just for finishing, to conclusion, could you share some of your best, productivity tools that you have come across and that you work with on a daily basis during your journey, Fernando?
Sure. So our stack looks like pretty much the following. So we use Google Apps, we use Notion, we use Slack, we use Jira, GitHub, of course, and the one perhaps I'm using the most recently is Pipedrive, and it's super important to be generous when providing information to your CRM, whatever your CRM is, and try to be disciplined and structured. It really pays back, right? And that would be really perhaps my recommendation, number one. Second, we are a pretty much distributed company, meaning that we don't have headquarters. 100% of the team currently is working remotely. And that is actually something that is under heavy attack by people that are super upset about the trend of people working remotely. I don't know what the future of work entails, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be something hybrid. But I know something, especially for teams that work remotely, the importance of over-communicating, the importance of making explicit promises and expectations, and the discipline of having those promises accountable. That is super important, whatever the context, but I think that in an asynchronous context, that's ever more important.
Fran?
Yeah, so for the tools, I think we use pretty much the same. Jira, Confluence, and Slack, I think it's pretty GitHub as well. And then, as I said, also, since we became more and more remote, we're using also like Zoom or whatever, or Slack huddles now. But yeah, regarding remote or not remote, I also think that the future will probably be hybrid. I think that, like being at home alone with like your pajamas the whole day is, that doesn't really work for everyone. So I think that kind of people are moving towards, for example, we give our employees full freedom, full flexibility of doing whatever they want, and it oftentimes like they want to meet up. People don't like being alone all day.
Alejandra?
I was thinking actually it would be interesting to know if you've stopped using any productivity tools as you had to become more, well, maybe Fran didn't, but more cash efficient. But I was going to say also the CRM. I think for the venture capital business, where a lot of our day-to-day job is talking to people and building relationships and tracking companies, the CRM is super important. So we keep track of what we're doing, and also so we can work together as a team, and we all know who's doing what and who's talking to who. So we use Salesforce, but there's many others that are also great.
Don't you ever try some of the millions of artificial intelligence solutions that we all have in our hands to do some productivity?
Yeah.
For example. example, ChatGPT
yeah.
and many others.
Yeah, I know like some of our like developers, for example, they use, or GitHub has like GitHub Copilot that also like kind of helps you code and stuff like that. So yeah, I think like AI is definitely, definitely helping within productivity, and I think, yeah, it'll be a part of the future for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we have explored, I have explored, but our context is super regulated. So, yeah, and I think that regulation and artificial intelligence are yet to be happily dancing together.
Alejandra?
Yeah, I was actually thinking, what should I say today? And I didn't want to say ChatGPT because it's very mainstream, but I definitely use it. I think it's a very useful tool. I feel like we're out of time.
I'm afraid we have to be ending. Okay. Yes. Hi, Alex. Well, thank you very much, Fernando, Fran, Alejandra. Big applause for them, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And let me say, because I was thinking about really all this artificial intelligence stuff, and I've just discovered amazing one. It's called Bizart, okay, Bizart. And if there's some, I don't know, content creator in this room, you really have to discover this, Bizart.
Well,
that's all.
Go and
Thank
talk
you.
with her afterwards. Big applause to them. Thank you very much. Good to see you, my friend. Okay. So, truth is, we talk a lot about startups and innovation and technology, but it's sometimes it's the local, like the fabric of industry and innovation that happens in each of the regions of a country that matters. And I personally think that sometimes we focus too much on the beautiful things and the sparkling and glittering things in technology, and we sometimes forget that for that technology, for that innovation to actually happen, we need to have a substrate. We need to have industry that's supporting that, and we have to build everything. It's great to talk about semiconductors, right? Who here wants semiconductors in Spain? Raise your hand. Who wants semiconductors in Spain? Yeah, right? A couple of us. Now, to build a semiconductor supply chain in Spain, we require industry. So precisely to talk about that, what is the future of the Valencian industry? I want to welcome our next panel, so please welcome, big applause to Felipe Carrasco, Regional Secretary of Industry at the regional government. Big applause to Felipe. To join him, we have Juan Antonio Delgado, Head of Institutional Affairs and Corporate Development at Standler Rail Valencia. Big applause for Juan, please. And to run the show, please welcome our wonderful moderator, Gonzalo Belenguer, Director at Reddit. Big applause to Gonzalo, please.
Ahora rezar.
Este tío viene de la
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with two of the most important leaders in the industrial sector of Valencian community. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Valencian Startup Association because it's an incredible event. And we have the opportunity to speak with Felipe Carrasco, the Regional Secretary for Industry, and Juan Delgado, Head of Institutional Affairs and Corporate Development of Stadler Rail Valencia. As you know, according to the last Regional Competitiveness Index data from 2022, Valencian community has surpassed the national average in R&D and innovation, trailing regions as Madrid, Basque Country, Catalonia, and Navarre. And I think it's a good news and probably our opportunity to develop new strategies, new policies, and new decisions to our future. With this brief introduction and this is good news, I would like to give the floor to my guest, Felipe Carrasco, the Regional Secretary, and Juan Delgado, Head of Institutional Affairs of Stadler Rail Valencia. My first question is for Felipe Carrasco. What about the first months leading the industrial policy of the region?
Good point. To start, first that we are the corporate people here with the T. Maybe we are the three only people here in the room, but it's different. But I hope that you enjoy with our nice talk. I hope. Yes, 3 months in the new job for me, because I came for the private industry, and just 4 years in the regional parliament, in the parliament, and now in the government. So it's different position, I will say, because as a member of the regional parliament, you can more or less have a clear vision about your job in the next week, probably in the 2 weeks. But now in my current position, it's very difficult to plan for 2 days, because every single day you are very focused on the medias, and the situation are changing every single hour, I will say. So it's very exciting new job for me, because I am I like to be in the first row, working with the people, with the industry, with the companies. So for me it's amazing job, and I like to do a great job with the industry. So for me it's a privilege to be now in this position.
Thank you. Start the conversation. I would like to introduce, to focus on the current situation, industrial situation. From your point of view, what are the main challenges, opportunities for the industrialization in our region?
Okay, thank you, Gonzalo, and thank you very much, DDS, for inviting us. And I would, Felipe, I don't think that we are corporate. We are just old people compared with the audience.
Thank you.
For me, I mean, and this is a personal opinion, I think that the main challenge is to close the gap in the productivity rate between the southern economies and the northern economies. Spain has a lack of productivity. All the industries that we are based in the southern economy, we suffer this. And sometimes the decision taken by the parliament, by the administration, doesn't help to improve that gap, On the contrary. Recently, the labor minister of Spain has announced a new labor reform that basically they want to reduce the working hours per week, but to maintain salary, And so I don't know how you can increase productivity with this kind of decision. So I think that this is one of the major challenges, because we have to compete with companies all around the world. Even in a corporation like mine, I don't know if you know Stadler, but we manufacture trains. We are a rolling stock manufacturer. We have 7 production sites all around the world. And we don't only compete against our competitors, but we also compete against other sites within the same group. So to be able to maintain the competitivity of the plant is a key issue.
Challenges, opportunities for our industrial sector?
Sorry?
From your point of view, what's the main challenges, opportunities?
Yes, the main issue for us currently is to make a good strategy at regional level to develop the energy field. You know that the energy is a key point for the competitiveness of our industry. So last 8 years, regional Valencia community maybe is at the end of the ranking in the communities in developing the green energy. So for us, it's a key point to make a good strategy, and in order to give more competitiveness to our companies here. You know that here in Valencia region, we have many clusters focus on industrial manufacturing, so textiles, footwear, plastic, automotive, you know. So for us, it's really, really a very important issue to make a good job in developing the green energy in our territory. For that reason, we are working in creating new platforms, cooperation platforms between the main actors around the energy here, and not only in Valencia region, but also at national level, in order to cooperate with them to create a kind of collaborative platform to be leaders, because you know that Valencia region could be leader of this issue. But the more important issue is that we believe on that, we put the resources and be able to bring all the main actors around this issue and boost this initiative. I'm pretty sure that we will do that in the close future, and this should give us another position in the ranking in order to give, as I said before, more competitiveness to all our main industries here in Valencia region.
I agree with you because one of the most common problems is the size of our companies. The 99% of our companies are SMEs, small and medium companies. So I think we need to cooperate not only between companies, but also with the public sector. It's necessary a global strategy, private and private cooperation. From your point of view, do you think we are take a profit about our strength to diversify, to develop new sectors, or is it difficult?
I think that the Valencia region offers a perfect combination between quality of life and prosperity. I mean, it's a land with very good infrastructures. We have the most important port in the Med. We have airports. We have good road connections. We have good hospitals, good universities, good schools. So, I mean, but Valencia region offers everything, all the things that a company requires or search to do an investment. No? So I think we have a huge opportunity if we keep on doing things more or less well.
You talk about...
sorry, and has a very good climate, by the way.
Okay. Before you talk about productivity as a problem, any other weaknesses to focus the future strategies or the future cooperation between companies to take advantage, respect any other regions?
Okay, our job is to overcome the weakness, no, and to see them as opportunity. I would say that apart from the productivity, sorry, I forgot to turn down my phone. I think that another problem that we are facing is that it's getting more and more difficult to find skilled people to work in our industry. And not only, well, in all the value chain, from blue-collars workers to engineers. So that's really a paradox, no? We don't find people. We have to hire people from abroad, from other countries, and then we have an unemployment rate of 11%. So this is something that someone should explain.
Okay, thank you, Juan. Felipe, considering the rise of the circular economy and the growing awareness of sustainability, what is the key actions to foster the circular production and to reduce the environmental impact in our region for companies, as a regional policy?
Yes, it's a very open question, you know, but it's really important. From the regional government, we are very engaged, obviously, because it's the only way to survive, I will say, for the industry. Not only for the industry, for the planet, I will say, for the world. But especially in my area, industry, energy, etc., we are really, really making a deep effort in order to talk with the industries, with the main sectors here in Valencia region, in order to find the best ways to give them competitiveness, but keeping a good dialogue, I will say, with the environment. And this is possible because, in fact, we have some sectors as the plastic, as the textile here in Valencia region. We are producing 75% of the home textile of all the Spain. So we are very strong in some sectors, more or less affecting to the environment, you know. But we have an open dialogue with this kind of sectors in order to develop specific measures in order to help them to be more effective on this way, especially in water, because you know that textile is using a lot of water normally, and this kind of issue is very specific for this kind of company, but also for waste coming from the plastic, textile, etc. So for that reason, our measure is oriented in an open dialogue in order to make some specific for this kind of sectors, to help this kind of sector from the public.
Okay, thanks. Change the subject. Obviously, the economy of Valencia region is diversified with different sectors. In fact, the Redit as a RTO's network is offer solutions to the traditional productive sectors. From your different point of view, company and administration, what is the future, the new sector where Valencian region could be attracted for investing in the region?
If you let me ask this question, if you want, Juanan? Yes?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, for us, it's really capital to attract any kind of investment, you know. But especially those that are giving us more value to the current ecosystem, you know. For example, automotive is really important for us because we have this in this region an important cluster related or very close to automotive, the auxiliary industry of the automotive. We have more or less 30,000 employment in this sector, giving value to the Ford. You know that we have a plant of Ford automotive, but in the close future, maybe in 1 year and a half, we will have electric batteries factory, big factory from Volkswagen. You know that this is for this reason is because we are very open to hear some kind of interest in coming here for invest on the sector. But any other sectors, for example, microchips, semiconductor, photonica, is a good topic for us because this kind of advanced industry could also give competitiveness to our current clusters, traditional, I will say, not traditional, I don't like this word, but manufacturing industry.
And how about rolling stock manufacturers? And how about rolling stock manufacturers?
Sure, my friend. Yes, for sure. We are leader in this region in manufacturing this product. It's a nice company for sure. We are really proud to have this company here in Valencia region. And in fact, they are a kind of cluster because they attract talent to the company and they attract more investments. And this company is really friendly with the ecosystem because they are giving more to the social also. And these kind of companies are very interesting for us. Yes, for sure. If you are able to bring some kind of company to the territory, we are very open to talk.
Yeah, well, to me, it's very important to attract new investment and new companies, but more important than that is to help the companies that already are in the territory to be alive, no, and to grow. No? That's what we try to do, because if you have companies not only like Stadler but others, you tend to have local suppliers. No? You have a kind of a tractor effect, no, on other smaller companies nearby. No? So I think it's very important to always try to attract new investment, but not, not to lose the vision about the companies that already are.
Mm-hmm. Okay, for me, Stadler is a success case because working from Valencia to the rest of the world, for me, is the model. No, is the living here in the best place where someone can live and work with the rest of the world. How is possible? Because how is possible work from Valencia with the rest of the world, offering add value, new projects? It's incredible.
Being very innovative and being very technological oriented, no? Valencia, the Stadler plant in Valencia is perhaps one of the oldest industries in the community. It was founded back in the 19th century. We have suffered 2 world wars, 1 civil war, a lot of crises, and we are still there, no? And the reason of having been able to survive is that we have a very good engineering department that try to do the best railway vehicles so that we can compete with other manufacturers that are in Germany or are in France or other countries, no? And our philosophy, at least in Valencia, has been always trying to produce or trying to manufacture all the vehicles in Valencia. We don't manufacture in other countries where perhaps the labor force is cheaper. We try to increase our business from Valencia to the rest of the world.
Okay, thank you. Felipe, your messages we are in a startup event, and I would like to transmit a message to the new startups than here in this event, because I think Valencia has consolidated as a key player. I think as a regional secretary, transmit a message to the rest of the startups and people here with us this afternoon.
Yes, this is another capital issue for us, for our new government, because we are just 2 or 3 months in the position of new government. But we have a clear vision about how we need or how we should support the ecosystem. We have the main important ingredients. First, we have the will to support the startup ecosystem. This is really a very important issue. The second, we have a good ecosystem. You know that in the last years, not only this excellent event today, but also the companies, because we are going to keep supporting this event, but not only the event, also the ecosystem with many lines, economic, financial, lines in order to attract more startups here to Valencia, because you know that we are in the best city, the best region of the world. So it's the only issue is to support you and to give you confidence in the fact that we are going to be close to you, taking care of the system and the companies, because we have the infrastructures, we have also even the weather, you know, even the weather. So it's a sweet moment for your ecosystem, and we are going to be close to you.
Thank you very much. Time is finished. Probably I would like any questions to my guest, or it's not possible? Okay. My last reflection, humbly, my recipe for the future: stability, support for research and innovation, education, and private and public cooperation as a key for maintaining and expanding our model, because I think Valencian region is a success case in the world. And that's all. Thank you very much. For me, it's been a pleasure. And thank you, because I think we have the opportunity to analyze, to talk about the future of our industrial sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all three. It was a pleasure having you. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Much needed, what you mentioned. So thank you very much. Big applause for them, for all three of them. Okay, so we are about to bring our next keynote speaker about leading the conversation. He's coming. He's nearly here. So I'm going to make a small little 5-minute break to give him time to come and get mic'd and wired. So enjoy for 5 minutes. We'll put some music and we'll be right back. So time for anyone that needs to go and pee, you know, bathroom break and stuff like that. Now is the time. Make use of it. And we'll be right back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hola.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I know you see the drip and you like it. Wanna text me, but your pride tryna fight it. I know you young, chasing love, tryna find it. Then I saw you at a party, started when I want you. So do you want me? If I said I love you, would you love me? I could never dub you, but could you dub me? Yeah, I wanna fall in love, I don't think it's for me. Hope you know I want you, so do you want me? If I said I love you, would you love me? I could never dub you, but could you dub me? Yeah, I wanna fall in love, I don't think it's for me. I ain't no regular nigga. When we pull up to the party, man, the party get bigger. And she fucking with a taker, cause she know I'm a winner. I pray to God every day, but I know I'm a sinner. More money, more pounds, and the bitches get thicker. Throw, shooting like a free throw. Shorty, she a freehold, that's my line. Yeah, I want a shorty right now, know you might now. But I ain't tryna waste no time. She know I'm too wavy. Yeah, I'm that nigga.
Okay, we're back. How are we doing? Ready for the final kick? Yes? Yes! Come on, we can do this. You know, our next speaker actually literally ran all the way here, then he took a train, then he kept running all the way so he could make it on time. So thankfully he's back here. And interesting perspective. I mean, he has an incredible trajectory as a businessman. He was an advisor many years ago for the Barcelona Hotel Group. He was senior director and board member at Microsoft Iberia for at least 16 years. And he's a fellow associate professor at IE University, which is really good to know. And one of the most striking things, to be honest, is that he's a member of the Academia Madrileña de Gastronomía. So I wish he explains to me exactly what that's about, because it sounds really cool. But he's not here to talk about food, even though you can ask him the question later. He's here to talk about how to lead the conversation. And with that, please welcome the country manager of Spain and Portugal for LinkedIn, Ángel Sáez.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Alex. I don't feel I've got such energetic introductions many times. So, super happy to be here. As Alex said, my name is Ángel. I have the pleasure and the privilege to lead LinkedIn operations for Spain and Portugal. And I have the pleasure and the privilege of being here today with all of you. I'm impressed. I mean, I just arrived. I have to tell you, I'm running from another event, and I just arrived, and only, I mean, the first notion and feeling of the vibrancy here has been pretty impressive. So, so congrats to VDS and all the organization, and thanks to you for being here and devote a little bit of your time to this talk. So what are we going to cover? First, let's see if fantastic. What are we going to cover? We're going to talk about the conversation. How the conversation on LinkedIn is working well for many businesses. Bigger businesses, professionals, intermediate, small to medium, mid-market, and also, of course, entrepreneurs. Many of the best testimonies that we have of things that have been achieved on the platform are from entrepreneurs. So I'm really happy to be here. So we're going to talk about how to interact in the platform, with the platform. So, I mean, it could be that some of you have not done yet before, not active, let's say, a profile hopefully, but not very really active. Fantastic. Today can be a good starting point to do so, if you wish. It could be that you do, but maybe you're not super confident. Maybe you're not super fluent. You don't really know exactly what to do or how to do it. It's fine. I mean, it's a matter of learning and practicing. So we will see some tips. We will see some trends that can help you to do so. Finally, it could be that you already do it. I mean, you excel doing it. You're masters of publishing, of interacting, of finding opportunities. Well, then maybe I'm not going to help you that much. Congratulations, if that's the case, well done. But today we're going to try to give an impulse for the ones that are willing to see which could be the opportunity in the platform. Okay? Is that fine? Thumbs up? More or less? Fantastic. Excellent. So, why invest in thought leadership? What are the things that we can achieve, that we can find in the platform, that we can get from the platform? And how to do it. The why and the how, basic, right? But I think it's important. And then exploring some some formats for posting. Maybe if we have time, I have a countdown here that is going to be hard to hit, but we can even give some tips on what would be recommendable, what works better, and what works less better, so to say. So why bothering? Because of many things. Depending on your function, when I say this to an entrepreneur, is that I do everything in the company, fantastic. Then depending on what you want to achieve, all these goals can be achievable goals, probably goals that are aligned with your strategy. No matter if we talk about LinkedIn or any other thing. This is your strategy, right? Get considered by the market presence, market brand. Make my leadership visible in the network. I can do that. Of course. Generate demand. What else, right? When you're beginning, the first sales, first revenues. Yes, we can get there, of course. Talent attraction. Kind of mainstream, everywhere. Probably in the startup ecosystem can be seen different. Normally, everything starts with a founder, a set of founders, a group of founders. Then you get to get people to work with you. There are many people eager to work in this kind of atmosphere, kind of structure, some other not. I haven't myself, but I have been participating somehow as mentor, as entrepreneur myself as well. And talent attraction is always a topic. Today, with that tension in the labor market, it's even more of a challenge. So that's something that we will, over time, get through our leadership. And finally, once you can attract talent, you can make them more loyal. It's not everything about phantom shares or equity. It's also about giving the right engagement platform, engagement ecosystem into the company. Okay? So all these kind of things can be achieved. Let's see how, and let's see what it takes. So this is the famous kind of conversation around, but is this personal brand? Is this for me? Or is this for the company? Not that long time ago, companies were banning platforms like ours. You should hide to use that from your manager, right? Now, time has told us that it's not exactly that way. That yes, of course, we will build a network, build an ecosystem, grow it, get awareness, get a brand as a subject matter expert in whatever we do, whatever we say. Ultimately, find business opportunities. That can be internal, can be external. For an entrepreneur, business opportunities are business opportunities, no matter. Okay, there's not that such search for a new job. It's search for opportunities. And remember, our platform is exactly that. The vision that was set already 20 years ago by Reid Hoffman and Alan Blue when they founded this fantastic company is creating economic opportunities for all the members of the global workforce. That, of course, includes you. And beautiful enough, it still stands. That vision is still our vision. We do different things than what we were doing 20 years ago, that's for sure. Hopefully better things, hopefully more impactful things. But at the end of the day, we're looking for that vision, so increasing opportunities. And that leads automatically into my company's benefit. Clearly, brand and positioning, it's clear that is a thing that we get through people. And it's obvious that people have a massive impact on with what they say, on the brand they have behind. No matter if we're considering our platinum sponsor, Banco Santander, or the smallest startup that just, was born 2 or 3 weeks ago. It speaks for that, and it works for that brand perception, okay? And again, finding business opportunities, of course, includes sales, because it's important, and business. And finally, we do have a social function and a social way of interacting that creates those kind of conversations leading into recommendations, leading into reputation, okay? So, long story short, this is good for the company, this is good for the person. So thought leadership in the platform works. There's every kind of statistics, and we could show many of them, but clearly, what people say is that it's important for them to see what the brands are saying in social media. LinkedIn and beyond LinkedIn. In media in general, it's important. There's any more a closed circle, any more a set of secrets? No, 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 this is public, this is exposed. So for people it's important, and they are typically more eager to make business with brands and with people that are socially open. This is scientific, this is statistics. So what works? Sorry for being quite obvious, but creating something substantive. Content that is of value. Content that is of value, no matter which is the industry. Thanks God, we are expanding transversally to almost every industry. We have members from almost every industry. Definitely not only C-level, but all the range of career stage positions are present, are contributing, and are engaging in the platform. So, I mean, it's very important that when we do things, we try not to be average. We try not to say something that is insubstantial. Do the exercise. First tip, I mean, do the exercise. When you want to post something, when you want to share something, look in the mirror and say, would this be interesting for me? Would a minute of my time be valuable reading into this? Sometimes the answer is yes, fantastic. If the answer is no, I mean, reconsider. Just reconsider. Make sure that quality is there, and be sure that quality is more important than quantity. And again, especially in B2B environments, it's clear that this is not anymore an option. It's a kind of necessity. And probably you can say, well, it's easy from your side to say that. Well, yeah, it is. But this is what the market is telling us. There were some pioneers, executives and employees of companies that 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago began to be active and to build communities. At that point in time, it was, let's say, a little bit more risky or or ambitious. Today, we're getting queries from almost any company, every company, almost every set of execs in those companies. Whether they believe it more or not, they have discovered and realized this is a necessity. And again, this goes beyond the size. This goes beyond the size. Actually, it could be even different. Being small, you get a good amplification through networks and, of course, through LinkedIn. So how to build? Four key compelling tips for creating a good presence on LinkedIn. So balance the personal and the professional space. Yeah, you might consider, well, but this is professional. Yes, it is. But this is professional build of persons. There's persons behind. And persons read to persons and want to know about the other one on the other side. This is true. There's other more personal-oriented, more entertaining-oriented platforms, which are fine. They're great. This is professional platform. We're looking for opportunities, but at the end of the day, there are persons that are willing to see a balance. So don't overdo on any of the aspects. Don't go too far away, exposing your personal things, but at least give a chance to the rest of the members to understand who you are, to understand what would be the reason for you to be connected, what would be the reason for them to follow you, to follow your content. And find your sweet spot, your white space. Find the things that you want to talk about, that you can talk about. You have the credibility. You have the track record. You have the aim of investigating and exposing things. So don't be too random, so to say. Let's try to focus in a certain set of things, not only one. We are not unidimensional. Persons are not unidimensional. We do many things. As Alex was saying, I have other things that I do in my daily professional and personal life, of course. But let's try to be consistent. Let's try to be predictable. It would be strange that someone that follows you, that is in your network, on Tuesday find you talking about one thing, Wednesday another one, you don't come back to that one anymore, but you bring new ones. That wouldn't be, let's say, consistent. That's important. And present a perspective. It's not only about throwing things, even writing things. I mean, present your perspective. Give the added value to the things that you're going to talk about. If you use third-party content, which is fine, it's great, use it, but bring your perspective. Tell people, what do you think about that? How have you found that? How this eventually helped you? Or how this literally you don't like? Why not? I mean, be open. Be open and be aggressive. And don't forget that if whatever we do can also be considered as a good addition, a good impulse for people, for our society, and you can show up as a good citizen, that also helps. It's good, and it speaks good from you, so don't forget that one. So those 4 ones, you need to adapt to them, but they work. They work. If you were thinking about, shall I talk about myself a little bit? Yes, do. It's going to give you the human touch that really differentiates you from your colleague. I mean, your colleague may do the same you do. Your competition may do the same you do, the same product, the same offering to the same addressable market. But you do differently because you're a different person. And showing that works and has impact on people. Make sense? Make sense? Yeah? Excellent. So last but not least, I don't know if I'm speaking too fast. Exploring formats for posting. So there are different formats. You know that. I don't need to tell you, probably or hopefully. And there are some that work better than others. But at the end of the day, the mix is on your side to decide how should it be. There's no one single recipe that works for all of you. Not at all. Doing all the time the same things, again, is not the most recommendable. So being diverse on the type of content, on the format of content, is a good one. It's a good one. So, well, the very basic one, comments and dialogue, okay? So you post something written, typical format of content, and then you get into a dialogue. You may do questions. If you get questions, respond to them. It's one of the most powerful things. Engagement and interaction, and questions and answers is the most powerful community building tool. And we can, what we call, create content, third-party content. You find something that you find relevant for your person, for your company, for your domain, for your industry, and you comment on that. You say, well, I would agree, but I would also consider this other point of view, this other option, this other angle. So build on top of. Typically, you should get also interaction and engagement from the content creator. I say typically, it's depending on who the content creator is. But believe me, there's fantastic surprises there. Fantastic. Newsfeed updates and posts. Well, I mean, the certain updates that we make that are exposed to our network through notifications. If you notice, you have the notifications piece, which is another tip. The first place to go, the to-go place every day, every morning, whenever you get into LinkedIn, go to notifications. That's the place in which things happen. And any update would be exposed to your network. So it's not that you should abuse of updates every day. Don't do that. But whatever you can give certain rhythm there, whatever you can add and post will be exposed and will be another reason, another engagement opportunity, another reason for your network to connect with you, to learn about you. Of course, then we go beyond text. Text could be a little bit boring. It's easy to consume on the move. You don't need sound, you don't need video, so it's okay, yeah? Don't get me wrong. But, I mean, the power of video is strong. And you know that. It's not only on LinkedIn. It's on almost every platform. Images, carousels, videos, selfie videos, whatever you want to do, is powerful. Again, this is not an entertaining platform, but it's not that we want to get bored by it. So format matters, and the way that we present things matters. If you're someone that typically brings certain level of engagement through good formats and good content, it's more possible. Then people are going to follow you. People are going to be waiting for your next publication, okay? So the text update is not the only way. It's not the only way. And videos and pictures, again, are very well treated by the algorithm, by the way. And then this kind of long-form content, which are important, which you don't need to do all the time, which you for sure need to find a good reason to write an article. There's a certain level of vertigo and responsibility when you write an article, right? So there is where you want to be sure, at least be reassured for yourself, that you have something important to tell, that you have the right to ask someone to spend 4, 5, 8 minutes reading something that you're going to sell. So this long form may provide a little bit more of responsibility, may not be the first ones that you need to aspire to do, but ultimately it could be a very, very strong way of connecting. And the next step, newsletters, which is the same, but repeated over time with certain frequency. Could be weekly, maybe too much workload, maybe monthly, nice frequency. If we go way beyond monthly, then it can lose a little bit of the attention. So monthly could be a good recommendation. And newsletters are powerful because people can subscribe to a newsletter, and that way they will get notifications every time you publish one of the editions. When you issue one edition, they will get notification. So if you can commit to yourself and to your community of being able to bring value and bring content and bring conversation every month, for example, newsletter is a good way to do that. And I'm closing. Collaborative articles. Anyone has found collaborative articles yet? Very few. Logical, I found the first one 2 or 3 days ago only. It's a feature that we just released. What else? Powered by artificial intelligence that is asking members that the algorithm decide that may have something to say around a topic to add. So over time, for the most active, you will get that requests. I got mine, again, 3 days ago, and just because the algorithm decided, not because I work for LinkedIn or whatever. And I certainly went there and provide my opinion, okay? So this collaborative article is something that we have just released, just launched, and may be a good way as well to find different connection options, okay? So again, depending on how sizable is your organization, you will have or not this necessity, but typically you need to put different people on the same page and align on what we're going to do. You need to build a certain level of a strategy. If you, in your startup, you're representing all these work streams, then it's you to do. You can change your hat, basically. But in bigger organizations, you need to align on that. This should be considered a strategy. And of course, we don't have the time today to go deeper on the strategy, but this is important to consider. And again, when you have a sizable organization, it's not about one person. It's not about the CEO posting and contributing and building community. There's a network piece here. The way to viralize and to really make the company being seen as a whole and expand the reach is by making your employees advocates of your brand and your business. The advocacy plans and the advocacy programs are all around. All around. Almost every big company, almost every mid company even, are working on advocacy programs with their employees, enabling them, helping them, impulsing them, and fostering the publication. That's happening today. So, we close with this. 3 key takeaways. You can influence the business with this platform, with other platforms as well. Whether you're in B2B or B2C, you will need to rely and be more inclined to spend your time and devote your time to one or another. It's fine, but don't miss the opportunity to influence the business through digital platforms. And build a community. It takes time. It's not super fast. It's not in 2 weeks you're going to have 40,000 followers. No, that's not the case. But the foundations that you build on LinkedIn are super solid. They will stay there. The same way it takes time to build a wider community, they won't run away. They will be there for you, and that's important. So build a community. This is a long run. This is not short. This is not a sprint, but they will be there. And remember, quality over quantity. Substance matters. People will notice. You don't need to be the CEO of fantastic multinational to be heard in the network, in the platform. A lot of people that could begin as a little bit more anonymous and being really top voices, which is the way we catalog them of many industries. And I mean, there will be probably a lot of tech orientation here and tech people, but the array of industries and businesses that we are touching today is incredible. It's incredible. So this was it. Thanks so much. Short, hopefully somehow practical, hopefully somehow useful. It's been my pleasure to be here with you. Enjoy the rest of the day, and thank you very much.
Very much, Angel. Pleasure having you with it. And we need to talk about the gastronomy part.
We will do.
Okay, so final block of the day. Are you ready to see our startups? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. So just to give you a brief introduction around the startup block, we had over 600 startups. These are the final 10 in 2 blocks. 5 startups for seed, 5 startups for growth. And they come from all over the place, 48 different countries. So we're going to see a very interesting selection on stage. They have 3 minutes to pitch, and the judges will have 2 minutes to ask them questions. And you'll have all the time to enjoy. Good? So are you guys ready? Yeah? Oh, come on. I was going to say it's late, but no, it's 5:30. Are we ready to hear the startups? Yes, okay. So let's start giving some applause to our judges that are going to join us on stage. So please welcome, big applause, Marta Cruz, MP at NXTP Ventures, all the way from Argentina. Big applause to Marta, please. Thank you for joining us. To join in the panel, please welcome Yolanda Tomas, board member at Big Band. Big applause to Yolanda. Thank you very much for joining. From our dear friends from Banco Santander, in charge of the startups for Valencia and Murcia, please welcome Rosa Sanchez. Come on! And to finalize our panel of judges, please welcome our dear Juan Luis Hortelano, president at Startup Valencia. Okay, judges, are you ready? Yeah. Ready. Yes? Okay. So, we're going to fly all the way to Turkey, and we're going to be talking about something that we think we do, but we don't normally do, which is to train and take care of our health, of our mind health, of our brain health. How many of you realize we are really stressed and we should take a break? How many? Raise your hands. Come on, those that are not raising their hand, you're not doing it well. I know you're too. Okay, well, precisely to show you a tool that is going to allow you to improve your cognitive space through gamification and science and help you track and improve your brain health. Please welcome our first startup from Turkey, Sarp Akbanul, co-CEO of Baynex.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sarp, co-founder and co-CEO of Baynex, an AI-powered brain health app designed to extend your brain health span. Is it working? Is it okay now? Can you hear me? Still?
No.
Maybe I can yet. Oh, not the perfect timing. So thank you. Okay. Can we restart?
Yeah.
Thank you. So hello again. I'm Sarp, co-founder and co-CEO of Baynex, an AI-powered brain health app designed to extend your brain health span. Still not? Is it working now? Maybe. These stuff always happen to me, by the way. Is it good now?
You can hear it there, but not here. Same speed. Talk to us from there.
Is it working now?
No.
Can you hear me?
Here, we're hearing it on the stage, but not there. Worst case scenario?
It's okay. It's breaking the ice, I think.
Too much brain power.
Thank you. Yeah, too much. Hello? Now can you hear me right? Oh. We did it. All over. Thank you. So let me back it up again. Hello, I'm Sarp, co-founder and co-CEO of Baynex, an AI-powered brain health app designed to extend your brain health span. So think about it. How many times have you forgotten where you put your keys, or maybe where you parked your car? So we often dismiss these moments as insignificant, but what they can be is the signs of early cognitive decline, warnings of a path that leads to loss of your own independence. This is why dementia has become the second leading cause of death in many developed countries. Since the effects are gradual, it is easily mistaken for a natural aging process. But believe me, it's not. And the real crisis we are facing is upon Generation X. 1 in 10 report cognitive issues, and this is compounded by stress and chronic diseases. Being both caregivers and child supporters, the extended brain health span of this generation is vital for our societal dynamics. And the only path to brain longevity is early detection and cultivating brain healthy habits. Don't worry, Baynex is here to guide you in this path. With scientifically backed gamified cognitive tests and personalized recommendations, Baynex is your own catalyst for adopting these healthy habits. Of course, one-size-fits-all model would not work, so our AI algorithm is designed to adapt to your own personal style so that it can offer you personalized suggestions. And on top of that, it offers explanations on its suggestions' causality, so leaving no room for any obscurity. With this approach, Baynex mixes the metabolic and cognitive health and filling the missing link that has been overlooked by the industry for so long. Of course, this positions us well to attract customers from adjacent players and competitors. The market itself, with 100 million Gen X at risk in our target markets, we are aiming for a $71 million ARR, potentially doubling it with localizations in Western and Northern Europe. Since the release of our AI coach, our coach is loved by our early adopters, and we are ready to captivate a larger audience now. Since the release of our AI coach, we also witnessed 30% month-over-month growth in our subscription revenue. Our strategy to acquire our customers is community-driven approach. We are having brain ambassadors from influencers, and on top of that, we are making partnerships. And of course, we will fuel this strategy with digital marketing efforts. Our team brings together skills in machine learning, neurology, and user experience design. So we leverage this strategy to continuously adapt to new customer needs. So we are in a seed round for $800K and completed 25% of it. If you're interested to be a part of this impact journey, feel free to drop by our booth. Thank you all.
There you go. Thank you, Sarp. Sorry for the mic stuff. Okay, judges, do we have any questions for Sarp? Marta?
I have one.
Go for
okay.
it.
Could you explain a little bit more the business model for B2B and B2B2C?
Awesome question. Thank you, because I had a slide for that. So as you see, we are a B2C focused company, but we also see the opportunities in the B2B area. How we do it, we try to allocate as little as possible, so we try to outsource our teams. We have a sales team outsourced in working for Germany, Australia. Now we added US part into the picture. And also we are getting some network support from Sweden and Norway to do municipality checkings, you know, the controls, assessments of general public. So,
Thank you. First, congratulations for the startup.
Thank you. Thank you.
We still have time for another quick question, judges, if we have?
Yeah, thank you, sir. It was very interesting project. Can you tell us a bit about the technology? Are you developing the technology internally? What is, you know, I didn't really see, maybe you can put again your team, and in which stage are you you know?
So our initial product, because we went through a lot of customer discovery, of course, our initial product was released in 2 years ago. But now, as I mentioned, in June, we released our new version with AI Coach, with offering lifestyle guidances. So at this stage, we have around 60,000 registered users over the whole course of 2 years. And for now, we have 2,000 monthly active users and 800 paying users. If I understood you correctly? Okay, thank you.
Well, Sarp, thank you very much. Big applause for him, please. Big applause
Thank
for
you
our
all.
judges. Thank you so much. And now we're flying from Turkey all the way to Estonia, to the summer hills of Estonia. And we're going to be talking about something that I think a lot of people experience, but it's hard to bring together, which is the fact that anytime you have a company, you have to listen to your customer voice, complaints, customer support, whatever. But a lot of these conversations, A, come from different channels, and B, they're very hard to actually extract the signal from that and extract the signal in real time, because time actually matters. So to talk about this, how they deploy AI automated solutions to integrate the quality management process, please welcome Ender Touring and their CEO, Olena Isifova.
Thank you very much. Just to check that my microphone works. Oh, I hear it works. Okay, cool. Shall we start? Yeah, so this is my presentation. Hi, I'm Elena, CEO and co-founder at Ender Touring, and what I want you to think about at the moment. Remember the case when you call your bank or insurance company and you hear this robotic voice that this call is being recorded for the purpose of quality control and training. And then after some time you realize that their service is not going to be better. And you think like, every call is recorded. Why you are still serving me so badly? So that's why 800 million conversations are recorded every day in between of B2C companies and their clients. And less than 5% of those conversations are really tracked by by real people. So it means that 95% of those conversations still are not heard by anyone. That's why we created Ender Touring, that listens and reads and understands the context of 100% of conversations between banks, insurance, health organizations and their clients. We spot interest, objections, complaints, and lots of more parameters to monitor to produce better revenue for companies, but better customer satisfaction, better service for you all. In real time, we augment agents in the call center and give them hints how to be better and how to produce a better service. It captures all the conversations, automatically analyzes it for context, assesses the performance of every employee in the company and provides a feedback. And it's possible to coach the person right on the platform. Then we measure the result. And our clients already have proven results in number of growth revenue, better customer satisfaction, and less time for management. Of course, we have competitors, but we have our unique built-in features for financial institutions and health insurances, and high-quality in-house built speech-to-text for 24 different languages. Our ideal customer has more than 25 agents in their contact center, so basically we start with the middle organizations to larger ones. And we're already at 20K MRR, and we're ready for our next round to grow. And our next round would be seed for 1.75 million to be top 3 solutions on the market and grow to almost 1 million in ARR. We are 3 founders and 10 people in the team totally. And what we would like to say about the market, it's an emerging market, and according to Gartner, by 2025, 40% of all call centers in the world will use speech-to-text in analytics. Thank you very much, and I will be happy to see you among our customers or investors.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lena. Okay, actually, no, you keep it so you can give it back to... Okay, judges, question for Elena, please. Juan Luis, you look like thinking about it.
Yes, I was thinking, what's the risk of artificial intelligence getting rid of all the call agents in call
Can you
centers?
come closer because I hear echo. I don't hear you.
What's the risk of artificial intelligence getting rid of call agents in the future?
That's a great question. Why we are tackling this and augmenting people? Because we don't want artificial intelligence to be instead of people. Human-to-human communication in very complex cases like healthcare, financials, still be devoted to people. We only make them more productive and help the customers to be heard.
Okay, we have time for a very quick one. Marta, you wanted to fire one?
Yes, I need to see more about the team because it was very fast.
Yes, we are 3 founders at the moment, 10 people, the whole team. I was leading sales and marketing for Pioneer of optical character recognition, so selling enterprise software in 9 different countries. And my co-founder, Yevgen, is a great CTO who had his previous business in selling contact center solutions, Cisco, Genesys, so he knows the market in and out. And our third co-founder, head of R&D, amazing AI engineer, who doesn't love great corporates like Google, Facebook. That's why he's still with us, with our team. But his brain is behind our neural networks.
Okay, thank you and congratulations.
Okay, so please, big applause for Elena. Thank you very much for joining. Take good pictures. Okay, and now we're flying all the way to Stockholm to deal with one of those things that, in my mind, should have been fixed for a very long time. But if you ever go to a lawyer, you will see, or like with the courthouse, you will see all this like trollers full of paper, like paper stacks falling here and there. Well, precisely to solve that, to help digitalize that, and to especially go from normal digitalization to AI-powered digitalization, we have our next startup. So please welcome, all the way from Stockholm, Ida Lutai, co-founder and CEO of Legitify.
Imagine a world where legal processes don't take months, but moments, where borders don't stand in the way of notarization. Welcome to that world. Welcome to Legitify. Hola, Valencia. I'm Aida, the heartbeat behind Legitify. My co-founder and I, Arco, in December of 2020, dreamed of a world where borders would not stand in the way of digitalization. Today, I present to you not just a dream, but a vision. From our inception in December 2020 to our latest product release in 2023, we've made giant strides. Our evolution from being pioneers in the remote online authorization space to spearheading AI-driven legal digitalization. Well, what's the problem? Legal processes face inefficiencies, regulatory uncertainties, costs, and they have very challenging in-person processes. The world is changing. The future is not in paperwork. The future is digital. Breakthroughs in AI like GPT-4 and LLM models are actually transforming legal processes. We're moving towards an AI-powered future where we envision incorporating OCR, text extraction for document generation and verification, and also adaptive learning model to solve real-world complexities in legal processes. Our new focus in AI-powered legal digitalization amplifies the market opportunity for us to a potential of $17 billion to tap into. We have proven traction to date. We're seeing over 1,000 paying users on the solution, spread across 40 jurisdictions, projected revenues by the year end to 300,000 euros, and we've already have partnerships committed which have a value of over 1 million euros. Some of our leading customers include leading enterprises in the likes of Revolut Business, Yes Bank, DL Remote, AirHelp, and many others. Our latest product release in September significantly optimized the user flow, added also new tiered in business subscriptions, and also a legal tech rule engine. Our pricing model, we believe in value for every customer. Whether you're an individual, a business, or an enterprise, our pricing models cater to all. Our future product roadmap, electrifying. We are going from electronic notarization towards AI-powered regulatory rule-based engines. And the world has noticed. We've been covered in various publications across the media. The journey is not ours alone, but it's a shared vision in reshaping legal tech. Our vision, to streamline legal processes, moving towards legal digitalization, and make them swift, clear, and AI-powered. The future is digital. The future is seamless. And that future is Legidify. Join us in reshaping legal tech together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aida. See, it wasn't that hard, right? You can relax now.
I was a nervous wreck.
Judges, questions for Aida.
Okay, so what are your next steps?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
What are your next steps on your roadmap?
So our next steps, right? We're actually finalizing our seed round, raising the second tranche for our seed round, which is almost 90% fully satisfied. And we are going in Q4 towards doing QES integration to allow electronic notarization on the platform and building out the APIs. And then we're introducing more of an AI chatbot feature and also a regulatory rule-based engine, which we're going to be working on next year. From a commercial perspective, we're looking to grow the business and obviously tap into more markets. So.
Okay. Any other questions, judges?
Well, thank you, Aida. It was really interesting. Certainly, place where there is a lot of room for improvement. So I'd like to know, in your roadmap, how this technology is being developed, and what are you, where are your business at the moment? In which countries, if you're finding certain difficulties across certain countries, if you can tell us a bit about that.
I'll ask you to make it short, please.
Sorry.
Sure. So when we launched Legidify, the focus was on notarization, and where we felt that the biggest pain points were in cross-border notarization. So from a go-to-market perspective, we focused on that, but mostly notarization being needed in EU-based and UK-based jurisdictions. So in terms of next steps for our solution, this technology is interoperable across borders, so that doesn't limits us to markets that we can expand into. What we have to monitor is a regulatory framework, because different countries, I would say, have different nuances in terms of what's being allowed to be notarized remotely. Case in point, Spain is a bit more laggard in this regard, so they don't have a defined interpretation of what can be notarized online just yet. But as part of the Apostille Convention, people in Spain that need notarization, they can use notaries from other countries to do that. So there are a lot of loopholes around the laws that people are not very aware of, but that really give them freedom to do notarization cross-border. So we are focusing on, obviously, keep improving our solution the way it is now.
I need to cut you guys, really.
Sure.
Final
and then, like I
words,
said
please.
earlier, developing the API infrastructure.
Good? Okay, big applause for Aida. Thank you very
Thank you so much.
Thank you, judges. And sorry to be the evil guy, but we need to keep this running. So now we're flying all the way to Kiev, to Ukraine, and we're going to be talking about, I think, something that everyone here has suffered. Don't you have the feeling that suddenly you have too many things you're subscribed to? And then you have this feeling, how can I make it cheaper? Well, imagine, instead of our own personal finances, imagine if this happens at your company. All the cloud expenses, all the card expenses, all the SaaS expenses. How do you optimize that? How do you track that? Well, to talk about that, please welcome our next startup on stage, all the way from Ukraine, the CEO of Spendbase, Andriy Alexyenko.
Hello, everyone. Hello, my name is Andriy, and I'm CEO and co-founder of Spendbase. Spendbase is a platform for companies to optimize SaaS, cloud, and corporate card expenses. There is a famous phrase of Mark Andreessen, raise your prices. For the last 10 years, SaaS companies are trying to raise their prices as much as possible. So that's resulted that an average company of 500 people is wasting more than $2 million annually. So with Spendbase, we are cutting those costs more than 35%. So we are removing duplicate subscriptions, we are spotting unused licenses, we are giving our clients the benchmarking on the pricing, and we help them to renew and negotiate the contracts. Also, companies can open the virtual bank account in less than 15 minutes with the Spendbase, and create the virtual card for each of the employee and the department with only a few clicks. So whenever employees is going to Valencia Digital Summit, they can buy the tickets, book the hotels in Valencia, and even buy a burger in the queue. The best part of this is we are giving cashback to our users for each of the spendings that they are making. So Spendbase is a completely free product that pays you money for using it. Sounds hilarious, to be honest. We take only 25% of the saved cost for SaaS subscription, cashback, and cloud. We have more than 95 customers in US and Europe, and we saved more than $3 million for our customers. Right now, actually, we have 60K MRR. This was 2 months ago, so we are growing 25% month over month. And we have an amazing team of designers, engineers, and sales. Our engineering team was the founding team of one of the biggest banks in Ukraine, Privatbank. With Alexander, we made a few products that were used by 80 million people worldwide. It was like VPN apps. So we know how to make product on scale. We completely bootstrapped product, but in the few months we will be opening our first venture round. So whenever somebody wants to join, just drop me a message in LinkedIn. And also we are entering the Spanish market. So if you make any introduction to some local companies, we would be very thankful. Thank you so much.
You even had 26 seconds left. Wow, impressive. Okay, judges, we need to cut it short because we're a little late, so I'm going to take one question, make it count.
Okay, first
Marta?
of all, I have to congratulate and say thank you for helping Ukraine in your free time. Congratulations. I don't understand what is your go-to-market strategy.
Yeah, that's a good question. So we primarily acquire users via direct sales. So that's our main channel right now, but we have also a lot of referrals. That's a good point because if our clients are willing to refer, then they're satisfied with the service. And right now we are going more into inbound. So we were more in stealth mode before. So right now we are going more and more customers which we acquire inbound.
Thank you.
Okay, well, please, big applause for Andriy. Thank you very much for being here, my friend. Thank you, judges. And we're finishing with the last startup of the block, of the C block. Okay, so I want to welcome our next startup that is fixing something that if you've ever traveled abroad to several countries, it's one of those things that you bump into that issue immediately, which is how do you keep your data flowing if you go to different countries, right? If you visit in 3 or 4 countries. Well, to fix that and creating the largest eSIM marketplace in the UK and the first one with over data cards and data plans for over 190 countries, please welcome our final startup of the blog, the co-founder and CEO of SIM Connections, Irina Georgiou. Big applause for Irina.
Thank you very much. So, in 2019, my co-founder and I traveled to the Philippines, and we found out a connectivity issue, that when you arrive at your travel destination, you only have 2 options in order to stay connected. First, buy a local SIM card, or secondly, pay extremely expensive roaming fees. Both these options are inconvenient and extremely expensive. But eSIM technology is here to save the day. So along the years, we have seen SIM cards getting smaller and smaller. And in 2016, eSIM was developed, which is a small chip already integrated into users' devices, which makes the whole process of acquiring a phone plan to be 100% digital. So this solution is fully digital. It improves connectivity and security, it is time-saving for the consumer, and it allows them to store multiple plans active at the same time. It's also sustainable. 4.8 billion SIM cards are bought every year for one single use. That's around 20,000 tons of waste, including packaging and manufacturing. With eSIM, all of that is gone. So the eSIM market size in 2022 was 7 billion pounds, being able to reach 60 billion pounds by 2030, and this is being pushed by big manufacturers such as Apple, pushing eSIM-only devices to the market. So by creating a solution with this innovative technology, we have created a marketplace where consumers are able to search for the destination, select their preferred plan, pay, and go, being able to stay connected locally in under 30 seconds. So this is all possible by joining the reseller program or doing direct partnerships with local telecoms all over the globe, where we provide the eSIM infrastructures and we serve the B2C market, the B2B2C market, and the B2B market. We are not the only players in the market, although our competitive advantage comes from offering the lowest cost for the best quality of connectivity. This is because of the marketplace feature and the eSIM tech infrastructures that we have created in-house to be able to connect with any provider in the world. And that also gives us data and voice plans, whilst all competitors only offer data plans, which allows us to target a bigger market. So, with our 7 partners, including AT&T and Orange, we cover more than 190 destinations worldwide. And having launched our app more than 1.5 years ago, we have experienced a 44 compound monthly growth rate, and we have more than 5,000 clients having achieved 10K MRR. We have also opened up our B2B channel 6 months ago, and we have already closed a pipeline of 1.5 million pounds through affiliation, integration, and white labeling solutions with more than 20 partners. So what do we offer them? A new revenue channel, diversified offering, and an eSIM dashboard where they can control spending. We are quite proud of our journey so far. We have been featured in one of the biggest media outlets in the world, which is the Time magazine, and have won several pitch competitions, including DTW. And finally, the bond that drives the team Azim is our passion for traveling. We have amazing investors and a great advisor with more than 20 years experience in the telecom sector. Feel free to try it out, and you have a free eSIM with a code. Thank you.
Right on time. Okay, judges, one question for Irina.
So I see 2 risks. One is, why doesn't a global telecom carrier give you that? I mean, an example, Vodafone, that has a lot of places around. And also in Europe, you know, we don't have roamings for a few years. And yeah, that also makes the market smaller. So what are you thinking about these 2 risks?
Yes, thank you so much for your questions. So let me go with the first one. So the big telecommunication providers, actually, we act as tech partners for them to help them develop eSIM. So that is the case with 2 of our big MNOs and Transatel also in France. So we are actually helping them digitalize because it's taking them a bit more time than it was expected. So we are in the process with them. So we are not competing directly with MNOs, we're actually helping them. Second question was about roaming. So we know that Europe has roaming agreements with all the countries, but Switzerland and newly now the UK with Brexit. So we are targeting this, we have very, very big markets in the UK, Switzerland, the US, and LATAM. So this is kind of a target market. And 35% of our sales actually are for European countries from US citizens.
Okay, big applause for Irina. Thank you very much. Okay, so now this was a final startup for the first block of seed pitches, and now we're going to go into the growth group. So we're flying, in this case, all the way to the Netherlands. I actually know that some Dutch investors are here. Dutch investors, make yourself, there you go, on the first row, okay. Because I was going to say that the co-founder is also from South Africa, and she said, well, the Dutch investors are here, so good to know, you guys. I hope she's going to do okay. So, talking about how many times you go to the doctor and you start talking to the doctor and you're there for like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, telling all the parts of your body that hurt. And then you go to another doctor and they ask you the same exact questions. It's like, look, I already told your peer what was going wrong. Oh yeah, but I don't have it on my computer. Please tell me again. And you do that like 3 times. And on the 4th time you go like, you know what? Fuck you. Okay? So precisely to fix that and to use AI voice power technology to capture what's being said, to summarize what's being said, and to structure the data into valuable health information. That's what our next startup does. So please welcome, big applause to the co-founder and CEO of Autoscriber, Jacqueline Kasmeyer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the colorful introduction. For every hour that the doctor spends with the patient, they spend 2 hours writing clinical notes. It's no surprise that administrative overload is one of the leading causes of burnout and attrition in the healthcare sector. In spite of all that effort, only 15% of the information that's captured during a consultation is actually usable later on. The rest is lost in free text fields. At Autoscriber, we're on a mission to reduce administration for doctors to 0. Our AI software automatically generates high-quality, structured clinical notes directly from the audio of a conversation between the doctor and the patient. Unlike other solutions, we don't require the doctor to dictate the note word for word, but our intelligent solution understands unstructured speech and automatically converts that into a variety of clinician-approved reports in real time. That means the doctor saves valuable time, all the while improving the quality of the data that's recorded about each patient. This also has important downstream benefits, namely an improved doctor-patient relationship, improved patient outcomes, and also better job satisfaction for the doctor. We are at the forefront of a new market segment within the speech and voice recognition market, which is said to grow to $60 billion by 2030. We also tap into the growing ambient intelligence, generative AI, and digital healthcare markets. Our team is comprised of AI and NLP experts and entrepreneurs, packing 6 successful startups, various awards for NLP research, and over 20 years' experience in AI. We're also supported by our close collaborators and clinical research partners at Leiden University Medical Center. Founded in 2021, we already have over 15,000 healthcare professionals in our pipeline across 4 different countries, and we're actively working with various organizations, including renowned hospitals in the Netherlands, to implement our solution in clinical practice. So if you're a doctor or a healthcare provider or an investor looking to join us on our mission, please reach out to us. My co-founder Kun and I are here today and tomorrow. And you can also always reach us on our website. We look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much, and thank you for having us.
Okay, judges, questions, please.
Yes, thank you, Jacqueline. It was a very good speech. I have 2 quick questions. The first one is about the language. You say that you are in 4 countries, I suppose 4 different languages. How much does it take to train for another language? And the second one is about the go-to-market in such a specific market and difficult as the health system. What is your go-to-market?
Thank you. So regarding the language, most of our pipeline is actually built on multilingual AI models, which means that we can use training data from various languages to feed other languages. So adding a language for us is a matter of fine-tuning the last couple of layers of our pipeline. So we can do that within a day. So that's pretty quick thanks to the advanced technology that we use nowadays. And with regards to go-to-market, the most promising avenue that we have at the moment is actually selling directly to the software providers that build electronic health records. So they have lower uptake and lower utilization of their tools because of this admin burden. So for them, it's an innovative add-on to their product, and it makes their product more easy to use and just increases the conformity and the usability of their product. So we can sell to one software provider, and we automatically get a lot of different hospitals or a lot of different healthcare providers in one shot. So it's quite a scalable model from that point of view.
Okay, well, big applause for Jacqueline. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you, judges. And now we're going to switch to video format. We're going to connect with Israel. And for obvious reasons, the startup couldn't be here today. But we do have the pitch, so I hope you enjoy. And we're going to be talking about how to increase the management of within the equity market, right? Like the holy grail is, can we detect all the signals that are out there to predict the equity market? Well, with the new AI-based analysis and proprietary language models, that's exactly what our next startup is all about. So please welcome, even though it's remotely, Dor Eligula, co-founder and CEO of Bridgewise.
Hi, my name is Dor Eligula. I'm a co-founder and the Chief Business Officer at Bridgewise. Most investors globally are making half-educated investment decisions. They are walking in the market almost half-blind. While it may sound weird, here is the reason for it. Diving into the data shows that only 20% of global equities are being covered. This implies that for the majority of publicly traded stocks, there isn't a single human analyst who conducts research or analysis. This is how big of a gap there is, and Bridgewise is tackling that gap, bridging wisdom to all investors all across the globe. We do it by analyzing all of the public equities, 38,000 of them, harnessing our unique generative AI engine to provide a full analysis report on any company in any language. Yes, that's right. Any company, any language, in a click. We bridge the know-how, expertise, time, and language barriers for all types of investors. You can now read the full report about Google in Spanish, as you can see on the right-hand side, but also on Spanish companies in French, German, and Arabic. All barriers are eliminated at once. We actually analyze an enormous amount of data, then generate a full contextual analysis that include fundamental, sentiment, technical analysis, and more. All of that can be integrated into our client's platform using either API, widgets, or custom-made integrations. Our traction includes an impressive global presence that is spread among a few use cases, including some of the largest online brokers that provides their users with state-of-the-art decision support tools, bank and wealth management advisors, and even some of the largest global stock exchanges. And we don't rest, but keep on leading the industry forward. We have recently launched some new products, like a full ESG analysis for any company, enabling sustainable investments for everyone. In 2 weeks, we'll release a new conversational chat, the first of its kind chat that can actually communicate in all languages and provide opinions, screening, and analysis on all different equities. Next quarter, we'll also expand our coverage to ETFs also, adding a whole new capability to all Bridgewise subscribers globally. Our business model is pretty easy to understand. We take research and bring it to the SaaS era with a tiered pricing model, license fee. Please note that thus far, in the 2 years we've been actively selling, we had zero churn. No one client left. In fact, the opposite took place. Most of our clients subscribe to more and more products of ours. We now have 4 offices across the globe, with 400% growth year over year in the last 2 consecutive years. Our offices in Sao Paulo, New York, London, and Tel Aviv, of course, supports more than 1.5 million investors globally, and counting. The real driver of our present and future success is the immense amount of talent we have in our team. 48 amazing people that leads the company forward, while each and every one of them is a true champ, committed to the mission of bridging the wisdom to all kinds of investors. To finish, of course, I'm very sad for not being able to attend the event and be there with you, but I'm proud that in any circumstances, we are committed to our mission of winning, anywhere, anytime. Thank you very much.
I really wish that Don could be here with us, so you could actually ask him some questions. Sadly, we don't have him online, but I hope you enjoyed. We enjoyed? We're having fun? Okay, so let's keep going. 3 final startups of the block. So in this case, we're coming here home to Spain, and to fix something, it was funny because we were talking about, what is your startup about? And it's like, do you have a car? It's like, I have a car. It's like, do you have to check the ITV here in Spain, right? Like to check that the car, it's according to the law. It's like, yeah. It's like, isn't it boring? It's like, a lot. It's like, I can do it for you. I'm like, okay, I'm here, I'm listening. It's like, I can do a lot of other stuff for you, for your car. Like, okay, so like, well, not me. I don't have a car driving license, but my team. It's like, good to know. So please welcome our next startup to give you all the kind of services you need for the vehicle owners. Ricard Guillem, big applause, the founder of Kafler.
Hello. Hi, my name is Ricard Guillem, and I'm one of the founders of Kafler, a platform where vehicle users can find anything they need just one click away. And why we're doing this? Because we want to make vehicle users' life easier to live. And this includes from, as he was saying, getting the inspection test done at home, to booking your next insurance, paying for your parking, or even buying or selling your next car. Because the ultimate goal is how do we simplify the experience for a vehicle user. At the end of the day, we believe that the vehicle industry is totally stuck in the past. It's time-consuming, it's inconvenient, it's fragmented, it's sneaky, and it's a huge economical opportunity. There are more than 1.4 billion users, vehicle users globally, and it's an industry that spends 7 trillion annually, and it represents the 12% of the household spend. And the way we decided to approach this huge economical opportunity was by creating this all-in-one platform for all vehicle needs. To see our story and how we got here, we started off providing a marketplace of services at home, where basically we would send a driver to your house, pick up your car, and do a repair or a washing or a fueling, whatever it was. But we rapidly saw that by making the user life easier, we could expand into new categories like insurance, like paperwork management, like renting, and integrate the entire life cycle for the vehicle user. We're helping both individual consumers by creating this super app for users, and we're also helping companies in the mobility space, like dealerships, fleet, renting companies, etc., to enable the operations, everything that includes customer-facing operations, but also internal operations. And our business model has 3 revenue streams. The first revenue stream is a marketplace model. Basically, we charge a commission to our suppliers. The second revenue stream is data. We capture a lot of real-time data on the vehicles that we process, and we monetize that data with key accounts. And the third revenue stream is a SaaS model where we charge a subscription for our B2B clients, like the fleets, the dealerships, the garage shops, etc. We launched the company 24 months ago, between late 2021 and early 2022. Since then, we've done over 200,000 services. We're headed to end the year with 7 million in net revenue run rate, which is around a 10x year-on-year growth. And we're currently operating in the UK, France, and Spain, and we're just launching Germany and Italy too. We've raised almost 40 million in capital with top-tier investors like Seaya and Wyra, and we're working with very well-known household brands like Renault, Michelin, Mercedes, etc. We're 2 founders of the company. I'm taking care more of the fundraising, people, strategy, product, and my co-founder Inigo, he's a super senior executive in the industry. He's been here for around 20 or 30 years in the industry. He was a senior executive at Michelin. Then he founded his own mobility company and then exited and sold the business. So it's a good balance between experience and ambition. And a bit on the vision of what we're trying to build. So the idea is to really create this category globally. Okay, that's
Final
it.
2 words.
I have 2 words, but the basic, this is what we want to build. Like, we want to create this category because let's face it, like, who wants to take their car on a Saturday morning for a repair? And that's what we actually try to do, make users' life easier. Thanks.
Big applause for Ricard. Thank you so much. Okay, judges, 1 question, please.
I have a question. I understood you have in one hand suppliers and on the other hand clients.
Yes.
Okay. And which is the strategy to upload supplier and clients to the platform?
Yeah, so basically we're working with very big accounts on the supply side. We work with networks like Michelin or even with car makers. Like, for instance, we work with Renault, or we work with very big companies that work on a global basis. So when we open a new country, we have the supply ensured since day one. So it's easier to get them. And at the end of the day, the pitch for them is we're taking them more clients, they're increasing their revenues, they're increasing their profits thanks to working with us.
But at the final of the day, you are only the connector.
Yeah, we started off by providing also the logistic factor, basically the driver that would go to your house to pick up the car and do the service. But now even that we're doing it with suppliers. Like, we're just the tech layer that integrates everything into one single place.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ricard. Big applause for him.
Thank you.
Big applause for our judges. Thank you. And final 2, we are going to the realm of, and I love the word, the metaverse. I'm just curious, who here believes in the metaverse? Raise your hand. Ooh, interesting. Investors believe in the metaverse. What else? Someone else? Okay, if I say, let's say digital twins, anyone? More people? Those that know, right? Okay, well, if you don't believe in it, you should start believing in it, because This is the next big thing beyond what Meta and all that bullshit you've heard before. It's actually happening. But there's one thing about the 3D realm in general, the metaverse, which is it's very hard to create content at scale. Right now, you have to hire a lot of video game designers, a lot of people to actually create all these models, to create the intelligence of all these assets that go in 3D. Well, what if AI could actually build that for you at scale? So to talk about that, please welcome our next startup, all the way from Spain, the co-founder of Quantic Brains Technology, Roy Conan Alonso.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Right now, the audiovisual industry have a big problem, that it's the demand for content has grown exponentially in the last years, and it's keeping like that for the future.
Okay, last one.
So, and the content, it's so expensive, not only in money, but also in time. Even a small production costs tens of millions. So what we propose in Quantic Brains is to help in every step of the process through the use of artificial intelligence. We see in a real project that is a teaser for animated series that we can save up to 60% of the cost, but more important, 90% of the time required to do this. We do this through our proprietary technology that has two main parts. One is a character brain that allows the character to generate the scripts, speak, move through neural networks, and also have intelligent behaviors to use in video games. And the second part is a director brain that controls camera movements, music, post-processing effects, etc. Right now, our competitors only focus in one part of the problem. And what we propose is to give a full solution that covers all the different parts, but in a modular way, so you can use each part if you need it. And if you imagine you have voices, you can put your own voices on the animation and use only the animations. We are launching our platform where you have all the control to the result. It's not that you have a prompt and that's it. You can change everything, change every movement, every part of the dialogue, anything you want. The market is huge, but more important, it's constantly growing, and it's expected to continue like that. With these numbers, we expect to achieve 10.2 millions of monthly recurrent revenue by 2027. We have 4 streams of revenue that are animation studios, book publishers, video game developers, and also the B2C platform that we call Vice. Right now, we have 7 contracts with animation studios. These numbers are a little bit old. We already have almost 4.5K in revenue. We just started 2 months ago. We also have 1,500 clients for the audiobooks industry. We want to raise a convertible note for 600K in the coming months with current investors plus anyone else. And the team have more than 20 years in each part of the company. Artificial intelligence, business and audiovisual, and also games and 3D. Thank you very much, and join the audiovisual revolution.
Very good. Thank you, Roy. Right on time. Okay, judges, one question. They want to talk to you.
Yeah, please.
Judges, questions. One final question.
Yeah, maybe if you can explain the use of the funds. What's your roadmap in the short term?
Yeah, right now we are trying to raise that convertible note with current investors and some new investors to increase the team. So we can provide, we have a lot of clients right now and people that is asking for the technology, but we don't have enough personnel to attend everyone. So that's the main focus of the money that we are raising. And the funds go for investigation, more clients, and at the end, probably some marketing, but that's in the coming year.
Okay, well, big applause for Roy. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you, judges. And last but not least, the last startup of the block, all the way from France. And we're kind of going back to this idea of how much pain and problem the disaggregation of SaaS services are creating in most organizations. It's not just the fact that you have to manage all this stuff independently, but it's also the fact that, you know, as any big company knows, you want to know how your purchasing process is going. And when you start having different departments opening different SaaS services here and there, this becomes an absolute mess. So to talk about how to fix that, please welcome our last startup of the day, Vincent Coste, co-founder and CEO of Welly. Big applause.
Good afternoon, Valencia. I know I'm the last. I will go fast, no worries. So great to meet you. And first of all, I would like to thank you, BDS Valencia, for this great opportunity. I'm Vincent Coste, so co-founder and CEO of Welly, and today I would like to talk about the problems that cost annually $180 billion to the companies, and how we are going to reduce these impacts thanks to our solution. Before we go to the main topic, I would like to make an analogy with your personal life. Do you know how much do you spend in all your subscription? It can be rental, it can be insurance, it can be application. Do you know how much do you spend every month? Or at least if you have the fair market condition for all of them. Do you know? Do you have a real usage behind it? You may not have the answer right now, and that's normal. So now imagine at the corporate level when a CFO has to manage hundreds of teenagers. Imagine the size of the impact. So in a context where companies decentralize all their operations, they want to responsibilize their team to improve the innovation and the overall efficiency. But besides that, they don't have any collaborative tools between finance and budget owners to select the right suppliers. And in the context of globalization, there are too many choices. So when you don't have any experience in procurement, and when you don't have any benchmark, it's quite complicated to select the right suppliers. And so the company loses overall control over their spending, and they also make some losses in terms of financial and time. So we are tackling this problem. We want to make the reference tools for finance teams. So it's super easy. You just have few integrations. We give you an overview, a 360 overview of all your financial operations. And then we provide a solution that will help finance teams and the budget owners to select the right suppliers at the right condition. Everything with our technology, the data, and also the intelligence artificial models that we put on that. So today we don't believe at Welly on the marketplace model. We think that we want to focus on our client needs, on the challenges, and we are going to focus on discovering what they need and to provide the right solution that fits their needs. And if today we grow 30% month to month and we win most of our deals against the competition, it's because our model is unique and our customer love it. We are in a current economic shift from a model of growth at any cost to a model of profitability. We believe that we are the best friends for finance teams, and if we are here in Valencia, if we want to put a light spot on procurement, because we're gonna be the best ally for companies to ride the current economic storm. Thank you so much.
Good. Très bien. Questions, judges? Final question.
Yes. Can you give us some numbers about revenue, MRR, ARR, whatever?
Yes,
customers? We didn't have any metrics about that.
Yeah, sure. So we launched the commercial side at least 12 months ago. We grew from 100K to 1 million in 12 months with one sales guy, my co-founder that is here, I don't know where is he. And now we are just hiring 4 account executives, and we want to accelerate. Our ambition is to quickly move on into French leader and then go to the overall European market.
Okay, well, big applause for Vincent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, mon frère. Mon ami. And with this, big applause to our judges, please. Staying here, asking the right questions. So now my peers are going to take the judges. They're going to be deliberating as to who the winner for each of the section is. We will announce the winners on this stage tomorrow afternoon. And there's not much else to say beyond there's happy hour, free drinks outside for the next foreseeable hour. So I highly recommend you that you go out there and enjoy. I hope you all had a fantastic day, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much.